wider Bay Area community together under the one roof to champion the idea of India on the world stage.
We find that today the world stands at a pivotal moment shaped by climate change, geopolitical shifts, and rapid technological transformation. Yet, it is also a moment of extraordinary opportunity to reimagine better futures for humanity. At this crossroads, we see that the India-US partnership stands as one of the most consequential relationships of our time. The Stanford India Conference 2026, this year themed India-US at the Crossroads, Building Bridges, Forging Futures, highlights this growing collaboration across technology, business, sustainability, education, and policy. We find that there is no better place to do this than the august Stanford University. We would now like to call upon a couple of special guests.
So we would like to call on our faculty advisor, first Professor Anurag Mairal, the Director of Global Translation and Outreach Program at Stanford Muslim Center of Biodesign, and our internal advisory board member and the person who has helped us in this organization of the conference a lot, Dr. Dinsha Mistree, who is a research fellow at Hoover Institution.
Thank you. Let you go first. All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Hoover Institution. Welcome to Stanford. On behalf of the faculty, few as we may be who do India, at least on this side of campus. That side of campus is the engineering side. We have all the Indians in the world on Anurag's side. But thank you for joining us today. I just want to say a little bit about how SIPEC came to be. This is truly a student-led organization. Oftentimes, you find things where there's a faculty member playing, strings, and students are sort of the puppets doing stuff. This actually grew out the other way. Students came to campus, and they saw that we really didn't have very much happening on India policy or economics. And this is actually a little bit of an indictment of what we've had on this campus. When I first got here 11 years ago, we had great Indian cultural activities. We had all the China programs you could count, 2 hands, 3 hands, 4 hands. You've even got programs on Israel and Japan and all of Indonesia, and that's great. We don't have an India program. The students recognize this. To their credit, they put together a conference like this. We've now got students who create their own courses. And we're trying to fill the gap, but the student demand is truly very high for more activity on India. I would like to say over the next few years, I'm hoping that we can do more on this. Not just having exciting conferences like this and encouraging students to do stuff, but actually take the bull by the horns and build a real India program together that focuses on policy and economics. I think that's really the need of the hour for Stanford and really for the US at this point. We need more people who understand India, who appreciate the beauty of India, who understand all the contours at a more sophisticated level. I think that's, if you look at American politics right now, this isn't a Democrat or Republican thing. Too many people don't understand the world's largest country on earth. And, we would like to do our part here at Stanford to try and rectify that situation. So today, we're going to have some really exciting conversations. I think we're going to learn a lot more about what's happening on the ground here, or on the ground in India. I only get to go back every so often, so I love these kinds of opportunities to hear what's happening. And with that, let me turn it over to Anurag.
Dinsha has been a real stalwart supporter of SIPEC. My name is Anurag Mairal. I'm a professor at Stanford School of Medicine and a key faculty advisor for SIPEC when it started 5 years back by Devansh and other students. I won't repeat what Dinsha said, but I just want to actually acknowledge what a village it took to do this conference and do the programming that the students do. And let me start with the 2 co-presidents. A big round of applause for them. These are busy PhD students writing papers, publishing, and things like doing research in the lab. And for them to put a conference of this scale is not a small task. So they deserve a lot of credit, and so do the student volunteers who are in the audience. Some of them are outside, but students who are in the room, can you please stand up just for a second, very quick second? Yeah, well, they're all working. Thank you. There you go. And then two other groups that I want to quickly mention. So we have two councils. One is a Faculty Advisory Council, which Dinsha is part of, and has played such an important role. But there are some other faculty advisors who are in the room as well. So can I ask you all to stand up? Ashwin, are you in the room? Dr. Ashwin, there, Professor Ashwin Rao. Thank you. But there are other professors who are not in the room right now, but they all actually, you as well, Shumit. Please stand up and be acknowledged. And last but not the least are our external advisory council members. These are folks from the industry. Many of them are Stanford alumni. They are captains in the industry and academia and so on outside of Stanford campus. And so just wanted to acknowledge that right at the very outset. And last but not the least are our amazing speakers who are come from different parts of the world, from India and other parts of the US. Thank you so much for being here. I'll just repeat one point that Dinsha made, which is the conference is just one piece of it. We actually are announcing a number of programs today. One of them will be during the lunchtime. Another is a fellowship that we're going to have, which will involve Stanford students going to India and vice versa. So you look out for a lot of things. We need your support. We need your engagement. Thank you so much. With that, good. With that, I'm going to invite our Honorable Consul General, Dr. Srikar Reddy. Dr. Srikar Reddy has been a huge champion of SIPEC and our work at Stanford and engagement of Stanford and other academic institutions with India, played a really important role in that. He's supported this conference, his consulate has supported this conference since the very beginning. So it's really a joy. He's a clinician by training, but he's a diplomat by work, and he's done a phenomenal job of enhancing connection between the United States and India. Dr. Reddy.
Thank you, Anurag, for the kind words of introduction. Distinguished speakers, esteemed guests, faculty members, students, entrepreneurs, investors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, namaste. At the outset, I would like to wish you all, especially women in the room, happy Mother's Day. It is a great pleasure to join you all this morning for the Stanford India Conference. In fact, I was here for the first student-led Stanford Conference in March 2024. So it was started as an extension of the faculty-led India Dialogue. While the faculty-led India Dialogue could not sustain after 2 editions, it is heartening that the student-led India Conference is into the 3rd year. I'd like to congratulate the Stanford India Policy and Economic Club team led by Samyukta, Jatin, and both mentors, Professor Anurag, Mairal, and Dinsha Mistree, for organizing the 3rd edition of the conference. Maybe we can give a big round of applause for them. As a diplomat, I find it especially energizing to engage with students, as universities are the places where big questions are asked, where assumptions are challenged, and where many of the tomorrow's leaders begin to shape their understanding of the world. And at a place like Stanford, where policy, technology, entrepreneurship, and global affairs intersect so naturally, those conversations carry particular significance. I'm happy to see leaders from polity, economy, media, civil society, academia, have come together, and during this course of the day, they'll be discussing and foster understanding about India-US partnership, which is one of the most consequential partnerships in the 21st century, and also the India's role in the global landscape. During the last 1 year, the world has turned more complex and unpredictable. The artificial intelligence is transforming the economies, the societies, and also the governance. As everybody most of the people, including the room, fear about the job losses. Last week I read a report about the impact of artificial intelligence on Indian IT sector, especially the SaaS companies. So this year itself, it is predicted that the revenues of the Indian IT companies would shrink by 3 to 3.5%, which is around 10 billion. So what is the impact it is going to be on the overall employees, IT employees in India? And the current geopolitical situation, especially in the Middle East, and the oil prices hovering above $100, and the overall global energy crisis emanating from it. So what would be the impact on countries like India, which import 90% of their oil from abroad? So how it is going to impact India's current account deficit and also Indian rupee? And the current trend of onshoring, driven by the shift away from globalization, is impacting overall international trade and investment. And with the current situation in the Middle East, how it is going to impact global growth and also Indian growth, especially the Indian exports will be impacted, which are going to these Gulf countries. And as Samyukta mentioned, climate change is also a very important aspect, which is a reality now, and how it is going to affect sustainable development, livelihoods, and global stability. So let me take this opportunity to inform you about the recent measures and initiatives taken by the Government of India to see how India's economic growth can be sustained. And also, I'll also focus on some of the important elements of India-US collaboration, especially in the deep tech sector. Coming to India's economy, as you're aware, India is now the fastest growing large economy in the world. So last year we grew over 8%, and this year also we are expected to grow above 6.5%. So India, to achieve the target of developed country Vikasit Bharat set by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, we need to grow in the range of 7 to 8% in the next 22 years, when to reach the developed country status by 2047, when India celebrates the 100th year of our independence. So we envisage India to be a 32 trillion economy from the current 4 trillion, and where the per capita income of each Indian national would be close to $20,000. So India, like government, has taken a lot of measures. So to make India a manufacturing hub, Government of India, we have implemented the production-linked incentive scheme, where we have provided incentives on the incremental sales of the products in India and abroad, up to 5% depending on the product, and especially some of the important sectors like mobile phones. We have like automotive industry, pharmaceuticals, drones, and also solar photovoltaic modules. They are doing exceptionally well. And India now, I'm happy to inform that India is now the second largest manufacturer and exporter of mobile phones. So Apple, which is based in the Silicon Valley, so it is manufacturing 25% of its iPhones in India. So Apple has made India an important destination for manufacturing. And also, like in the semiconductor sector, within 3-4 years period, we have seen an investment of over $18 billion, and we have 10 facilities, which includes fabs and also ATMP and OSAT facilities. So the company from the US West Coast, Micron, already it has started manufacturing chips in India in the state of Gujarat. So that is a very important development. And even to improve the ease of doing business, the Government of India has removed 40,000 compliances, and over 3,400 provisions have been decriminalized. And with the National Single Window Scheme, which has onboarded over 600 central government approvals and around 6,000 state approvals. So anybody who would like to do business in India, they can get single window approvals from this website. And along with this PM Gati Shakti for the multimodal connectivity, so which will reduce the logistics cost. So India is now an economy where people can come and invest, especially in the manufacturing sector. So that is one important thing. Now India is one of the countries where we are competitive enough to manufacture any product. And second, so Government of India is focusing on digital economy. Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji would like to make 20% of the Indian economy come from digital side. So already, as you know, so digital economy includes electronic system design and manufacturing, which includes the design of electronics, the semiconductor manufacturing, the electronic manufacturing, and also the tech sector, which includes IT sector, and also the digital services. So we are about to reach 1 trillion economy, maybe this year or next year we'll be able to reach 1 trillion digital economy. And one of the success story of India is how India is able to use technology for its social economic transformation. As you know, we have designed this digital public infrastructure, and where now we have digital platforms which support financial inclusion, even transfer of subsidies to the beneficiaries without any pilferage, and also like providing services. Over 2,000 services by the state and central government are provided through platforms such as Umang. As you know, UPI, United Payment Interface, where all the mobiles of the adults have been connected with their bank accounts. And when you go to India, now even a 10 cents, even the street side vendor will only accept as you need to scan the QR code and you need to make the payment. So there are no cash transactions. So this also increase the overall formal economy and also enhance the tax revenues of the government. So and even we are also sharing our the digital public infrastructure with friendly countries. Already UPI is being implemented in over 8 countries, including developed countries like France, Singapore, UAE, and Qatar. And even the other DPI platforms, we have entered into agreement with over 20 countries, especially in the developing South, to share our experiences, how we can use digital technologies at a population scale and thereby benefit the common man. And also, to give boost to the domestic consumption, Government of India streamlined the GST tax slabs. Earlier we had 4 slabs. Now we have only 2 slabs of 5 and 18%. And this has given a huge boost, especially during the Diwali last year onwards. So it has given a huge boost to consumption, especially automobile and other like consumables. We have seen a huge increase in the demand because of the reduction in the tax rate of up to 10%. And India also, like to reduce the uncertainties in the global economy, we are trying to connect with other economies through free trade agreements. In the last 6 years, India has concluded 8 trade agreements. I'm happy to inform you that I was associated with the initial 2 agreements as the chief negotiator of India for the India-Mauritius agreement and the India-UAE Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. Since then, we have done FTAs with UK, Australia, with EU, with 4 countries like Switzerland, Norway, and also recently we have signed an agreement with New Zealand. So, like the global uncertainties because of the barriers in trade, so government is trying to conclude FTA so we will get market access in the new market, especially big markets like UK and EU. UK is expected to enter into force this year, and also EU FTA, we are hoping that after ratification by the EU Parliament, it will enter into force next year. So this will provide market access for the Indian products, especially in the labor-intensive sectors of textiles, leather, apparel, and also other engineering products. And we are also promoting India as a big destination for the global capability centers. As you know, India now is called the capital of the global GCCs. So 60% of the Fortune 500 companies all over the world, they have their GCCs in India. Even US companies, most of the companies on the West Coast, they have big units in India. The GCCs now, they're not only into back office or the document management, but now they are into product design, development, and also AI application development and research and innovation. So recently, just some of the US companies like Amgen from the West Coast, we have Costco, we also have like LA. So many companies are already setting up. I think every week there is a new GCC coming up with India. So we are expecting that currently GCC is providing 65 billion of revenues to the Indian tech industry, but by 2030 we expect GCCs to provide 110 billion revenue and provide employment to over 2.8 million people in India. So some of you, like students especially, who are unable to find employment because of the difficult situations here, so please don't lose hope. India, we have a lot of opportunities, and you'll get a placement in the GCCs of the big multinational companies, because it is imperative for the MNCs to come and set up operations in India. And I'd like to just touch upon some of the important areas of collaboration, especially in the deep tech sector between India and US in the last 1 year. So I'll start with the space cooperation. I was there in LA last year, July, for the launch of the NISAR satellite, the NASA ISRO synthetic aperture radar. And this thing is a joint satellite, first of its kind. So where this is Earth observation satellite, which will take pictures of all places on Earth once in 12 days. And it is useful for climate change, especially earthquakes and subsidence, and also melting of seas. So this is not only for the benefit of both countries, but also for the global good. And as you know, Captain Subhanshu Shukla visited the International Space Station and Axiom 4 mission in June last year. And coming to AI, as you know, this is a hub of AI. We have so many big AI companies and models from the Silicon Valley. So in Feb this year, India hosted the AI Impact Summit. More than 100 countries, including 20 heads of the government, participated. All the major CEOs, including from all the important companies in the Bay Area, OpenAI, Anthropic, Google. So all of those CEOs participated in India's. So the message was captured in Prime Minister Modi's Manav framework, which is a human-centric AI model of governance. So which talks about like moral and ethical, and also accountable governance, sovereignty and data models, and also inclusivity, especially access should be there for all the countries and people irrespective of their level of development. The AI should not be only a monopoly of few companies or few countries, and also it should be valid and legitimate because there should not be bias, and the model should be available in most of the languages of people, especially in developing countries south. And we also have this AI India mission where the government has created the compute capacity. We have already 40,000 GPUs, and we are trying to increase to 100,000 GPU by end of this year. And we are encouraging the startups and researchers to come up with applications using the data sets which are being provided by the government, non-private data sets, to come up with applications in the healthcare, education, agriculture, and governance, so that this can help in India's inclusive development. And during this event, we have seen a lot of announcements from the US companies based in the Silicon Valley to invest in India. Google announced 15 billion investment in Visakhapatnam to set up data centers and also undersea cable connecting India with the US. Amazon said it will invest $35 billion by 2030. And Microsoft also said it will invest $17.5 billion. And even OpenAI and Tata's, they entered in a partnership for OpenAI will use the TCS Hyperworld data center, and Anthropic and Infosys they entered into collaboration for using AI agents to develop applications for telecommunications, financial services, etc. And on the sidelines, India also joined the Pax Silica initiative, which is a overall AI and semiconductor supply chain. India is one of the 13 countries which is a member of this US-led initiatives. It is a trusted partner. It is starting from securing critical minerals, semiconductor manufacturing, and AI infrastructure. So India is also promoting innovation in a big way. We are one of the third largest startup nation with, we have 120 unicorns. And Consulate is also promoting collaboration between Indian startups and the startups in the Bay Area. So just recently, the IIT Madras, they're setting up a center in Menlo Park to encourage Indian startup to come here to scale up here and also access the market, access funds and also mentorship from the people here. And Government of India also recently came with the RDA scheme, which is a research development and innovation scheme of 1 lakh crore, which is 12 billion US dollars over the next 6 years. So this can be used by the VC funds and also non-banking financial institutions to support up to 50% of the startups, their valuation. So these are some of the initiatives, and the Consulate is willing to support all the, especially Indian diaspora entrepreneurs, researchers, or academia. If you want to connect with India, we are there to support you. And I conclude by once again thanking the SIPEC for organizing this wonderful event, and I hope that in the course of the day we'll hear from all experts, especially on the various aspects of India-US partnership, and we'll get some useful idea suggestions on how to take the India-US partnership forward. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Srikar Reddy ji. Moving on, before we go on ahead, there's few logistical things. For a keynote on the quest for a developed India, Arvind Panagariya ji is a Jagdish Bhagwati Professor for Indian Political Economy at Columbia University and the Director of Deepak and Neera Raj Center for Indian Economic Policies at School of International and Public Affairs at Columbia University in New York City. He was appointed as the chairman of 16th Finance Commission by the Government of India, and he was awarded with the Padma Bhushan by the President of India in 2012. Let's give a round of applause for him.
Well, a very good morning to everyone. Thanks to Jatin Sayukta, Dr. Anurag Mairal for this very kind invitation. I've been hearing about this conference for the last 2 years, and really absolutely delighted and honored to be actually present here. I see a lot of power here in the room. There is political power, there is financial power, there is industrial power, there is intellectual power, there is even media power sitting here. So I feel quite intimidated. But let me just say that I'm absolutely delighted to be speaking on a subject that I really did not think that I'll get to speak about in my lifetime, meaning, being able to talk about a developed India. I think in this room, probably is the only one who would understand what I'm going to say, because he's about my age and my cohort. So, you know, I was in the 1980s, we as economists used to say that we have, you know, when it comes to India, two types of economists, those who are optimists and those who are pessimists. And the pessimist says that, gosh, there is so much wrong with India that I can't think it could be any worse. And the optimist says that, but I can. It's really remarkable that today we actually speak about even the possibility of there being a developed India, which may not, but who knows, if I live long enough, could happen in my lifetime too. But what I want to do is first define a little bit, you know, I think Prime Minister has quite rightly, you know, to inspire everybody, has set the goal. And then the Prime Minister, I should say that it's a source of pure inspiration.
Independence Day speech in 2014, August 15th. In the 5 years by 2019, let us honor Mahatma Gandhi by having a Swachh Bharat, and by which he meant that everybody in rural India will have a toilet in their homes. And I was absolutely, you know, shocked to hear him set that kind of goal. Even though I, you know, having interacted with him in Gujarat before he became the Prime Minister, I had some inkling of something like it. In the conversations he had spoken once among a handful of us about Swachh Bharat as the gift to Mahatma Gandhi on his 150th birthday. At the time, I didn't understand that he meant by that you know, every house in rural India would have a household, would have a toilet. Because, you know, at the time, there were only 38% of India's households with toilets. So I said, this is an impossible goal. How is it even achievable? And of course, lo and behold, I think as that, you know, reality unfolded, progress got made at an incredibly rapid pace. Now, you know, you can argue whether it, you know, percentage is 100 or 90 or 85, but even if it's 85, which nobody disputes, I think that's hell of an achievement in 5 years to go from 38 to 85% of the households having toilets. So I think in this sense, the goal of Viksit Bharat that the Prime Minister has enunciated is not just purely to inspire, but to actually make things happen. The case I want to make very quickly, very briefly, because our time is limited here, is that this is something indeed India can do. First thing I would say is that we need a, you know, for at least for an economist, when talking about developed India, there has to be a reasonable definition around which one can discuss this subject. And the definition I want to use is about threefold. You know, there are three criteria that India should meet, three benchmarks that India should meet by 2047, 15th of August. One is what the World Bank calls a high-income country, which is defined as per capita income of about $14,000 in 2023 dollars, right? So, you know, this we are talking of constant dollar income of $14,000. That's one. There are two other criteria I think we got to keep in mind, which in a sense is a way to drive to that kind of high per capita income, and that these two criteria derive from the experiences of virtually all the countries that have transformed themselves into developed countries, whether we talk of industrial countries starting from UK to then United States to then Japan to South Korea to Taiwan. Virtually every one of these countries has also met, in addition to this high income criterion, two other criteria, which is you know, bringing down the
the share of workforce in agriculture to 25% or less, and urbanization to go up to about at least 60%. I think any of the developed countries that you look at least these three criteria, they would satisfy. And I've checked those numbers, so this is not speculation, but just a statement of the facts as they exist. So very quickly, do we get to the per capita income? That I think is a very doable, very achievable goal. India's per capita income in 2023 is about $2,800. Now, in order for that income, $2,800 in 2023 dollars to go up to 14,000, per capita income has to grow about 7.3%. That is the power of compounding. Anybody can do that calculation back, and if you're starting at 2,800, you grow at 7.3% and continuously compound it. In 24 years, you get to $14,000. You cross $14,000. Does India's past justify that kind of ambitious achievement? And I would argue yes. If I take the years 2003 to 2023, once again, 23-24, we do 2003-4 to 23-24, 21 years of history. This is a long, it's 2 decades worth of history with several crises happening or several kind of, shocks to the economy happening. 2008, global financial crisis or shock. Then you get the India's non-performing asset shock that happened in 2017-18, around there. And then you had the COVID shock. So 3 major shocks for India during this period. Actually, GDP grows at 7.6% in real dollars. So all my numbers are in real dollars because really this whole calculation is in real dollars. So 7.3% you need in per capita terms, 7.6% you have done in GDP terms. The gap is the population growth. And population growth, if I take the UN figures, UN population division figures, India is predicted to grow about at the rate of 0.6% a year between now and 2047. So that's another 0.6%. So you need to grow at 7.9%. 7.6% you have done. So it's only a catch-up of 0.3%. If you miss it, you are going to miss it only by a small amount. If we are able to do what we have done in the last 2 decades. Can we do what we have done in the last 2 decades? There my case is, number one, as a democratic country, I think, a lot of the reforms that we have done will stick. Something that's going on in China right now, a lot of the reversal of the policies, that's not very likely to happen. 2, our per capita income today is only 2,800. We know that even with the existing technologies, you have countries like South Korea, Taiwan, etc., which are doing per capita incomes of 30,000 plus. You even have Singapore, which is doing $50,000 plus. So even with that existing technology, it's a matter of simply, catching up. And with capital accumulation, I think this is a second very important reason that we got a lot of scope for catching up, just as South Korea earlier did, Taiwan later did, then you had China catch up as well. You got the scope to do it. Third, I think a lot of the reforms that needed to be done, and I've been thinking a lot, what are the big ticket reforms left? And really, it is quite amazing that a large number of the big ticket reforms that the union government had to do have happened. There are a few things I can think of, I would like to have a bit more trade liberalization, I'd like to have judicial reforms, you need that kind of modern day judiciary, some bit on land acquisition, etc. But beyond that, most of the big ticket reforms have happened at the union level. States have a bit more to do, to which I'll come in a second. And the last thing I would also mention here is that infrastructure. I think no country advances to a developed country status without good infrastructure, and that I think we are doing at a breakneck speed. And I've been absolutely astounded what we have been able to do in terms of infrastructure. Things that I thought we couldn't do. I mean, I remember 2016, I was at the time G20 Sherpa of India. China was the presidency, and when I saw that hall where Chinese had hosted the G20 summit, I was astounded. I thought, we'll never be able to do it. And lo and behold, just 4 or 5 years later, we had the Mandapam, and that absolutely matched what I saw in China. So I think we are doing actually in all dimensions of roads, railways, civil aviation, ports, etc., great progress. Now the challenge. I think there is a challenge, as I say, it's a doable thing, but the challenge for India really is the other two characteristics that I have mentioned, bringing down the dependence of the workforce on agriculture to about 25% or less, and raising urbanization to about 60%. I think without it, at least so far, no such. India may turn out to be the first. You can never tell. But so far, I think no country exists which, without those two characteristics, has actually achieved the high-income country status. And that is where I feel that our transition has been very slow. The shift of the agricultural workforce out of agriculture into industry and services has been a bit slow. India has been unusual actually in this respect, because manufacturing in India has not, particularly the labor-intensive manufacturing, has not done terribly well. And urbanization has also moved slowly. I think that is where, and this is why I think the next frontier or next war that has to be won is to be won by the states. In the end, urbanization has to speed up. Our cities, even when we think of urbanization, what else to do on that front, our thinking is often really circumscribed by what can I do to improve the lives of the existing citizens of the urban regions of the cities. But we don't think enough how to make our cities business friendly, because at the end of the day, it is the emergence of the businesses, especially on the periphery of the existing cities, the peri-urban kind of regions, which will bring in the workers out of rural areas into the urban areas. Ultimately, urban growth has to pick up much faster, and the big barrier that still exists there is an extremely, extremely expensive urban land. There are a lot of issues there, and some states are certainly taking are bringing about fantastic reforms too, that I know have done in very recent times, the last year or two, are Andhra Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh. I don't have the time to go into the details of this, but I think this is something that the states need to get working on. There are issues of land acquisition, but there are also issues of land conversion. There are issues of building bylaws, all of which in India is still, barring a few exceptional states, remain very constraining on urban land, and that of course means that the urban land remains very expensive, which makes our businesses, particularly the businesses that can employ a lot of workers for relatively small investments, obviously apparel, footwear, furniture, those kinds of all sorts of light manufacturers, those industries, they get priced out. Electricity prices plus the high land prices, those two can really price us out of the global markets, because these labor-intensive industries operate on very thin margins, very, very competitive global marketplace. And so I think those are the fronts on which we require work in the coming years. So I'll conclude with that. Thank you very much.
Sir, everyone. So we are opening this up for one question. If anyone has a question from the audience, would you like to?
Yeah.
So we'll take. So one question. So we have a mic at the back. So. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Panagariya, for a keynote. My question is very simple. So you espouse urbanization in India so that it can become an developed country. But urbanization has its own problems. For example, pollution. Pollution is a big problem, especially in the capital city of Delhi. So how do we balance urbanization with environmental sustainability and clean air, clean water, and things like that?
You'll have to solve those problems. All of those are part of the problems that need to be solved. to become Viksit. I hope you are not using that argument to say that, so therefore don't encourage urbanization. If that is where you are going, I would like to ask you, would you like to be the first to return to a countryside?
So it depends on the quality of life also, sir. Urbanization by itself.
You can choose your rural area, you can choose your village. Are you there to go? Reason I don't mean to be just rhetorical in answering this, but ask the children of the farmers where do they want to be. Overwhelmingly, the surveys show that they don't want to be doing farming, but often they do because that's what they can do. They, like you, they have their ambitions also. And how do we respond to their ambitions? You have to make this, the urban places business friendly so that they create the jobs to which those children of the farmers who are ambitious to come there can move to. We have to also clean up the pollution in the cities. There is no question. It's not a problem that's not doable. If all the other countries that are developed countries today have done it, we can too. Beijing 20 years ago was more polluted than probably Delhi is today, but they cleaned up, and so will we. I think these are these are problems of development which other countries have solved, and we will solve them too. But we have to be conscious of it, that these are actually problems to be addressed and to be solved. Not to be, the reasons, therefore, not to encourage something that is ultimately good and that is actually sought by the people in the cities. Look, as the chairman of the Finance Commission, I have visited all 28 states, including a lot of rural areas, a lot of panchayats, because we do a lot of local body financing also. And one of the things I noticed, even the best of the local bodies where you go, you ask them, 15 years from now, where do you see yourselves? How much can we do in the settlements that are 3,000, 2,000, even 5,000? No business is going to go there. If you're thinking of modern, living standards of the order of $14,000, $15,000 per capita income, you can't generate those incomes in those settlements of 5,000 or fewer. Ultimately, and that is where 75% of your rural population is, in settlements that are less than 5,000. So, there is no escape if we really want to be a developed India by 2047.
So, we would like to honor both our keynote speaker, Dr. Srikar Reddy. Please, can you come on the stage for this? Give a big round of applause for first Arvind ji.
For you? No. Oh, you are coming. Give it to me.
Thank you, Arvind ji, for thoughtful points. So moving on, now I would like to invite our special guest, Devansh Sharma, who has also contributed a lot to this conference to make this happen. He was a founding co-president of the SIPEC and a part of the Stanford class from 2024. So, and he was the first convener for this conference edition. So, Devansh.
Namaste, Stanford. Bharat Mata ki. Bharat Mata ki. Bharat Mata ki. I know this has been mentioned up to times, but today is Mother's Day. And while we honor all of our mothers, we have also organized this conference to honor our motherland, that is Bharat, and also the motherland of our education, of our profession, and of many people who were actually born here, the United States of America. 5 years ago, this club was started with the whole purpose of deepening these ties between the two motherlands, using the Stanford as the platform. And I'm so happy to see that the conference has come where it has over the past 2 years. Very, very proud of what Sam and Jatin have continued to build on, and yeah, that is it. And I hope that everybody has a great conference ahead. And we will now, as Professor Mairal had previously mentioned, we will be moving on from just having the conference to making this an impactful conference. So the results of the Ideathon will be there, and we'll announce the fellowship, which will take this whole initiative to a next level. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to introduce our next speaker of the day. That is Mr. Vinod Dham, who needs no introduction, but for the purpose of protocol, I will be providing one. Mr. Dham has been known as the father of the Pentium chip for leading the development of the Pentium chip at Intel. He has gone on to found 2 successful companies which were acquired by AMD and Broadcom later on in very large multi-million-dollar and with Broadcom in $1 billion transactions. He's, besides being a leader of the semiconductor space, Mr. Dham has been very passionate about supporting Indian startups in the US-India corridor. And he has founded, he was one of the first VCs in this corridor, actually, and he started 2 funds, that is New Path Ventures and Indo-US Venture Partners. He also serves on multiple committees of the Government of India in an advisory capacity, including the India Semiconductor Mission, as well as Niti Aayog's Frontier Tech Hub Expert Council on the future of semiconductors. Given his enormous contributions to the US-India corridor, the Government of India honored him with a Padma Bhushan last year. So with that, I would like to invite Mr. Dham for his keynote address.
Thank you, Divansh, for the very kind introduction. And before I really formally present, and I purposely didn't want to get any slides so you can just listen to me as much as you can and try to absorb as much as you can, because if you listen to what Arvind ji had to say, let these 2 guys finish their conversation. Let them give some time. Are you guys done? Good. Okay. So I want to follow up on what Arvind said. He talked about, I'm not an economist, the GDP and correlation. To me, the strongest correlation between GDP, being a techie myself, is the technology and innovation. If you look at all the countries he mentioned, Korea, Taiwan, even upcoming China, of course we know Japan, it's really the technology that made these countries, and of course US, we know that. We've been hard of it for 50 years here. We know what has made US what it is, primarily technology and its innovation. So as I go through my presentation, which is all about technology and innovation, and how India and US should work together, even though at this current moment, things look very odd where we are at this very present moment about how India is being perceived in US and how US is perceiving India, and all the background information goes on. There's no doubt in my mind that these 2 countries have to work together truly for benefit of both each other as the benefit of mankind. So with that in mind is what I have put together my presentation. So good morning, distinguished faculty, innovators, entrepreneurs, policy makers, students, industry leaders, and friends. It's a privilege to speak here today at Stanford University, an institution where ideas do not merely advance knowledge, but repeatedly transform industries, economies, and ultimately course of civilization. Today, I would like to propose a framework through which the world's two largest democracies can unite their unique strengths, combining American frontier innovation with India's planetary scale execution for the benefit of not only United States and India, but the humanity at large. History teaches us that technologies do not transform civilization through invention alone. Electricity changed societies only when power grids reached entire nations. The internet transformed humanity only when connectivity reached billions. And AI will reshape the world only when it moves beyond research labs into industries, governments, healthcare systems, classrooms, and daily human experience. That is why the defining challenge of the next technological era is no longer merely its invention, but also the ability to deploy the innovation securely and at a planetary scale. And very few nations possess the complementary strengths required to both invent breakthrough technologies and operationalize them globally. This is especially true in the age of AI and deep tech, where the scale of infrastructure, compute, energy, talent, and implementation required will be unprecedented. For nearly 3 decades, globalization optimized for efficiency above all else. America innovated, China manufactured, and India powered world's engineering and services backbone. That model created enormous prosperity, but also excessive concentration. The pandemic and semiconductor shortages served as a wake-up call, while the accelerating AI race exposed the strategic vulnerabilities embedded within the hyper-globalized supply chains. The next era will not be defined only by efficiency. It will be defined by resilience, trusted technology ecosystems, strategic supply chains, and the ability to scale innovation securely. Countries now ask, who controls critical infrastructure? Who owns the data? And can technology ecosystems remain reliable during geopolitical stress? India's democratic foundations, engineering depth, entrepreneurial dynamism, and demonstrated ability to build and deploy digital infrastructure at population scale positions it as a trusted long-term technology partner for the United States. India today contributes one of the world's largest engineering workforce, producing well over 1 million engineering graduates annually, including hundreds of thousands in computer science and related disciplines. India is widely recognized as the world's largest IT services and digital engineering ecosystem, with deep expertise in software, cloud platforms, and rapidly growing AI capabilities. India's manufacturing ecosystem is evolving rapidly, with ambitions to build a $1 trillion manufacturing economy while already emerging as a major global hub for electronics, smartphones, pharmaceuticals, and increasingly semiconductors and advanced engineering. India is rapidly building one of the world's largest semiconductor talent pipelines. Over the next 5 years, the country is expected to produce well over 100,000 semiconductor-trained engineers across chip design, fabrication, packaging, and testing, creating the human infrastructure required to scale the technologies of the AI era. India's planetary scale engineering capacity uniquely positions it to become a trusted co-architect with the United States in shaping the AI and deep tech foundations of 21st century. Technologies that will increasingly define economic power, national security, and global leadership. At the same time, India's emergence as a deep tech and advanced manufacturing power will not happen in isolation. To realize its ambition in semiconductors and AI, India requires deep collaboration with the United States, including access to advanced intellectual property, EDA tools, semiconductor equipment ecosystems, frontier research, and world-class scientific partnerships. Over the past decade, India has quietly built one of the world's most consequential digital technology ecosystems. From Aadhaar, the world's largest digital identity platform, to UPI, one of the world's most advanced real-time payment systems, India has demonstrated that sophisticated digital infrastructure can be deployed securely and affordably across a population of more than 1.4 billion people. UPI now possesses billions of transactions monthly, with transaction volume exceedingly even many advanced economies. This was not merely a technology achievement. It was proof that digital innovation can scale democratically at population scale. India now has over 900 million internet users, one of the world's largest smartphone ecosystems, and massive mobile data consumption. To truly bring this partnership alive, the United States and India must move beyond symbolic diplomacy, isolated business deals, and incremental cooperation. We need a bold, long-term, institutionally anchored strategy, not merely working together, but jointly building the infrastructure of AI and deep tech century. So what should we do? So I have 5 points that I'm going to enumerate that I think we should do from my point of view. Of course, there are many more the others can think about. First is to launch a US-India Deep Tech Alliance. The United States and India should launch a strategic industrial partnership for the AI era, inspired by the scale and ambition of post-war economic alliances. You have heard of Marshall Plan, and you've heard of how US really helped bring industry back into Japan. So there are many, many examples that US has reached out to other countries and partnered with them to rebuild them to a high scale for the greater good of everyone. So that's the kind of alliance that we need to conceive in India. We need to visualize, and we need to really work on to see how do we bring that about. But this one should be focused on co-developing technologies that will define the 21st century. Technologies such as AI, semiconductors, quantum computing, biotechnology, cybersecurity, advanced manufacturing, and digital infrastructure. Second, build a joint semiconductor ecosystem. Semiconductors will become the foundational infrastructure of the AI century. And it's very obvious to most of you that for the last 50 years, even though the semiconductor industry has existed since the days of Moore's Law in 1965, only 1% of the world actually knew what a semiconductor chip is. But lately, in the last 5-6 years, there has been a lot more news and media and information about not only what a semiconductor technology is, but how important it is for the future of every country. And part of the reason why I have been involved with the India Semiconductor Mission right from the beginning of when Prime Minister Modi ji came. Actually, I've been involved prior to his coming on board, but unfortunately, all my attempts in the previous times were not bringing any fruit. But when I got involved with him and his administration, they really understood the importance, and they really laid out huge amounts of capital, billions of dollars, to make sure that this gets done. So India has already emerged as a major global hub for semiconductor design and R&D, with nearly 1/5 of world's chip design talent is based in India. If you go to Bangalore, every company worth its salt in semiconductor is in Bangalore. And they are within like 4 or 5 miles. You can literally walk. If you're a long 4-mile walker, you can walk and cover quite a few of S&P 500 technology companies right here in Bangalore itself. India is undertaking one of the most ambitious industrial transformation in its history, with over 20 billion in semiconductor investments already announced across fabs, advanced packaging, chip design, and semiconductor infrastructure. The newly launched India Semiconductor Mission signals an even more ambitious national push spanning semiconductor manufacturing, materials, equipment, indigenous IP, research, and workforce development. Together, the two nations can build resilient semiconductor ecosystem through joint semiconductor R&D centers, co-funding labs, and advanced packaging facilities, India-based semiconductor manufacturing clusters, shared talent and workforce development, and deep partnership between universities, industry, and research institutions. The goal should not merely be supply chain diversification, it should be the creation of a trusted, innovation-driven semiconductor corridor capable of powering the next generation of AI and deep technologies. Third, build a US-India AI infrastructure corridor. Leadership in AI will not depend solely on who invents the most advanced models. It will depend on who can deploy AI securely, responsibly, and at planetary scale. India is rapidly emerging as a critical global center for AI implementation and operationalization, combining large-scale engineering talent, enterprise deployment capability, and proven experience building digital infrastructure at population scale. India now boasts more than 1,800 global capability centers for the multinational corporations, and many Fortune 500 companies are already leveraging India-based engineering ecosystem to deploy, integrate, and operationalize AI across global enterprises. That will require trusted compute infrastructure, resilient cloud ecosystem, multilingual AI platforms, open research collaboration, and robust governance framework. Together, the United States and India can build AI systems that are technologically powerful, inclusive, trusted, and globally accessible, particularly in the areas that matter most to humanity, such as healthcare, education, agriculture, climate resilience, and governance. If successful, this partnership could help shape a more open, trusted, and globally inclusive model for AI deployment at scale. India has recently launched one of the most ambitious AI capacity building initiatives in the developing world, committing over $1.2 billion towards compute infrastructure, foundation models, AI startups, data sets, and large-scale AI ecosystem development. Fourth, establish trusted supply chain corridors. The pandemic and semiconductor shortages revealed a critical lesson. Efficiency without resilience creates fragility. Entire industries slowed because supply chains had become dangerously concentrated in a handful of geographies. The next era, therefore, demands not merely global supply chains, but trusted and resilient supply networks. The United States and India should jointly identify strategic sectors critical to future economic competitiveness and national security, including semiconductors, batteries and energy storage, telecommunication and infrastructure, aerospace and defense systems, pharmaceuticals and active pharmaceutical ingredients, rare earth processing, and advanced medical devices. India has taken one of the largest industrial technological build-outs in the modern history, deploying tens of billions of dollars across these sectors and advanced manufacturing ecosystem. They're already doing all of these things. Together, the two nations can build resilient manufacturing ecosystem, diversified sourcing networks, trusted supplier relationships, interoperable technology standards, and coordinated industrial strategies. Imagine a future where semiconductor design and advanced research are co-developed across America and Indian ecosystem. The fifth is to create talent mobility. For too long, the relationship operated on one directional model, brain drain. The next era must build on something far more powerful, brain circulation. The continuous exchange of talent, research, entrepreneurship, and innovation across two increasingly interconnected democracies. But none of this will happen unless both nations begin viewing each other differently. America must stop seeing India as a market, a labor pool, or a geopolitical hedge. India must stop seeing America merely as a superpower to balance against or simply a source of technology and capital. Both nations must begin thinking of each other as strategic co-builders of the next technological era. History shows that world's greatest technological breakthroughs are rarely built in isolation. From the International Space Station to the Human Genome Project, these are some of the examples where America has collaborated with countries outside of USA to bring about biggest changes. The United States and India now have an opportunity to build the next generation of these institutions. Institutions like Stanford University, where we are sitting here today, can play a defining role by deepening collaboration with India's leading universities, research centers, including the IITs and Indian Institute of Sciences, whose alumni are already helping shape American industry, research, and Silicon Valley right here. The United States has already demonstrated that strategic innovation alliances can reshape industries and deepen long-term technological partnerships. So this is not merely about joint innovation, it's about co-creation of technological architecture of AI century. America excels at creating the future, India excels at scaling the future. Together, we can democratize the future. And if we get this partnership right, historians may someday say the US-India Deep Tech Alliance did not merely transform two nations, it helped shape the technological foundation of 21st century. Jai Hind.
Hello, everybody. We have time for only one question and no follow-ups. So, anybody has a question? Gentleman out there. There you go.
There you are. Okay. Hi. You talked about quantum computing. Is there a way that we can directly leapfrog into quantum for India and bypass the other semiconductors?
No, there's no direct way. By the way, there is a quantum mission. Just like there's AI mission, India semiconductor mission, there's already a quantum mission in India. But you can't directly leapfrog because the quantum technology has not yet matured to a point where you can clearly see the target that you can go to. Although it's making lots and lots of progress, and it has certain limitations, it won't be something that you'll get it on your desktop or in your pocket in the form of a computer in your iPhone, but it clearly has its own place for a variety of innovations in scientific arena that it can bring about, and also national security, by the way, most importantly. My goal always for technology for India is first and foremost national security. Let's make sure at least as a nation we are secure. And these days, as you could see, the wars in Ukraine and now the wars in Iran and most of the Middle East, it's the drones and technology like that that's really carrying out most of the heavyweight. So we have to be very good in technology, period, for this country to really become a country to be reckoned with and to even safeguard itself and stand up on its feet and be called the developing nation, in addition to urbanization and all the other economic parameters that one can compute to see how the GDP will go up. I think I'm part of India, we really need to focus on technology and innovation. I'm glad it's been happening. Modi ji is the first one who's talked about digital India as a theme, And he's been propagating that for a long time. And you heard from Consul Generals some of the statistics about how some of the UPI and things are really paying off in a formal economy and the tax collection and things like that. We need to do maybe 10 to 100 times more. And we need to do about 10 to 100 times faster than that. Now, that is really the key. We have the talent in the country, enormous talent. There's no dearth of talent. In fact, some of that talent just spills over and comes here and looks even brighter than they are. But we have brighter people than the one you see here sitting in India, actually. They don't ever show up in Stanford. But they're not given an opportunity. The key is to give them the opportunity to excel. And I'm very, very confident that India can not only catch up, it can go beyond because of the basic intrinsic intelligence and the fact that the country is based on freedom of thought. These two combination is very powerful. That doesn't exist in many, many places.
Presenting you with a plaque.
All right, okay.
We are now going to honor Mr. Vinod.
In front of the chairs.
Yes. In front of the chairs. Now we will move. Thank you so much, Mr. Vinod, for your wonderful and energizing address for all of us. And now we will be moving on to the next panel discussion of the day. We have two legendary leaders of the US-India AI corridor, that is Anand Chandrashekharan and Jyoti Bansal. Can they please come on the stage?
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Hi, everybody. So I know, again, these two, innovation leaders need no introduction, but as per protocol, I will quickly provide one. Anand is currently serving as the managing partner of Celesta Capital, fund which invests in deep technology companies in the US-India corridor. Previously, he was a partner at General Catalyst, and he has founded two AI native companies. That's Crescendo AI, which is focused on AI native data centers, and I think Hi-O, yes. Hi-O, which is focused on having AI-first customer experience. Besides that, he's been an operator across India and the US in Meta, Snapdeal, and Airtel, to name a few things. He's also a fellow Stanford alum, and yeah. So we are very proud to have you, Anand. Next, we have Jyoti Bansal, who, again, needs no introduction, but he served as the co-founder of multiple startups in this US-India corridor, including App Dynamics, and currently he's leading Harness.io. So without further ado, I will begin asking the questions to both our esteemed panelists. And I promise this time, towards the end, we will get sufficient time for audience questions too. So, yeah, give me 1 second. Now let me just open this. So to begin with, we are seeing a lot of, discourse about how US and India, are collaborating on AI, and how, India is emerging as an AI powerhouse. But, when we move beyond the headlines, all the new stuff that's happening, what is the actual innovation that you are seeing in India today? Would love for both of you to answer on that.
Sure, I can start. I would say, if you look at the AI stack, is this working? Yes. Okay. If you look at the AI stack, you start with you have the chip layer, the hardware layer. You have the model layer. You have some kind of a systems layer to make sure everything works well. And then you have the applications layer. it's not, so yes, there's a lot of stuff happening in India, but I would say when it comes to the real innovation, a lot of it is focused to what's unique in India, which is like, multiple languages, voice AI, you have affordability of the models, and but there is a lot of real work happening on that. Like, voice AI is real, multiple languages are real, but beyond that, we still have a lot of work to do. Like, it's not. I would not, and maybe this is not what everyone wants to hear here, but the reality is we still have a lot to do. We are still early in the AI race when it comes to India. That's people. When it comes to like frontier models, we are definitely behind in India. And is that the right race to even be in and all? We'll talk more about that.
Yeah, I'll just add one, maybe defining framework for what is driving AI. So basically, I think there are 4 things that are driving most of the AI infrastructure growth. There is compute, there is energy, there is talent, and then there is capital, right? So if you look at sort of all the infrastructure growth that is happening here in the US and in some sense everywhere in the world, those are really the 4 things that are powering growth. And I think like there are 2 models right now. It's really safe to say, and it's probably not a surprise to anyone in this room, that it's an arms race between the US and China in terms of AI build out. And the US model has been to use these 4 leverage points to build towards AGI, right? Whatever we define AGI as, it's really to build towards AGI. And the China model has been what is called AI dispersion, which is to take a core amount of AI and disperse it across various verticals, various industries, various use cases. I would say on that, in that model, I like Vinod's idea of having a deep collaboration so that the US and India sort of ally to build out a model that is starting to really work in the US. But also, if I look at sort of where India is today, I think the model that naturally seems to be working and being followed seems to be more the AI dispersion model, whereas the path to AGI model that seems to be followed here. So at least that's the observation from investing a little bit in the ecosystem and building out companies in the India-US corridor. It seems to be more on the AI dispersion side than the path to AGI side.
Yeah. Yeah, so following up on that, I think both of you touched on this point that, we often say that the foundation model race seems to be effectively over, that the US has already established a very clear lead on that. And countries like India should focus on innovating at the application layer rather than the, this frontier model layer. But, in my interactions, both public and private with the Indian policymakers, I've seen that, and Jyoti mentioned those points, that they say that we do need to have our own, foundation models, simply for reducing cultural and linguistic bias in our models. I mean, these frontier models that we use in the US, they're not trained on that much Indian data, right? And then enabling voice-first AI in Indian languages, particularly on mobile phones, because that's how we use it most of the time in India. And then critically also ensuring technological sovereignty such that nobody has the kill switch on the AI models that India is using. So I would love to get you guys' thoughts on that, please.
Yeah, I can start this one. I mean, I think that I don't know if there is a unanimous opinion in the Indian ecosystem about this, but there seems to be a lot of prominent voices that are saying India shouldn't build its own LLMs, and I think it's a mistake. I think that India should absolutely have its own sovereign LLMs. There are folks like Sarvam and others who are doing that. I think they should be encouraged. One of the things that we're finding in AI is leads in AI you can catch up on leads in AI. What we saw with DeepSeek from China is a great example of that. You can distill other models, for example. Maybe people frown upon doing that, but it's fair game. Those are the rules of the game. You're playing the game by the rules that have been defined. So I think India should run in the race. There's no reason, the statesmen of India should handicap the Indian ecosystem in this way and stop it from running the race, right? They can run and lose. That's normal. You can run and lose in races, but people shouldn't ask people not to run. And so I think India should run its own LLMs. I think that India should be allowed to distill other LLMs to give themselves a head start in areas that they haven't started at the same point. There's also multiple types of models. There's dispersion models, there is small models, there's models to do with multiple languages, there's models to do with voice and non-English sources of data. So there's just a ton to innovate. And I honestly think that so much of it is being open sourced, by the US providers and others. And so it offers such a big head start to people, starting in other countries. And that's actually a great place for collaboration between, India and the US, for example. There can be more formal ways that India can build out on top of models that exist and actually give back. Even in other areas outside LLMs, if you look at the most active contributors on GitHub, and so on, they're developers based in India who've never come to the US, who haven't gotten an advanced degree from the US. So Indian developers are already doing this in non-LLM areas. There's no reason this can't, carry over to LLMs.
I agree with Anand here completely. The LLM race is not like one race. It's like 15 different things. You have like small language models, you have language specific models, multimodal models, you will have, you would need all kind of models to operate in all different kind of ways. Models running on your phones, models running in your drones, all kind of things there will be all LLMs everywhere. And it's like many people thinking of like the frontier AGI is the only race. Not really, like, you can catch up on that in like 3 months behind. Like all the open source models are really just pacing 3 months behind the frontier best models right now. So there is really like, is the race over, or is there even one race? I 100% agree that in India, people should build models. Why not? Like, it's all kind of models, and, sovereignty is important, for models in some cases. But sovereignty is not just, just about models, by the way. It's about like, the entire infrastructure. It's like the energy infrastructure, the data center infrastructure, you're running it. It's the new oil and gas. Like, if you completely rely on imports, or most of your AI compute is coming from imports, that's a problem. Like, you have to run it. We have to run it. Every country has to run it. For defense purposes, for all kind of purposes, for reliance on other countries in many ways. And we would need in India specific models that are designed for that. Like, definitely. And there is a lot already advantages like that India has on like multiple languages and data sets to train on that. The Aadhaar and the DPI and that infrastructure is very unique and very powerful. That doesn't really exist. Like, and the isolation boundaries and the data boundaries around that are very well defined by the government. That could be used to enhance and build specific models that are not really possible easily. The voice usage. That's such a big audience and consumers for voice. So there's a lot of advantages. But we'll see a lot of small language models. We'll see a lot of, domain-specific models, and all of those, model research has to happen in India.
So when Anand mentioned that, Indian developers are themselves contributing on GitHub a lot, and this is actually on the large language models. I remember seeing in the news that a developer in Bihar, I don't know if he has even had an education beyond class 12, uploaded, ran a 10 billion parameter model in his own, computer system, whatever he could have. So there's definitely, stuff that's coming out. Yeah, and people are innovating even without access to the resources, the kind of what we have. I want to shift gears a bit. Both of you have been operators in this corridor. So I want you guys to share a bit more of your experiences in that as building AI first companies. When you're scaling from India to US, what has been the experience, and what's been the experience when you're scaling from US to India? What are the common traps and pitfalls that companies fall into in both the directions? And what would be your advice for all the potential entrepreneurs or even current entrepreneurs out here who are trying to do something similar?
Sure, I'll go first. Scaling from India to US, there's a lot of if you look at the model layer, that the work that's happening, that's specific to India at this point. And we don't really have the much examples of models being built in India and then scaling in US and scaling across. Hopefully that happens when at over time. That's why we should not stop working on models in India. But a lot of work that's happening today is in the application layer. Like applications could be for developers, could be for for sales and marketing, for legal, all kind of applications that are being reimagined with AI. Like all the older SaaS applications completely reimagined through AI. There's a lot of work that's happening there. And if you look at India was a lot of startup ecosystem was emerging around enterprise applications, enterprise SaaS. You make in India and then you sell globally, sell in US, and that there is no reason why that should not accelerate with AI applications now. The talent base is the primary advantage. So that you still need developers. Like this whole talk of you don't need developers and one-person company building all these. These are like very few examples, and most of the times you still need really smart developers who are building these AI applications. And India will have that advantage of really smart developers, a lot of talent. So talent advantage is there. The advantages of when it comes to the application layer, where the models are coming in, where it's hosted, those are all not really an advantage an American company would have versus an Indian company. The biggest challenge is, which was the case in the enterprise SaaS as well, is about go-to-market. Like if you make in India, how do you sell in the US? And the go-to-market, in Indian startup scene, over time figured out how do you make an enterprise application in India and sell in US? And that was always a struggle, but the companies started to get better. Now with AI, the go-to-market is changing completely. And so now it's there is a next generation of that evolution has to happen very fast. The Indian startups, enterprise startups have to learn how to sell AI systems, AI applications in the US, or the global markets. The whole point, the advantage that many times Indian startups start with, we are cheaper, we are cheaper software. I don't think that necessarily works in the AI world. The startups have to come in and build really good world-class software, world-class AI apps that can compete with others. We'll have the cost advantage in India because of the talent and everything, but we just got to come and relearn what the go-to-market look like, coming from Indian companies.
Yeah, I think lots of valuable insight there. Just 2 or 3 things I would add. One is, I would say, my personal observation is that the Indian SaaS community got a little too self-congratulatory for me and patting themselves on the back before there were many real wins. And I think we have to guard against that tone in AI companies. I think there has to be a tone of kind of long-term success and having ambition that is at par with any of the other geographies before sort of self-congratulating them. There's a fine line between motivating each other, supporting each other, and sort of moving the goalposts so that you can sort of hit goals easily. I think we have to manage the tone on that. I think the other thing I would say is there's a big shift happening, which is a lot of the folks that ended up being software founders, AI founders, they mostly came to the US through grad school. And so they got to acclimatize a bit culturally because they were studying here, they were acclimatized, they were used to culture here. Someone talked about the game on Sunday or something like that. You knew what they were talking about. Now I think there are lots of founders who are not coming to the US for grad school, right? Who are starting companies in their late 20s, early 30s, and maybe culturally are less acclimatized to selling to the US. I completely agree with Jyoti that if you're selling, sort of lower priced, maybe a cheaper version of something, and then you're selling to the low end of the market, you can do it from India because they're actually selling digitally and maybe using SEO and, online ways of discovering those customers actually smarter. If you looked at Freshworks and other companies, that's how they gained traction back in that last generation. I think as you start to sell towards large enterprise, you have to be present here. You have to be physically talking to your customers and building relationships. And so I think there's going to be a bit of a gap for founders who have not come to the US for grad school and who had that advantage of cultural acclimatization. So I think, maybe finding some mentors like the Jyotis of the world who are here and using that to, kind of bridge the gulf and being open that there is going to be a gap compared to competitors who may not have that gap from their founders' perspective. It's a very bridgeable gap, and as Vinod and Jyoti and myself and many others in the room would probably attest, there's a very rich community of Indian American founders who are very keen to help. But I think we have to appreciate that there is going to be a little bit of that gap.
The one gap is also along those lines, I will say the taste making. A lot of it is who decides what is the tone of what developers want to do or what a consumer want to do in something is all mostly set in San Francisco right now for all over the world. And that connection is very, very important. Over time, maybe the taste of what a developer tool looks like, how the coding tool looks like, how someone using an application should be, that taste setting can happen in Bangalore, but it's not happening there right now. It is, San Francisco is the center there. So for something to bridge, that has to bridge very well. Otherwise, an app completely designed in India doesn't really match the taste that's set in the US. And right now, San Francisco is the place.
Yeah. And I think that's actually such an important point. I think that part of that taste-making point is that, I spent about 5 years building in India, and you had asked about transition from building here to building in India. There's just a lot of unlearning that I had to do. But one thing that was always frustrating for me is that, as we know, the effort to go from 0 to 90 in building a product is the same effort as going from 91 to 99. It's the same effort to go from 99 to 99.9, right? And I think a lot of founders in India sort of give up after 99 or 97. And, they sometimes don't realize that it takes the same amount of effort to go from 97 to 99.9. And I think that is the area where a little bit of mentorship is needed. And, I think taste making is the best way to describe that.
Thank you guys for your wonderful and really helpful insights for everybody. Now I know there's a lot of pent-up questions out here, so we will start with the questions. Please keep your questions, crisp and concise, and we will try not to have follow-ups because we want everybody to ask questions.
Asha has a question.
Yes, Ms. Asha.
What are both of you doing?
Microphone. Can somebody get a microphone?
Yes, please.
It's for the recording, Asha.
Yeah. No, the question is to both Anand and Jyoti, who I've known for a long time, and I'm so proud of you guys. What are both of you doing individually to help mentor startups in India to get from 97 to 99.9?
Sure. My own startups, by the way, I would say, many times, people think of I run an American company, American startup, but we have, 60 to 70% of our teams are in India. So are we an Indian company? Are we an American company? It's hard to say. And we are building some really cutting edge AI on how do you make coding work in practice. And so when we look at, I look at bringing that kind of technology and innovation, and mostly doing that in India, is definitely a way to also start seeding more and more of that. It's not like we need to do everything in Silicon Valley. We can also bring some of the the innovation bridge there. That's definitely there. The second is mentoring founders. When founders reach out, all of us who are Indian American entrepreneurs here in Silicon Valley, and we have that that exposure, that advantage. Many times it's just connecting them with some right people. Many times it's just picking up a phone and giving them some advice on some things. Many times people are trying to figure out what do I do? How do I set things up? How do I go about go to market? One of the things that I teach most Indian founders in the enterprise, software world, it's be bold about the pricing and all. Don't the low cost model is not the only model. Go, and if you want to win enterprise, increase your price 5 times and go and compete with the best companies here, and build the technology and the software so you can compete with the American startups that you will have to compete to win. And that kind of just encouraging people to be bold about it. I feel if I can get more and more Indian founders to be there, that will accomplish something.
I think the only thing I would add is, Asha, it's a great question. It gives me a chance to publicly thank you and Rajiv for many, many years of giving to the ecosystem. I think when I think you know this, when I was a Stanford grad student, Rajiv and you took me under your wing and sort of helped me when I was starting my company. I think when I started giving back to founders, I would often think about what is a model to give back, and would often go back to how Rajiv would do it. One story that I remember is, we had a very funky name for our company, if you remember, right? And people were giving us a lot of grief for it. They're like, you can't have these unserious names as an enterprise company. And I was having coffee with Rajiv, and I was saying, Rajiv, what do you think? I'm getting a grief. We have to go and change the name of the company. It's going to take significant time and money. And I think he had this laid back reaction that he usually has. And he said something like, when you go public, people will learn how to say the name. But all jokes aside, what was funny was he actually taught people like me to believe in myself. And a lot of what I try to do is, I think founders already have the answers to most of their questions. They just have to believe their own instincts and believe their own choices. And I think it's great that you asked the question, because mostly I think what Silicon Valley is about is the cycle of giving back. And I think that's starting to happen in the Indian ecosystem as well, both folks in the Indian ecosystem who've seen some experience and success giving back, as well as folks like us who have a connection with India who are giving back to founders.
On this one, I need to tell my Rajiv mentorship story as well. That's how I got started when I started my first company. So when I look at giving back, Rajiv is always an example to me. I still remember, and I wasn't even at Stanford, he was mentoring me and helping as a first-time founder entrepreneur. I still remember his one advice on, that no V1 good product was ever built by more than 6 engineers. So I look at in the world of AI, this was long time ago. It applies even more so. If you want to build really good products, it's not about large number of people. It's a highly talented small number of people, very focused on something. But that kind of mentorship and kind of the model that's set, that's all we all have to continue now doing something like that.
Yes, can we have the hands up again? The gentleman out there. Yes, there.
Yeah, I can speak loud.
Just a second, please wait for the mic.
Hi, great panel. I'm Rakesh Vaidyanathan. I want to go back to the LLM discussion. See, one of the reasons why LLM succeeded in the Western world is a lot of published text is in the English language. There's a big data advantage for training language models. I want to see if there is a data advantage for India for the physical AI, because we understand data is a major problem for training embedded AI today. And India has a lot of people, and we have heard that getting those people interaction and the physical movements is a big bottleneck. Do you see India being a winning horse in the physical AI race?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I actually think it's an opportunity, whether it's in synthetic data generation or even in capture of the physical data that exists in different states, for example, and so on. One of the things that I actually believe to be true in AI is we'll see a lot of initiatives having to be multidisciplinary, not as a luxury, but as a necessity. In software, you could just put software engineers in a room and build a lot of these things, and they're probably going to be pretty good. I think in AI, a lot of these system-level AI capabilities have to be built cross-functionally. For example, you probably need states to get involved to have the largest corpuses of data. There is the federal government is involved in many areas in the US and particularly in China in creating champions. I do think that as I said, India will learn from both those models. There's some areas where it will be the AI dispersion model, and there is going to be multidisciplinary groups that come together. And I think in language data as well, it's very likely it's both an opportunity for synthetic data generation type new companies, but it's also an opportunity for multidisciplinary stakeholders to come together.
So what we will do is that, given the paucity of time, everybody will get to ask, but everybody will say their questions, and then I think the speakers can, give a comprehensive answer. So there's the lady out there. Yes.
Hi, I'm Ikashmi. I'm postdoc at Chemical Engineering Department. I have a question. When would AI get the sense of smell We already have sight, sound, and touch. What about the taste and smell? How important do you think it is, or not much?
I think it's going to happen. That's a.
Jyoti, we are collating questions. Yes. Hands up again, please. Yes, there are 3 individuals out here in the middle.
Yeah, hi, Akram here. So unlike SaaS with AI, the customer persona seems to be AI agents in some of these verticals. So do you still believe the founders have to be physically located here in the Bay Area or in India? Because I honestly feel it doesn't make really a change because the customer persona is actually moved to the software with the AI agents. Any thoughts or insights? Thank you.
Thanks, Anand and Jyoti, for the great panel. My question is, why do you think a lot of folks, prominent folks in India, are saying that India should not develop its own model? It seems very obvious that India should develop its model because if we want strategic independence and self-reliant Atmanirbhar Bharat, then we should have our own model. We should own the entire pipeline from model, infrastructure, energy, and apps and everything. So why do you think people are saying that even?
Thank you for the highly non-controversial question.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much for this. Briefly, I'm a business school student, used to be an investor, now pivoting into the semiconductor space. You spoke about people building in India for US customers, people building in US for US customers. What is your take on a lot of Indians increasingly looking to go back, build in India in the more innovative space for Indian customers? Do you think the market is mature enough to handle that?
One last question that will be collated out there, that gentleman. Yes.
Hi, my name is Shiva. I also work in big tech. I'm a product leader. I had a question, like, I think, Jyoti, you were making a point about the taste-making skill, right? Do you think that's a gap in, that could be bridged or can be improved upon for Indian companies and Indian startups? Because AI is going to do most of the coding. So do you think, what's the gap that we need to bridge to, build for the world and succeed?
Yes. Fantastic. Yeah, can the speakers
Sure,
start with the answers?
we can take the questions here. So I'll start with the taste. I think there's an opportunity there. I think to me on the taste, probably the AI part might be the easier on the models. It's the human computer interaction or human-machine interaction on taste is still the problem. Like someone has to solve that. It's easy on voice because we have solved it on voice. We have solved it on video for sight. We have solved it for most things except we haven't solved that interaction. That interaction needs to be on everyone's devices and phones and computers. Until then we don't have as much data. Until then we don't have as much use of even if we solve the models there.
So that area, I've been thinking about and researching quite a bit. You can probably tell what the two of us do in our spare time, and so actually Google has spun out a company called Osmo, which is a foundational model dedicated to smell. And smell and taste have been areas that ironically, some of the best craftsmakers in the world work in those two areas, like the ones that make the fragrances and so on. Taste and flavor actually seeing a ton of activity. There's actually a company that all they do is they consult with food, the food vertical and the pharma vertical to make medicines less bitter, for example. This company is a consulting company that makes over $1.5 billion in revenue per year. They've been around forever. They're a French company. And so there's an AI company. So I was a judge at the Basis E Challenge this year. And the winning company was actually called Tastiome, which is developing a foundational model for taste. And to me, I don't remember all the pieces of that idea, but the one intriguing thing was there's only a combination of 3,700 molecules for flavor. And so it's a very, very contained, solvable problem. And so these two Stanford technical guys are going about solving the problem. So there's a lot of work underway. It's a very fascinating area.
Should we take the next one, the agent question? Like, most of the things would be agents, so why should founders be here, or do Indian founders need to be here at all? We are very far away from agents making the purchase decisions, especially when it comes to in larger enterprises. Yes, agents will use them more and more. Any application, any software, anything that you're building that's not designed to be consumed well by agents, will be a challenge. But we are not where the agents are deciding what to buy, what to use. That there's still the humans in there. The business founders need to be here not to build tech. Founders, when they start selling into if you want to sell in American businesses, you have to be closer to American businesses and understand the go-to-market motion of American businesses. That's really what the primary reason founders need to be here. Your question on can people go back and sell to the Indian consumers? Yes, of course, there's a massive consumer market. So it's not that the company in India has to sell to the US. It's the company, I would say, when it comes to anything consumer-oriented, Indian market is massive and large, and there is no need for you to try to sell to American markets consumer products as early on. Enterprise one is a bit different. The enterprise spend in India is not that much, and if you want to be a massive $1 billion plus revenue enterprise software company, American markets are the largest. You have the American, European markets. It's hard to grow that much without it.
Nothing to add. That's a great answer. I mean, I do think the AI dispersion idea is something I would go back to, which is, I think in India, one of the areas that you'll see great AI companies is actually AI companies that are masquerading as consumer companies. If you look at what Meesho is doing, 70% of the code is now written by AI. It is still a consumer platform, and it is bringing affordable access to a lot of consumers, but it's really being rebirthed as an AI company. So you will see a lot of this AI dispersion idea, where it is not an LLM company necessarily that is the only kind of AI company. You'll see AI really dispersed in a lot of verticals, and those companies getting rebirthed as AI companies. I think to the LLM question, I would say I don't understand. I don't understand why many of the folks coming up with it are actually very respectable people. The only thing I would say is that maybe they have an incentive bias. Maybe they have positions in IT consulting companies. I think if you study history, one of the earliest shareholders in OpenAI was Infosys, right? So an Indian IT major was actually a big shareholder in OpenAI, and perhaps did not understand the value of an LLM company. And sometimes you do have a sunk cost fallacy in terms of mistakes that you made and wanting to double down on that point of view. I think those companies are going to go through short-term pain, and they have to sort of rely on their founders to go back to founder mode to try to take advantage of the opportunity. And so maybe it ends up not making a huge difference, but to not even try and to not have a shot, that doesn't add up. If you were 5 years later, 10 years later, and they're all built out, and now very standard APIs are available. Today, you wouldn't go and try to build Kubernetes or basic cloud capabilities, right? Because it's become so mature. But this space is in such infancy right now, and India is also creating a lot of incentive around semiconductor manufacturing in India and so on. So you can try out a lot of vertically integrated capabilities. And maybe you don't do it horizontally. Maybe you do it vertically for certain industries that offer an advantage to India. But boy, to not even try.
And also depends on how you go about it. This whole thing of, to train a foundational model, you need to spend, tens and tens of billions of dollars to do that. And is it worth it? Probably not, but because how you do that, you can short circuit some of that investment that's already been done. And now it's this whole point of thing of it's over, no point playing there. That's a big mistake. It's not over, nothing, and it's still very early, and the catch-up time is not gonna be that much.
Thank you so much to our dear speakers for this very insightful and wonderful session. Yeah. The only regret is that it is getting over. Yes, we'll be presenting the plaques of honor to you guys.
So with this, we will take a short 5-minute break and we will start with the next panel. Please grab the drinks or whatever you like to have. See you in 5 minutes. Attention, everyone. Hello. Hello, everyone. Can you please grab the seats now? Attention, please. Mobilize. We need to mobilize. Hello. Tap once.
If you can hear me, please clap once. If you can hear me, please clap twice. If you can hear me, please clap twice again. If you can hear me, please clap 3 times. Thank you all. Please head back to your seats. We do need to start the next panel. We are thrilled that you're so excited about it, but we ask that so we can keep with time. Thank you so much. Please head back to your seats.
Thank you, everyone. Please grab your seats. We will be starting with the next session now. So, sir, we have him for the rest of the day as well. So, starting with the next session, which is about India, that is Bharat, growth, governance, and identity. I would like to call on Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who is MP member from Lok Sabha, on the stage. Then Tejasvi Surya, who is also MP from Lok Sabha, to call on the stage. Annamalai, who is a former Tamil Nadu BJP representative. And our Samyukta Srivastava, who is going to moderate this panel. It's your floor. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I know a lot of people have been waiting for this panel, so very, very honored to be able to interact with you all today. So today's session is framed around 3 themes. So we go into identity, growth, and then governance. And I think everyone is excited to get into it. So we will jump in. So we've come from quite a tumultuous time in India's politics. We've seen a very fascinating set of elections in various states. There have been debates around delimitation. So my first question is addressing the question of identity. Shashi ji, you recently posted about the Kerala story, the true Kerala story, and that you say is rooted in Nehruvian secularism. And Tejasvi ji, you and Annamalai ji often have criticized this view, saying that it is a one-way secularism and antithetical to your ideas of Hindutva as a binding framework. Annamalai ji, you've also been very vocal of your criticism of linguistic politics, specifically in Tamil Nadu. And so we do see a confluence of identity and identity debates that are going on in India. So my question to the 3 of you, and I'll start with Shashi ji and then move to Tejasvi ji and then Annamalai ji, is what principles do you prioritize to hold India together if these different identities come into tension? And what are you willing to compromise, possibly, in order to preserve this national cohesion?
Well, I'm not sure that any compromise is necessary, in the sense that what we have been able to demonstrate in Kerala over a couple of thousand years is that the formula is simply living together and accepting each one for who we are, which is very much the formula that Swami Vivekananda preached so effectively when he said that Hinduism has taught him that we're not just about tolerance, but about acceptance. And I think that's a very, very important distinction. Because tolerance is at bottom a rather patronizing idea. It sort of seems to say, I have the truth, you are in error, but I will magnanimously indulge you in your right to be wrong. That's all tolerance is. Whereas acceptance, which is what Vivekananda taught, is essentially saying, I believe I have a truth, you believe you have a truth, I'll respect your truth, please respect my truth. And I think that has been the absolutely perfect formula that we in Kerala have practiced since time immemorial. It's interesting, for example, that the only Jewish diaspora in the entire world that has never known an instance of anti-Semitic persecution from the local population was the one that came to India. Acceptance, again, was the story. Similarly, when the Christians, when St. Thomas came shortly after Christ, I think he's one of the disciples of Christ, he was again accepted in Kerala. I must admit he was murdered in Tamil Nadu, but that's another story. Annamalai, no doubt, wasn't in the IPS in those days. And then you also have Islam coming to Kerala, not by the sword as the North Indians have their chip on the shoulder historically. In Kerala, we had Arabs coming to trade with us for 1,000 years before the Prophet. They would come when the winds were favorable across the Arabian Sea, settle in Kerala, marry locally, trade locally, and when the winds changed, they would go back. And this went on literally for centuries. And so people we were familiar with, we were used to seeing coming and going, they brought the news of Islam as news. And one of our kings, Cheruman Perumal, was so fascinated to hear about this prophet that he organized a flotilla to sail off to the Arabian Peninsula to meet the prophet. And most of the ships didn't make it. They got stranded in Maldives or Lakshadweep or wherever, but he apparently did. And one of the visual evidences of his visit is the fact that even today, south of Salalah in Oman, there are Kerala coconut trees growing there, which are not native to the Arab Peninsula. Now, the result of all of this was that people basically learned to live together. And when, for example, the Muslim community first, sometime around 780, 712 or so, about the same time that Muhammad bin Qasim was attacking Sindh, in Kerala, when they were numerous enough that they needed a place to pray, they went to the Zamorin, and the Zamorin said, fine, there's a disused temple, you can have it. And to this day, the oldest mosque outside the Arab world is in Kodungalur in Kerala. It's gone through multiple renovations, so obviously it doesn't look like whatever it did way back in 700 AD, but there's still a gigantic traditional Kerala lamp at the entrance to the temple. Now, this is the way in which, to the mosque, and this is the way in which communities have lived together for a very long time in Kerala. And I believe that's the area that I particularly wouldn't want to compromise on. So what are the principles? Very simply coexistence. And the logic, I've often said to my BJP friends, I don't understand why you would demonize and alienate and offend 200 million people in our country. Because even whatever you may feel or whatever your justifications may be, it's also unwise. Because all you need is 1% of them to feel that they have no stake in this society anymore because they're being made to feel so completely as outsiders or as others. Just 1%, and your country becomes ungovernable. Do you really want to do this? It's foolish. It's far better to embrace than to alienate, far better to unite than to divide. And that is a principle on which I don't see any room for compromise.
A very good morning to all of you. And on this philosophical positioning of Shashiji, there is nothing for us to disagree at all. And this, in fact, has been the inherent cultural, civilizational strength of this country. The examples that you gave historically has always demonstrated the fundamental civilizational spirit of what we call Hindu Dharma. And the political disagreement comes when the state starts addressing or approaching certain sections not as individuals, but starts offering special treatment on the basis of a particular community's religion. And that is what the Constitution also abhors. Now, there was a recent scheme announced by the Karnataka government, which wanted to fund development of particular areas and assigned a particular budget for minority colonies. Now, that makes us ask this very fundamental question as to what is this concept of minority colonies? Now, if the country got divided on the basis of religion in 1947, and post that we decided there should not be any discrimination on the basis of majority and minority, then what on earth is Minority Colony Development Fund? Isn't this the state actively promoting ghettoization? Isn't the state sponsoring alienation of a particular community on the basis of religion. This is what the Bharatiya Janata Party and this is what secularists in the true sense or the constitutionalists in the true sense oppose. And if you put some kind of an opposition to these kind of policies, then the nature of the political conversation in India has unfortunately gotten so perverse that those who oppose this and ask for constitutional equality are branded as communal. Now this is where we are having a fundamental problem. So, which is why I want to reiterate, Shashiji, that at the philosophical level, at the philosophical level, there is absolutely nothing to oppose, because what you said has been the position of Vivekananda, and that is the position of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And it took enormous amount of effort for the last 12 years to re-establish in the birthplace of Swami Vivekananda his own principles, and after the Bengal election results, finally we are seeing the resurgence of the same fundamental principle. I want to add just one point. The Constitution of India, with the exception of certain social and economic discrimination for certain communities, which is again on the basis of economic and social backwardness, does not constitutionally allow for religion-based segregation. Now, when a former Prime Minister said that the first right on the country's resources will be by a certain community because of the religion, then that is a fundamental problem and that is unconstitutional. All we are asking is treat all Indian citizens as individuals and do not treat them on the basis of community groupings.
I think I have to clarify that because I actually know that former Prime Minister and he's a wonderful man. The point he was making was that this particular minority is disproportionate. If you look at all the other communities in India, we broadly have the same amount, same percentage of affluent people, middle class people, poor people, etc. everywhere. Education similarly and so on. The Muslim community in India, partially as a legacy of partition when a lot of the middle class and the affluent left for Pakistan, is disproportionately poor, disproportionately undereducated, disproportionately inadequately represented. So you've got a situation where you have a Muslim population in many parts of India, particularly North India. This is not less true in our part of the country. But in northern India, it is genuinely true that there are many places where, in terms of their population, they are poorer, more illiterate, more, shall we say, overrepresented in the prisons and underrepresented in the services, the police, the administration, and so on. So actively giving some support. Now, let me give you an example. I can give you an example, Annamalai, from the British. The British had the same problem with a lot of the migrants on the subcontinent, the later vintage of migrants, not the professional classes from the subcontinent. And so they specifically started courses offering, and this is because of the underrepresentation of South Asians in the British police. They started offering specific training courses only for minorities in London so that these minorities could qualify to join.
One second. Shashiji, absolutely agree. The one question that needs to be asked is, who was ruling for 65 years? The same secular champions. And it was because of these secular champions, I mean, it is a report card of your own governance. And you came to power on the claim that you represent or want to give special preference to this very section. So I think at the constitutional level, at the Hindu philosophical level, I'm in absolute agreement with you. In the premise of its practice at the political level, how it has been practiced, at that dimension, we have a fundamental disagreement, and our position is what the founding makers of the Constitution of India have. Thank you.
Annamalai ji, would love to hear your thoughts, and also please do comment on Tamil Nadu politics, because we have a lot of people in our comments who really want to hear about this.
think we all know the great Shashi Tharoor is a very erudite politician, no doubt about that. He is trying to manufacture a controversy in Stanford, adding to the confusion that is happening in Kerala Congress for the Chief Minister's election. What happened in 60s, 70s, and 80s and 90s, and that is a manifestation that happened in 2000, be it the job and be it anything. And now putting all the blame on the BJP government, which came to power much later in all the North Indian states and different parts of our country, is unfair in my personal opinion. If you ask me, the southern states, which Congress claims is a different part of our country, and every time Congress wins one state in the southern part of our country, one Congress MP will immediately tweet, South is different, Tamil Nadu is different, Kerala is different, Telangana is different, Andhra is different. And this is for all the Congress MPs, who Shashi Tharoor is also a very close friend to many of those MPs, those belong to Tamil Nadu. They have to understand, a Congress still now in Tamil Nadu, which was parroting the DMK's language for the last many, many years, one night they changed to Vijay. One night, overnight they changed. And even chameleon will not change the colors that fast. Overnight, within 24 hours they changed the colors. And now they want to sit separate from DMK. That clearly shows Congress neither takes a position. It always piggybacks on a party which is in power, a regional party. It adapts to the regional party's tune, it speaks their language. And nobody here disputes the fact India is one country. Nobody here disputes the fact that we want to divide people on religion. Nobody disputes it. And especially in Kerala, if you look at it, is also equally happy after 10 years they have come back to power now. And what were they doing for 10 years? What were they doing for 10 years? When Shashi Tharoor opposes SIR, when he thinks SIR is a mechanism invented by the BJP party through the Election Commission of India to disenfranchise some more person. Is there one person in our country, one person in the country, as he said in the last 6 months, I'm a genuine voter, somebody has taken away my vote.
34 lakh people have appealed, Annamalai, in Bengal alone.
Tamil Nadu, 97 lakh people, Tamil Nadu. Has one person come out and said that they have taken a genuine voter out? And they keep going after one person in tribunal that happens in West Bengal with not even a proper document, bring them to the national media, keep talking again and again about SIR. That is the unfortunate part. India's moved, but Congress unfortunately is stuck in 1960. India's moved on. A new generation wants a very positive set of politics, development-oriented politics. We all respect Shashi Tharoor ji, a kind of erudite person, well-learned person, a person who has served in United Nations, a person who has always kept India's pride and prestige very high. But when he also starts to speak the Congress party's language, that is where we always have a problem.
And now, just on the record of the SIR, what I have said, the legitimate questions to answer. Look at the Bengal case. 91 lakh names were struck off the rolls. Of those, 34 lakh living human beings have appealed, saying that they are around and they are legitimately entitled to vote. The rules have required each case to be adjudicated individually. So only a few hundred were adjudicated before the vote. To this day, there are some 31, 32 lakh people who might be found to have been legitimate voters in the remaining years while the adjudication carries on, but they have missed their chance to vote. And the BJP won Bengal by a margin of 30 lakh votes. Now you tell me, is that entirely fair and democratic? This is the question that I ask. It's honestly, I have no problem with deleting spurious, deleted, absent, migrated voters. And particularly in Kerala, I suspect the Congress benefited from the deletions because the CPM was long a past master of double enrollment, triple enrollment, quadruple enrollment, the same people in 4 different booths and so on. That used to happen. And so they were eliminated by the SIR. And as you said, in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, there were very few appeals. But in Bengal, there is no doubt there were 34 lakh appeals. And that's 34 lakh forms filled by 34 lakh individuals. And of that, only a few hundred have been heard. So you might find a situation a couple of years from now that it turns out that most of these people are found to be genuine, and unfortunately, they've missed their opportunity to vote, and there's been a profound transformation as a result of that demographic change, or that electoral roll change. That's the question. I'm not disagreeing with much of what you and Tejasvi have said, though I will disagree about some things when Tejasvi scores the political point about 65 years the Congress was in power. When Dr. Manmohan Singh made the statement you objected to, he was saying precisely because we haven't tried any sort of affirmative action of this nature for the minorities, they're still stuck in this kind of ghetto, and therefore we need some program to try and push them up. That's what he was saying. You're right, he got shouted down, and certainly you all were particularly vociferous on the subject. But I will say, Tejasvi, with the greatest regard for both you, Tejasvi and I traveled together on this Operation Sindhu delegation. Personally, I have a lot of regard for him and friendship for him, but I will say that this business of alienation comes from a lot of people who are not politically Congress or anything in particular, but who have just felt that somehow in recent years, in the last decade in particular, the kind of othering that has taken place of them from the official rhetoric spouted at the very highest levels of our government, ministers and politicians, has been profoundly alienating. And I've heard this spoken with a lot of sadness, not by firebrands or radicals or potential terrorists, to use the kind of language that we hear from the BJP, just from regular folks who said, you know, this is my country, my ancestors' bones have been buried in the soil for so many centuries. Why do they make me feel as if I don't belong here? And for that, there is no real answer. It's very much a chip on the shoulder that goes back to partition. And I would agree totally with them that partition was the original sin. Once you put this poison in that you are different because of your religion, you can't blame the other side for also saying, okay, in that case, you are different because of your religion. But those who stayed in India did not subscribe to that. And that's where I feel you guys are making a mistake in taking the line you're taking.
Samyukta, I think it is my duty to clarify on the SIR part in Bengal, because I was in charge of the party for about 6-7 states for the SIR process. So we should put it on record so that people should know, not get misguided. And Bengal is a very peculiar case compared to the rest of the India. Kerala, no issues. Tamil Nadu, no issues. Lakshadweep, no issues. Uttar Pradesh, no issues. Madhya Pradesh, no issues. Chhattisgarh, no issues. All the 12 states that happened in the phase 2 of the SIR. Now why Bengal? Bengal is a very special case. Over the last 10-15 years, if you look at the Form 6, which is a way for a voter to get added, a rampant distribution of Form 6. The Trinamool Congress government, anybody can just walk in, generate an Aadhaar card, using an Aadhaar card, generate a ration card, submit a Form 6 that gets documented somewhere into the government system. When the SIR happens 10 years later, you claim that it is already documented 8 years before because somebody has given you a fake Form 6 and some tahsildar has taken and put it on the system. Now that is why for Bengal, the Supreme Court has said there is a special clause. The special clause is a logical clause. If you claim your age is 24, 20 years later, what was your age? Please prove your parent was here, your grandparents were here. So let us not confuse all those things. So Bengal is a Supreme Court monitored SIR process. Adequate number of time is given. Let Shashi Tharoor ji is free to have his own opinion, but we believe it was a very fair process done by the Election Commission of India. But coming to the Tamil Nadu part, which you asked in the first instant, which I failed to answer. Tamil Nadu is a black swan event. It happens, and it's a good thing that happened. And just like the startups here, and a rupturing of the system has to happen at some point of time. The system got overloaded too much, and national parties were also not very bold to go beyond Vindhyas and take the bull by its horn. And they had this kind of a trepidation to go on. And the weight was too much at the top, and Dravidian political parties and language model. And national parties were also afraid this is the way to go, because you want to deviate from the norm. The regional parties, the so-called partners were with you. They thought you were taking the wrong route. And I believe it's a good thing that happened for Tamil Nadu, a rupturing that happened, a black swan event. Now we are there to go and clear it in the next 5-10 years. We will do the clearance. So that is not a big thing. And I always welcome it. I'm very clear from day one. And a person who has done 9 political meetings, and a person who's a superstar, on top of it promising 2,500 rupee per vote, on top of it promising 1 sovereign gold, on top of it promising 1 gold, 1 silk saree, on top of it promising agriculture loan waiver, on top of it promising everything.
Yeah, I would like to actually,
so it's a good thing that happened, but whether it's a right thing that happened, so that only 5 years later we will say, but it is important, very matured, established political parties, they can go inside and do the clearance 5 years from now, what is going to happen in Tamil Nadu.
Actually, yes, I'd like to ask all 3 of you to comment on the politics.
On the SIR, I just have one more point to add. All the 5 states that went to elections had this SIR exercise. And by the very own admission of the Congress party, with the exception of Bengal, there was no large-scale appeals of the nature that we faced in West Bengal. Now, why did this happen in West Bengal? There has been a concerted effort over the last couple of decades to actually create and foster vote banks by including those who are not citizens of India to become part of the country's electoral rolls. I was in West Bengal for almost 2 weeks campaigning in the border areas. There is an engineered attempt at actually creating, nurturing vote banks. And if the argument of the opposition is that citizens of a different country must also be eligible to vote in India, then we will oppose that tooth and nail. The constitution does not permit for this, the BJP will not permit for that. Therefore, the exercise had to be conducted. And this is not the first time that SIR was conducted. The Congress party has conducted SIR multiple times earlier. But if the Congress does it, the SIR is fine. If the BJP does it, the SIR is not fine. This is the problem.
I'd like to switch gears a little bit. I know this debate we could probably take on for another 3 hours, and I know everyone's really enjoying it. But I want to switch to something the three of you actually are in agreement about. So that's the question of urban governance. So Tejasvi ji, you've spoken a lot about your plan for Bengaluru's in terms of waste management and improving infrastructure. Annamalai ji, you've spoken a lot about the management of flooding specifically in Tamil Nadu and some of the policies you disagree with on that track. And Shashi Tharoor ji, you've spoken a lot about air quality in India, and I'm sure that's a concern for many young citizens who are here who want to go back to India and work for the country. So in that order, I'd like to ask you all, what if, let's say, this is a safe space, what would be the one thing you would do, minus any if you could wave a wand and do one thing that you think would improve urban governance in India and solve some of these infrastructural challenges, what do you think would be your top? I'll start with Tejasvi ji, and then we'll...
Yeah. Well, in the keynote, Arvind Panagariya ji made a mention about how urbanization can actually unlock a great economic potential for India. And I think in the coming decades, India needs to make concerted effort at not only a series of big bang urban municipal reforms, but also really building world-class cities. Now, I'll give you an example. I was in Tokyo a couple of months ago to study their public transportation, and we had a conversation with the mayor of Osaka. Now, there was a suggestion that came that Bengaluru and Osaka must come up with a sister city agreement. The consequential question was, now who should the mayor of Osaka talk to in Bangalore?
Very good point.
Now, this may come as a surprise to many, of course, not for the Bengalurians sitting here. The last 7 years, we don't have a functional corporation in Bengaluru. We don't have a mayor in Bengaluru. In the last 6 years. And this is not the case with just Bengaluru. This is the case with many, many urban municipalities and cities in the country, because the 73rd, 74th Amendment that was carried out to the Indian Constitution, empowering our municipal and urban local bodies, did not truly, in the true sense of the Constitution or the spirit, empower financially, politically our urban local bodies. I remember Shashi ji had also piloted a private members bill in the parliament to actually strengthen the electoral and political and financial empowerment of the urban local bodies. I think that is a fundamental problem. Bengaluru, a city of 1.5 crore people, in the last 7 years has been administered by 2 bureaucrats. Now, that is a fundamental problem. Second, I think flowing from that, we need to address a lot of urban municipal governance issues, because unless you have an effective city government which is elected by the people and accountable to the people and has its financial and political empowerment in the right sense, they will not be empowered to actually create outcomes, whether it is pure, get better water, better air quality, none of this can be done. And there is, even when there is governance, decentralization that happens, most of otherwise municipal functions, in which in many other countries are with the municipality, are mostly with the state governments in the country. So unless that devolution further happens, there is, we have very limited institutional capacity to effect changes in the city. The last point on this is, I met a couple of people from Bangalore and everybody were mentioning about the traffic jams, etc., etc. Like it's become such a cliche conversation to have. One of the fundamental things that we need to do in India to address this problem is to move away from the American model of each man owning a private vehicle. It doesn't work in the Indian context. We need to heavily invest on public transport systems, move people and not cars. And unless we empower our institutions, our municipal institutions, with the talent who can actually have this, urban engineers, transportation engineers, this will not move. I had actually raised a question in Parliament to ask how many municipal corporations in the country have qualified urban engineers, traffic engineers as part of the planning in cities. We have single digits. So how can we build world-class cities if we don't have these systems and these kind of human resources in place? So I think that is a comprehensive reform. If there's one magic wand that we would want to do, is to strengthen city governments. That is what we should do in India.
Let me chip in on this because it's wonderful that Tejasvi and I agree 100%. I'll even claim credit that he's agreeing with me because I've been saying this for 15 years. And I introduced a private member's bill that would actually do precisely what Tejasvi is also advocating. So I hope that when they make him a minister, he will push this through the cabinet because my bill is sitting ready for passage as long as the government is willing to adopt it. Bottom line is this, and it started off when I learned that if a business wants to open up in China, they would simply go to a city or town mayor. And that individual has the authority to approve the business proposal, to allocate the land, to give the electricity, the road connections, the access to the ports, and of course, being China, even to decide how many workers and how the workers would be paid and tell them to behave and cooperate. It was an astonishing level of power. Whereas if the same business guy comes to an Indian mayor, he'll discover the Indian mayor is the glorified chairman of a powerless committee, that the Indian mayor has absolutely no authority in any of this, has no budgetary control over anything, that the municipal corporation consists of councillors who also have no power. They chair committees which have, again, no budgetary authority and no clout. And the real power rests in an IAS officer called the municipal commissioner who reports to the chief minister of the state, and therefore de facto, the city is a toothless body and the mayor has no significance. This wasn't always the case. Certainly, I remember the years when the mayor of Bombay was a genuinely powerful position way back in the 30s, 40s, 50s, and so on. It's all completely descended now, particularly with the enhanced strength of the chief ministers. Now, this creates precisely the kinds of problems that Tejasvi has described. We need 2 or 3 reforms going together. We need absolutely to empower the urban bodies. We need to give teeth to the elected officials so they can be accountable for what they do and they don't do. We need to give them budgetary authority. And in my ideal formulation, we need to have directly elected mayors. So the elected mayor is given the time to deliver on whatever promises he or she has run on and then be accountable in the next electoral cycle. Right now, a mayor cannot be blamed for anything because he or she is powerless anyway. So it really is an absurd thing, and if indeed Arvindji has been arguing that urbanization is the key to India's future, which I would agree in principle, then I would say that this is where to start. We have to start with system redesign, and urban governance is a fundamental part of that transformation. That covers all the other topics. If you want one magic wand, do this, pass my bill, and then you'll see that at least you have the tools and the budgetary authority to deliver something and be held accountable for it. Right now, and by the way, some people argue this is democracy at work. No, it's not. It's inefficiency. Let us not call inefficiency democracy because it's not undemocratic to do what I'm suggesting and Tejasvi is suggesting. It can be done democratically with elections, with accountability to the public, and far more efficiency than the present system, which is almost designed to be inefficient. And designed initially by the British at a time when they didn't want any Indians to have any real power anyway. And that's what we have perpetuated.
Samyukta, I think Chennai is your city. You must have seen this very famous photograph of M. Karunanidhi in 1970s wading in a knee-deep water, his waist up to his knee. Then in 2000, we saw Mr. Stalin again wading in the water. Then Udayanidhi Stalin. Three people in one family in 40 years, 3 generations wading. Now, yesterday, Mr. Vijay took oath in a suit. I'm wondering how is he going to wade water next year. But to put things in perspective, we tried with direct selection of mayor. People elected a mayor. Mr. M.K. Stalin himself was a directly elected mayor of Chennai. Unfortunately, when we took this system away by horse trading, councillors, somebody coming as mayor, we killed the whole system of political accountability there. And if you look at a great city like Madurai, which is supposed to be in existence in 3 Sangha literature for 4,000 years, among the Indian cities in garbage collection, with more than 1 million population, it comes 40th out of 40th. It's a very poor state of affairs, because in a dynastic political structure, I don't want the mayor to overshadow Mr. Udayanidhi Stalin. So I want to keep a mayor a dummy or very inefficient person, so that Udayanidhi Stalin will appear to be an efficient and intelligent person. So you put all the mayors in such a way who are unqualified for the job, politically incompetent, just to show a dynasty is much superior to you. We have killed the complete urban governance. I'm glad 2 great MPs here, because they come from 2 great cities, Thiruvananthapuram and Bangalore South, and private members bill, accountability, and he took about 16 days time to go to Tokyo, urban governance fellowship, sitting there. I'm sure when MPs like them sit in parliament, push for some course correction, when politicians listen to them, direct selection of mayors, training them, building good institutional skills inside it. It's a long shot, but sir clearly pointed out, Tamil Nadu, we are already 60% urban. We can't complain now. We are 60% urban state. And people just don't want to live in urban cities now. I hope people like them rectify it.
Annamalai ji made a very interesting point on why the political economy is not incentivized to empower mayors. 60% of Karnataka's GDP comes from one city, Bengaluru. Now, which chief minister would be politically incentivized to create a mayor who controls 60% of the state's GDP? Therefore, we have a very unique position where the chief minister wants to do mayoral duties and the deputy chief minister and the chief secretary are doing the duties of a councillor. This is the reversal that we are focusing on. And while we speak about 60% urban in Tamil Nadu, we have had this conversation many times. He has educated me on how Tamil Nadu has an industrial belt starting from Salem, Coimbatore, all the way to Tirupur. It's a state that has multiple economic clusters. Whereas in the case of Bengaluru in Karnataka, you take away Bengaluru out of Karnataka, then 60% of your GDP is gone. But the chief minister, instead of increasing the pie, by actually focusing industries and growth in North Karnataka, in Kalyan Karnataka, the Hyderabad, Mumbai Karnataka, from where there is large-scale migration of young people towards Bengaluru, he is now focusing his main responsibilities like the mayor of Bengaluru, because of lack of political devolution of power. But while we are here, we must acknowledge, I thanked Arvind Panagariya ji earlier as well, in the 16th Finance Commission, he has recommended devolution of funds to cities that have 1 million plus populations, higher than ever done before in India's history. So that is going to create a lot of capital and make 1 million plus population cities in India much more livable.
Thank you all. I now may be switching a little more to the economic philosophies. Shashi ji, your coalition has now come to power again in Kerala, and you have also spoken at length about liberalization and how you find that the fruits of that need to be distributed to those left behind. Tejasvi ji, you've been very vocal about Revdi politics and the mechanism of freebies that tend to dictate electoral outcomes. And Annamalai ji, you've spoken at length about how these incentives tend to take away from actual economic philosophies that could help shape India's growth. So I would like to ask the three of you, do you find that there is a tension in India between the way election outcomes happen and the need to provide these incentives or freebies that enable to stay in power? Is there a conflict between power and welfare in India?
I think I am perfectly eligible to answer this question because I come from Tamil Nadu. And we have the highest debt among all the Indian states, 10,74,000 crore. And every ration card carries 4,74,000 rupee. We carry debt, highest. And since TVK is in power, Mr. Vijay is the chief minister. To put all his promises in action, this year he needs 93,000 crore. and you multiply that by 5 years, that is 1 year of Tamil Nadu's budget, which is 4.5 lakh crore. Very unfortunate, we have come to this stage. And of course, there is a trickle-down economics, but we have pushed it too far. And everything we kind of bring it under trickle-down economics, and we say, and politically it has become a very safe language. No political party wants to take a risk, and nobody wants to get into the people's anger mood. Politicians assume people want this, and they promise freebies over and above what is happening. And for example, if you look at our electricity system, because of this, our Tamil Nadu Electricity Board has got 1 lakh crore debt. There is no way we can clean it up. There is no way we can clean it up in the next 5-10 years. And all the startup guys, manufacturing companies, new guys, they want energy. You want data centers to come to Tamil Nadu. How can data centers come to Tamil Nadu? When the Tamil Nadu Electricity Board has got 1 lakh crore debt now. And no forward thinking. And of course, we have a Tamil Nadu Chief Minister's Economic Advisory Council headed by a Nobel laureate for 5 years. He sits in US and I think video conference he does there. And it has come to this stage now. I only hope politics becomes a bit bolder. And being bold is the need of the hour. When you have a very eminent person coming here and talking about big leap reform, 7.3%, hitting it for 22 straight years. And for that to happen, the government has to become an enabler. And we are operating in a very safe space, very unfortunate. And it is one political party biting a bullet. And once one party bites it, and this time, at least the good thing about Mr. Vijay TVKS, out of his 234 candidates, close to 200 candidates contested the election without giving a single paisa. Without giving a single paisa. That is one good thing that has come out of Tamil Nadu election. So the other Dravidian parties are like, I gave 2,000, he gave 3,000, people got both the money and they voted for Vijay. So next election, why should we give money? So I hope something like this happened. That is why I said it's a disruptor and black swan event. And I hope somebody bites the bullet. I don't have a direct answer. I can only pray and hope and see that somebody will take this in the future.
Tejasvi ji and Shashi Tharoor ji, you have real stake in the game, so.
I mean, my state is a bit different in that we don't have enough money to give anybody. So we haven't yet got into the Tamil Nadu game of bribing voters. And the Tamil Nadu game is quite creative. I heard about one by-election where the candidate actually distributed substantial sums of money by cutting currency notes in half and said, I'll give you the other half when I win. And he won. So it works. You know that story, Annamalai. So, I mean, this is Tamil Nadu, but Kerala is a bit different. I will say, however, that as a issue of principle, the distinction between essential welfare and freebies is a very difficult one to draw. As everyone knows, I tend to be on the sort of right wing of the Congress party when it comes to economics. I'm not a big fan of statism in any particular form, and I really believe in encouraging free enterprise, but with the need to generate revenue for the state, so the state is in a position to help those who have been marginalized and left out. Social liberalism, if you want, is my form of liberalism. And I think that philosophy can be implemented in Indian states, depending, of course, on your resource base. The problem with a state like Kerala is we are so overwhelmingly in debt that literally sort of by September every year, the state government runs out of funds and has to borrow afresh in order to pay salaries and Onam bonuses and so on. And this means that we are in a level of debt that has long been unsustainable. If we were an independent country, we would have been declared bankrupt a long time ago. We're sustained by the fact that we have the security of being part of India. So this is the biggest challenge. How do you manage to generate enough revenue to be able to afford the kind of welfare measures you deem politically necessary? And Annamalai is right that all parties, pretty much, including his, I might add, make promises that mathematically are not justifiable. They cannot be sustained out of budgets. And of course, they find ways of finessing it. They will say, well, actually, what we meant was we will get to it eventually. So it won't be in the first year that you won't get the full amount we promised. By year 5, you will get it just before the next election. And so slowly you'll work your way up to that sort of thing. But now this has become a universal problem because the electorate has enabled it. 30 years ago, I wrote a book called India from Midnight to the Millennium, where I talked to that point about this precise phenomenon, which had happened in Andhra Pradesh, undivided Andhra at the time, when the parties were competitively promising rice at 3 rupees a kilo, 2 rupees a kilo, and 1 rupee a kilo. And I said, I mean, this is going to be absurd, and sure enough it was. And then Chandrababu Naidu actually tried to argue the case at that point. In talking about the 90s, the book was published in 97, tried to argue the case that this is not something the state treasury can afford, that we have to generate revenue, so I'm not going to make these promises. And he promptly lost his attempt at re-election. So the voters want these promises, they want these freebies, and that's unfortunately something which, in a democracy, remember, India is the only known instance of a democracy that has actually empowered voters to make these decisions, while a majority of the voters are still, by global standards, living below the poverty line. So the onus in our democracy on politicians is to please a majority of the electorate which is living at a level of subsistence that requires the kind of fundamental assistance that politicians are promised. That's why these promises are made. And while Tamil Nadu might be extreme in the kinds of gifts that are doled out and so on, as a general proposition, this is a circle we all have to square. And it's not easy to figure out, but there's got to be some limits, whether those limits are to be introduced by the judiciary, which has been making more and more adverse comments about this practice, whether it's introduced by law, so that the law can tie everyone's hands equally so that parties can't competitively outpromise each other, I don't know. But at the moment, we have this phenomenon across parties, and as I say, the BJP is not an exception, and in every case, they are, at bottom, unsustainable.
Tejasvi ji, please, your comments before we turn it over for questions.
I think both have very comprehensively answered this question. There is only one other dimension I want to add. If you look at the manifestos of all political parties these days, and I say this with a lot of responsibility, more and more every political party's manifesto is turning out very similar. There is no distinctive economic philosophy that you kind of understand if you look at the manifestos. That is the fundamental challenge of a competitive democracy. Now, if you have somebody who is promising a 2,000 rupee dole, you cannot be, you cannot take this idealist position and not be left out of the race itself. So you will have to say, okay, I'm going to give you 2,500. That is the nature of competitive politics. There is one way that this can be addressed. One is, of course, the judicial way. The second is what the Planning Commission and, the Finance Commission has done with respect to the 50-year loans that they are now giving to the states. Now, between 1980s to 2024, the Maharashtra Industrial Association, it's called Mitra, they conducted a survey to understand how devolution of funds tied to capital expenditure will actually result in poverty alleviation. So what resulted was an unbiased analysis that when there is devolution of funds, and that devolution of funds is tied to mandatory creation of capital assets, then that results in a virtuous cycle of investment and leading to prosperity. Now, what the government of India has done, according to the Planning Commission, the Finance Commission recommendations, is they now offer 50-year interest-free loans to state governments. But the one condition is that out of the 50% of the funds that you get as this 50-year loan must compulsorily go into creation of capital assets. So this is one way of addressing this mindless Reddy politics, for lack of a better word. But this is a challenge to India states. Largely, if we are looking at the economics of India states, more and more it is being, it is evident that many states are now on the path of not actually meeting their fiscal targets. This is a very serious issue. And across the board, serious political parties should actually consider addressing this within the economic and institutional frameworks. This is something that we need to address comprehensively.
Thank you so much. We will be going over for questions. There will be a lot. We can do 3. We'll start with Arvind.
Yeah, since it relates to very much what was being discussed just now, I think you are seeing a little too much on this Reddy politics. People say that they want more money and give them and do the transfers, etc. But look at what they are doing. People are not voting for the parties that are necessarily promising. People are voting for those parties that deliver good outcomes ultimately. Why does Yogi come back each time? Why did Naveen Patnaik come back 5 or 6 times? Why does the Gujarat government come back since 2001, one after the other, they have won back the elections? Why do the incompetents get thrown out? Why did DMK get thrown out? Why does in Rajasthan, once Congress gets thrown out, then the BJP gets thrown out? I think people actually are voting very, very sensibly, throwing out governments that they don't deliver, and returning repeatedly those who deliver. It is just the political class which are not understanding this very well. So personally, I mean, we studied in the Finance Commission in great detail this whole issue, and we had a long chapter actually also on the numbers and all as well. But my own ultimate conclusion was that this is not something, I mean, of course, Finance Commission could not have said much because, every scheme that you do, say free transportation to women, has something good. So how does anyone kind of say that, oh, shut it off? So it's very difficult to take an objective view. There is no easy way to do it. So we didn't take a view there. We just documented the subsidies and all. But I was personally less worried about it. I think this culture will gradually go away. I mean, look, the Congress has been the one that has been promising the most. How many elections has Congress actually won? So that's my kind of thought that I mean, I'm less worried. I think, people know what they want and how they are voting in a way. It's only the political class which have to perhaps catch up with the reality. And hopefully they will actually, in many of the states, they are catching up.
Okay, I'm going to take 3 quick questions. 1, 2, and then I'm going to go over there, 3 white. 1, 2, and person in the white. So we'll start here.
Namaste. There's a lot of talk about the delimitation bill that was in Parliament. It didn't go through. Just want to hear your comments on that. Why didn't it go through, and what are plausible formulas that we can have that going forward, especially in the southern states? So.
Please, we request that you keep it brief because we do.
No, I didn't vote against. Well, we voted against the Trojan horse of bringing delimitation in under the mask of Nari Shakti, of women's empowerment, but that's another issue. Now, on delimitation, very simply, what is the issue at the stake? I mean, both Tejasvi and I spoke in that debate, and the way it's being couched, essentially, is that we need to redelimit because one citizen, one vote, one value is the core principle of the Constitution, since the freezing of delimitation of Lok Sabha boundaries, according to the census of 1971, we have a situation in which undoubtedly the northern states, which population has grown by leaps and bounds since, each MP represents a larger number of people than a southern MP because we have been controlling our population and curbing numbers, and they've gone down. Now, the problem with this, of course, is that if you follow purely one citizen, one vote, what you're going to end up with is a situation where there will be a disproportionate number of MPs for the Hindi heartland states, which are the ones whose population has burgeoned dramatically, and the southern states will feel disenfranchised because on many issues, an absolute majority, and quite conceivably before too long, a 2/3 majority, will belong to the states in the north, who will then be able to impose their view on. I mean, I've noticed, for example, every year some chap will stand up and want to pass a law saying that Hindi should be the national language, and the Tamils will immediately get up and scream. Now, what happens if they actually have the 2/3 majority to make that a law? What happens to national unity? So these are fairly important questions. The Constitution calls India a union of states. And so the idea is, in addition to one citizen, one vote, you need a counterbalancing principle of one state, one equal partner in the federal arrangement. And how do we find that? These debates have taken place in other democracies. In America, they worked out the Connecticut Compromise, whereby the lower house reflected population, and it keeps getting changed depending on demography, but the upper house is equal, so a tiny state like Vermont or Delaware has the same number of senators as California or Texas. And this is something which is a way of balancing, because also the Senate in America has far more powers than the Rajya Sabha does in India. There is a second formula that we need to think about. Is it not time for us to reimagine our entire federal structure? Does it make sense to have a state like UP with 280 million people? Should we not seriously empower a states reorganization commission? When Mayawati was chief minister of UP, she passed a resolution demanding that UP be broken up into 4 states. Now, if you were to be able to do that, if Maharashtra became 2 states, whatever, you can look at the possibilities. You may have more states in India, and then each of them could have equal upper house representation without it being so anomalous that Sikkim has the same number of Rajya Sabha MPs as UP. Wouldn't make sense, but if UP were 4 states, it might be more balanced. There is a third possibility. The European Union also has a problem of powerful states and poorer states, which is done through a principle of digressive proportionality, where yes, the larger states get more European MPs because they are larger and they have more people, but it's not strictly according to population. There is a floor below which the smaller states don't sink, and there is a ceiling above which the larger states can't go. So again, balance is brought about. Finally, in India, there is one more complication, which is that it so happens that the less populated states are also the ones contributing most to the national exchequer. States like Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, even Kerala with its remittances, give a lot more to Delhi than they get from the Finance Commission. Arvind is still sitting there. There's been complaints and concerns about the proportions allocated to various states. So we're the only such example in the world. In most other countries, the richer states happen also to be the more populous ones. Italy, for example, which had similar debates. In India, it's the opposite problem. And that could result in serious challenges to national unity. And I've summarized all this as quickly as I could. Those who are really interested can read my article in the Indian Express. Both Tejasvi and I spoke on it. And if you're really interested, you can also watch our speeches on YouTube. The bottom line is, what I believe we need is a grand national consultation on these issues. In the normal course of events, thanks to the constitutional amendment passed by the present government, you will have a census that will come through sometime between 27 and 29. Those figures would then lead to a delimitation, and probably around the time of the 2034 election, you'll have a new map of India, politically. Between roughly 27 and 34, you need to have a profound debate about the future shape of this country for the next 50 years. And that debate is something that I've been calling for, because it goes to the very heart of Indian unity. We all love India, Indian civilization, Indian unity, the Indian idea, the Indian cricket team, whatever. But how we design that India politically is going to have far-reaching implications for how we get from here to there. If you allow it simply to go through this mechanical thing, or worse still, pass a delimitation bill in haste, you end up really jeopardizing the unity and future of India. That's the broad answer from my point of view.
Now, giving you the other perspective, which is the right perspective also. Now, where do you see your MPs in India? I see my MP only in the newspaper. 22 lakh people. 25 lakh people, 30 lakh people, 3 million. They vote. Only time as MP does some ribbon cutting, we all see in the newspaper. Now we can keep speculating options, we can keep giving grand bargains, but India needs a solution. Tamil Nadu's TFR is already at 1.4. We are one of the lowest in the country. We are at 1.4. 2026, whatever the parliament restriction was put 50 years before, 225 extension is coming to an end. Census numbers will come. Now this is one thing where the North Indian states, which naturally might deserve a larger number of MPs. Now this is a grand bargain between a North Indian states and South Indian states to come to a definite conclusion that let us all arrive at a number in which nobody is losing what it was already at 543. Now I really simply don't understand why Congress opposed it. And now, even now they speculate option 7, we have option 11, we can endlessly debate it for the next 20 years. This is an opportunity for all states to come to one common point, agree, where Tamil Nadu will believe if we go by 2011 census, Tamil Nadu will get 50. Now in the new model, we are getting 59. We are getting 9 more extra. UP might believe, oh, 1 person, 1 vote, we should have gotten more. Now because of this grand bargain, we are getting less. So this is a problem where every state will rightfully believe I am losing or I am gaining. When the central government has proposed a concept where let us arrive at a solution where nobody is losing, nobody is gaining. 50 years it has kept us from now. Now we have to just push it further. And now again you start a debate, again states like Tamil Nadu, which rightfully After 1965 agitation that happened, which torn apart the state, again we go for it. I don't think we'll find a solution, which I particularly believe, Shashi with his eminence can argue, put in the parliament as different perspective, but this is a solution we are arriving at. And now when they say it's a Trojan horse, Nari Shakti, today we are on Mother's Day. And India rightfully is demanding a 33% reservation, rightfully.
Pass it today, we'll vote for it. Today, you can vote for it immediately. Don't link it to delimitation.
No.
Have one-third reservation for women in today's parliament, we'll all vote for it.
After census numbers come, will North Indian states agree? Let us imagine census number come by 27, 28 or 29, let us imagine. Will states like UP agree? If a state like UP stands up and say, no, the proportional representation, one person, one vote, we need more number of MPs, where will we go and put our head? A grand bargain is a bargain where every state should come to a conclusion that this is a solution. Unfortunately, it does not happen.
But a parliament of 850 is also a disaster. As it is with 543, many people don't get a chance to speak, to debate, to discuss.
I'm seeing the MPs only in the papers, sir. At least let me have the opportunity
so then
to see the MPs.
we also need to work out what the MLAs do, what the councillors do.
Agree, sir.
Especially if they're empowered, and what the MPs do, so we can have a distinction rather than going to 850.
We will move to the next question because this is...
Can I take 30 seconds?
Okay, quickly, please.
There is an inherent logical fallacy in the Congress's argument, and that is all I want to say. They are okay with maintaining the 1971 proportion of seats. So Shashi ji is okay if the delimitation exercise is conducted within states based on the 1971 numbers, as long as 543 is the number of seats. What we are proposing is exactly the same. What we are saying is, let us maintain the proportion of 543. No state will lose, no state will gain. From 543, the number of seats will become 850. Every state will have a proportionate 50% increase. The total percentage in the overall floor of the parliament for every state will remain as it exists today. But because in 1971 the population of the country was 550 crores, was 55 crores, and today the population of the country is 140 crores. This is a mathematical necessity. Like what Annaji mentioned, I represent a constituency of 26 lakh people. It is impossible for a common citizen to actually go and meet the MP and get things done. So not just because it is a constitutional mandate, because the constitution asks that delimitation should be done once in 10 years, it is also a democratic necessity because in the existing framework, there is no question of accountability as far as the elected representative is concerned. So the argument is absurd because you are asking for a composition of the parliament to remain frozen in time. 543, 1971 population cannot cater to a democracy of 140 crore people in 2026. That is limited.
The US House of Representatives, we are in the US, has remained at the same number of 435 since 1929.
It is clearly not
what the US
well.
population has tripled. The US population has tripled since 1929, but because they recognize that you cannot have a debating chamber of 850. It'll become a desi version of the Chinese People's Consultative Conference, where you just stand up when the great leader comes and thump your desks. You won't have a chance to speak, argue, debate, anything. 850 is a joke. It cannot be a serious
Shashi ji, on the day of the discussion happened, both of our columns appeared in the same Indian Express, arguing both our sides. The Indian Parliament was sitting for about 150 to 160 days in the 1950s and 60s. In the last, and there's a decline that is happening. Now we see around 55, 56 because of the disruptions of the Congress. You don't allow for the debates to take place. No, coming back, the point is, if you are increasing the number of seats, please also mandate an increased sitting of the parliament.
Correct.
So it is, you shouldn't be taking away the right of a citizen to be represented effectively, accountably, by making an argument that 850 is too big a number. It's a country of 140 crore people. You need a big parliament because I want to speak to my MP. I want to meet him. I want to know what he is working on, and I want to hold him accountable, which I'm not able to do with a 26 million electorate today. 26 lakh electorate today. That is the limited point. We want to make democracy accountable. We want to ensure that there is an accountability between the voter and the elected. And while doing all of this, we want to ensure that neither the North nor the South feels somebody has lost and somebody is unfairly gained, while also maintaining the principle of one person, one vote, that is sacrosancting the Constitution. Now, the other argument that one of your colleagues gave was linking linking the number of seats to the GSDP of a state. Now, how absurd is this? It's such a cyclical number. 6 months, the GSDP is high, so you increase the number of seats. It's a bad monsoon year, so decrease the number of seats the next year. These are the illogical arguments put forth by the opposition. It doesn't work. We had proposed a very responsible, very workable, practical solution. Maintain the proportion as it exists today. 50% increase flat for every state. Constituencies will be made smaller. Democracy will become more accountable. And this was what I think is the only practical solution if we actually want to have 140 crore people adequately, effectively represented.
We will have to cap the discussion because we are running out of time. I'm going to ask each of you very short, 15 seconds, I'm timing it, your short message to the Stanford community and to the folks who have gathered here. Very short, 15 seconds, go.
I'm not known for brevity, besides it's 2-1 right here, so I get twice the length. Yeah, I get 30 seconds. No, honestly, all I would say to the Stanford community is please stay engaged. I'm so glad that you're having this kind of discussion. And the more you stay involved in what's going on in India, you all have tremendous ideas to offer. You're doing cutting-edge work and research, a lot of fields that are relevant to our country. Stay engaged with us. I mean, what we're talking about is only one aspect of it. There's so many others discussing so many things. Give us an opportunity to share our current thinking. In turn, please influence our ideas and thoughts so that when we go back to India, we go with some of the latest cutting-edge thoughts that you've all got in your respective fields. And let's try and keep this dialogue going. The diaspora, I've often called the National Reserve of India, not just the non-resident Indians, the National Reserve of India. And we need to be able to count on your continued engagement, support, and goodwill in the time ahead. It's not always been there, so I hope it'll come. Thank you very much.
To the Stanford community, proud of you guys. Last year, small room, less than 50 people, to such a big room and such a great audience here. It shows the leap you have taken in 1 year, third year running. Come back to our country, go to villages, stay there for some time. Whenever you come for a holiday, take 4-5 days, go and stay in a village. See everybody, don't stay only in the urban areas. India is changing fast. Take time to meet the parliamentarians. If there is an opportunity, work with them for a week or 10 days. Put your solutions in action there. And trust politics actually works. And don't stay away from politics. They're good politicians. And be a fellow with them. Work with them, elected representatives. Put your thinking into action. You will see the change that is possible in front of you. Thank you.
I have been a student organizer myself. I know the kind of effort student organizations have to put to pull off an event of this scale. So congratulations, the team has done an exceptional job. Like Annamalai ji said, India holds exceptional promise. Please come back to India, not just to learn, but also to effectively contribute. I have seen so many thought leaders, tech leaders come to India, work on solutions because they believe, rightly so, that if you solve for India, you're actually solving for the world. So all the very best, and the next few decades truly belongs to all of us. All the very best.
Thank you all so much. And on that note, we would like to felicitate our panel for joining us today.
Thank you, speakers. With now, we will take a short 5-minute break, and we will get back within 5 minutes. Make sure to grab your drinks and come back for the next panel, which is about sustainability. Hello, everyone.
Yes, yes.
Should I clap?
We'll call you. Can everyone please return to their seats? We have a lot of really cool panels lined up. Guys, I come from like 2.
Invite you from there to sit or?
Yeah, no, invite.
They just sit from the beginning. Save us some
Yeah,
time.
that's true, actually appreciate it. Everyone please head back to your seats. Really appreciate it. Our next conversation is also going to be as engaging. And you will have time during lunch to talk. Please do return to your seats. Everybody, if you can hear me, please clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. If you can hear me, clap 2 times. I don't hear enough clapping, guys. Please return to your seats. If you can hear me, guys, please clap twice. Oh my God, this is so fun. We will have time over lunch. Please return to your seats. We have some really interesting panels lined up, and we do also need to stick to time. The selfie crowd you're not going to...
Do again the clapping.
If you can hear me, please clap 2 times. If you can hear me, please clap 3 times. If you can hear me, clap 3 times again. If you can hear me, please walk back to your seats right now. We are not going to get very far. We need to stop.
You could be seated. Yeah, you can come in and sit. Yeah.
Oh my God. Everyone, we ask that you kindly return to your seats. We do want to show respect to the other panelists who've come. All the people have come all the way from India for this. And the topic that we're going to be discussing, sustainability and India's environmental future, is of great importance. And we ask that you kindly respect that and please return to your seats. You will have time during lunch and the breaks to interact with the speakers. We do ask that you give the remaining panels also your time and attention. You might have to start. I'll go and you'll have to push me.
Yeah, you push. Okay.
So with that, I'll turn it over to our next student moderator.
Hi, everyone. Yes, I do understand that was like, you can't take off from taking your selfies from there, but let's please respect the sustainability future of India and focus here for our upcoming panel. And I kindly request that. So to begin, good afternoon, everyone again, and welcome to the Voices of Growth Economics Transforming Sustainability Pathways. I'm Meera. I'm pursuing my dual masters here at Stanford. My first master's is in environmental engineering, and the second one is in natural resource conservation and research. Sustainability conversations often become polarized between idealism and pragmatism, between activists demanding immediate transitions and the policymakers whom we have right now, most of them with us, confronting the realities of energy access, infrastructure, jobs, and development. India doesn't get to choose a side. It has to hold both. It is the world's fastest growing major economy, as we proudly say, and still deeply coal dependent. It has launched some of the most ambitious public programs in modern history: clean water to every household, sanitation at scale, 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030, and yet, behind every headline target is a harder question. Who finances it? Who executes it? And who bears the cost when the transition isn't smooth? But there's another dimension too, one that often gets lost in policy papers: India's ecological relationship with its forests, its rivers, its migratory corridors, the farming communities, is not just a conservation footnote. It is the living system underneath every sustainability pathway. When that phrase, no amount of green finance or policy architecture holds. This panel sits at that intersection between systems that must change and stories that must be told, between the architecture of transformation and the human and ecological realities it has to actually serve. So our question today isn't whether sustainability matters, it's what it actually demands in financing, in governance, in courage, and in imagination. So without any ado, I would like to introduce our speakers. I'm very, very honored to have our distinguished speakers from wide variety of spectrum. First is Parameswaran Iyer, sir. He's joining us virtually. We are very privileged to have him, and he's the executive director at the World Bank and former CEO of Niti Aayog. Mr. Iyer has worked at the intersection of public policy, development finance, and large-scale implementation. His leadership across programs such as Swachh Bharat Mission, Jal Jeevan Mission, and his work at Niti Aayog gives him a rare view of how sustainability and development missions move from ambition to execution. Next, we have with us Amoghavarsha JS. He is one of India's most celebrated wildlife filmmakers and a two-time Grammy Award-winning art director. Through his films, music collaborations, and environmental storytelling, he has helped bring India's biodiversity and ecological imagination to global audience. His work reminds us that sustainability is not only about systems and targets, but also about relationship, memory, emotion, and our connection with nature. Next, we have Radhika Shah, founding co-chair of the UN Joint SDG Fund Breakthrough Alliance. She's a global development leader working at the intersection of innovation, finance, and multilateral collaboration. She works on unlocking public and private capital for high-impact SDG solutions. Her experience across the World Bank, McKinsey, and leading foundation brings a strong cross-sectorial lens to advancing sustainable development in emerging and growth economies. Please welcome our distinguished panelists with a great round of applause. Hello. Okay. Yeah. So I have my opening question to all panelists. Sustainability is defined in many ways as environmental protection, resilience, justice, or development itself. But for growth economies like India, it cannot be separated from energy access, livelihoods, and economic transformation. So I want each of you to take your time and answer, how do you personally define sustainability in the context of a growth economy like India? And what would a truly global south-rooted sustainability pathway look like? One that does not see development and ecology as opposing forces, but as systems that must move together. I would like to start with Param Iyer, sir.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, Meera, fellow panelists. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So I wish I could have joined you at Stanford, but I'm stuck in DC. But very glad to be part of this panel on sustainability. So let me just, from a very broad perspective, for me, if you look at India's economic and social growth over the last decade or so, we've seen tremendous developmental progress. Whether you look at it, you yourself mentioned we are the fastest growing large economy. Even in this time of geopolitical uncertainty, the bank and the fund have projected India's growth at over 6.5% in the next financial year. But leaving that aside, even in terms of looking at our climate ambitions, our NDCs, we've made very good progress. We're moving ahead on the energy transition. We will continue to be dependent on fossil fuels, but we're making rapid progress on renewables as well. So I think in terms of energy access, which is one of your questions, I think we've done really well. So much so that Mission 300, which is the big World Bank goal for the continent of Africa, is learning a lot about how India achieved energy access, is continuing to push for the better energy access, more green access. But there are a lot of lessons from India for the global south and indeed the global north as well. But coming back to sustainability, for me, one of the most important aspects is the ownership and involvement of the people of India. As we are moving towards a Viksit Bharat by 2047, becoming a high-income economy, the ease of living or quality of life of our citizens is very, very important. And this has significantly improved, I would say, over the last decade or so, whether it's through major missions which you referred to in terms of improving basic services, whether it's sanitation or water or housing or access to electricity. I think that there have been major transformational programs implemented, but most of them have involved people taking action themselves. And one of the best examples of this is the program which the Prime Minister announced at COP26 in Glasgow called LIFE, Lifestyle for the Environment, which essentially looks at environment and climate from a demand side. How can people contribute to an improved environment and a more sustainable environment? And I think this program, which has been running for the last 6 or 7 years, really puts people's involvement and a Jan Andolan at the heart of sustainable development. And some of these lessons have been translated across the globe. And in the end, it will take a top-down and a bottom-up approach to development to push it through and make it sustainable. And let me just end by saying that political leadership, we keep talking about it. I think that in India, this has been taken to another level. There is a program called Pragati, which of course means progress in Hindi, but stands for proactive governance and timely implementation. It's a digital platform which the Prime Minister chairs every single month. It involves all the Secretaries of Government of India, the Chief Secretaries of the state, and as Team India, they work together to drive rapid progress in infrastructure and major programs. So I think in the end, in a federal system, it's how Team India drives development, owns it and makes it more sustainable, which will be critical over the next 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Next, I would like to pass it on to Amog.
Ellargu namaskara. I'm from Bangalore, and obviously most Bangaloreans are very proud. I don't know the other ones.
Yeah.
Wow, nice. I think a lot of the problems we see with the topic we are discussing, I think is a vocabulary problem, and I'm daring to say this after Mr. Tharoor and before your lunch. I think we should call it survivability and not sustainability, because I think fresh air and fresh water are going to be the next big crisis. I don't know how it's a vertical, it has to be horizontal. And I think if you take all the causes on our planet, I think this is a cause that supersedes everything, affects every single life form, human, otherwise, gender neutral, party neutral, politically neutral, because this affects everything and everyone. So how this has become a left versus right, or Republican versus Democrat is just beyond me. Is there anybody you know who says, I don't want fresh air? Clearly nobody. I don't know anybody who wants anything less than fresh water. And it's funny that these situations we think are only affecting certain populations, but it's far from truth. When I used to be in the Valley almost a decade ago, California went through one of the worst droughts ever. And we had droughts in Bangalore recently. So I think these are issues that cross all kinds of borders that we know. And this has to be a starting point of every business, every policy, and everything that we know about.
Thank you so much. I'm definitely taking that and next time framing it as survivability. Yeah, I would like to pass on to Radhika, Shah.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that I am not affiliated with the World Bank or McKinsey, so just wanted to clarify that I'm more from the Stanford community here, Silicon Valley community, tech innovation leader, earlier co-president of Stanford Angels and Entrepreneurs, and now we've just launched the Stanford Alumni Alliance on Innovation for Global Impact. I agree completely with you that it is survival. Also taking kind of inspiration from the previous panel, I also have a differing view on, I think while climate change affects all of us, I do think it affects the vulnerable in society and the global south more disproportionately. And in that spirit, my own belief is we cannot think of sustainability in isolation. Human development and sustainability are integrally linked, and particularly thinking of vulnerable communities in the global south as we are solving climate problems is essential. And in that spirit, I'm a big believer in the Sustainable Development Goals framework, which helps us link these two initiatives, kind of these two areas, via various different 17 goals, and enable us to kind of co-create solutions and look at them in a holistic manner. Growing up in the backdrop of the Gandhi ashram in India, I am a deep believer in the Gandhian philosophy of respecting the dignity of each human being, but thinking of our relationship to nature as that of a custodian, not thinking of nature as a resource for us to exploit, and never has that been more important than this moment. At the SDG Digital Transformation and Sustainability Solutions Lab, we are building bridges between academic experts from places like Stanford and UC Berkeley and local impact entrepreneurs and grassroots communities on the ground, especially in the global south, to collaborate on integrating solutions for both sustainability and human development and looking at how we can advance the SDGs together. The global south's infrastructure deficit could actually be a huge strategic advantage, allowing leapfrogging. India has shown and led the way on this. It's leapfrogged on mobile telephony infrastructure in the 90s, leapfrogged on digital public infrastructure in 2010 with India Stack and such. I think India is extremely well positioned to leapfrog on sustainable sovereign AI models and once innovations that really help society. The amazing summit was convened in Delhi, and I think this is a moment for that kind of change. I believe that it's a moment to not think of sustainability and development as trade-offs, but as additives and as accelerants of economic growth. Forests, wetlands, farmlands are not obstacles to growth. Managed sustainably, we could conserve our planet, and they could provide livelihood to local communities. One such example I want to share is an organization called A-Tree, which is pursuing this kind of combination very effectively. I'm honored to be on the advisory board. It's an ecology conservation research institute that integrates conservation science with socially just development in the Trans-Himalayas across India. It has successfully demonstrated that protecting biodiversity and ecosystem while advancing well-being is possible if we engage the local communities in that conservation, if we think of livelihood models. Another example that I really like in India is the Zero Chemical Natural Farming Initiative, RYSS, catalyzed by the Andhra Pradesh government. It is anchored in women's self-help groups. 1 million farmers are growing food in this manner, using traditional agricultural practices, but also bringing in modern practices. They are getting better yields, better livelihood, better health for the community. It's an amazing experiment that is now starting across India, and countries like Zambia are adopting it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yeah, moving on, now I would like to ask specific questions. We definitely have Mr. Iyer, sir, who led our Swachh Bharat mission and Jal Jeevan mission. Obviously, they were not simply infrastructure programs. They required behavioral change, financing, monitoring, institutional coordination, and public trust at scale. So what did these missions teach you or teach India as a whole about environmental and social change that actually happens in a country as large and complex as India? And what do you think global conversations most misunderstand about implementation in countries that are still developing at scale?
Thank you, Mairal. I think it's a great question. And in fact, it builds upon Radhika's reference to the Sustainable Development Goals. As you know, SDG 6 pertains to water and sanitation. And For 75 years in India, sanitation in particular was a totally neglected subject. And coverage of sanitation, about 10, 12 years ago was only about 35, 36%. And out of the 1 billion people who practice open defecation in the world, about 60%, almost 600 million people were in India. Now, it was not just the indignity, particularly for women and girls who had to go outside in the dark, but also serious health hazards. And the absence of sanitation was costing India about 6% of GDP. So then we have a kind of transformational moment in 2014, where you have the Prime Minister of India in his first speech from the Red Fort on August 15, 2014, who is talking about sanitation, open defecation, how to address the indignities faced by the people, particularly women and girls, and then sticking his neck out, going into mission mode, and saying that we're going to fix this problem in 5 years, symbolically 2nd October 2019, which is the 150th birth anniversary of Gandhiji. So I think this was one of the first mission mode programs of the government. Large-scale transformational change, focused primarily on changing behavior, as you mentioned, and making it sustainable by getting people to own it. So I still remember when we started implementing this program thrown out by the vision of Prime Minister Modi, we faced 4 major challenges. Speed, it had to be done in 5 years. Scale, you need to change the behavior of 550 million people and also construct 110 million household toilets. How do you deal with the third stigma? People who didn't think toilets inside the home were any good. And finally, sustainability. How do you sustain the gains made? So it was a major challenge in our federal system, and different states were at different stages of development. So it was our job in the central government to work with the states in partnership, involve NGOs, involve schools, the global community, technical agencies, and make it a real partnership. And above all, change behavior. And some of the lessons we learned have actually been now translated globally, and you could actually summarize them as the 4 Ps. And the first P is political leadership. A lot of programs around the world falter because they may be technically sound, but they don't have political backing and leadership. So we were very fortunate to have the Prime Minister of India really push this program at various fora, lose no opportunity to make the case for sanitation. The second P was public financing. I heard a bit of the discussion in the earlier panel about what are public goods, what are basic services, and what are throwaways. Remember that sanitation is a public good, because in a community, if half the households have sanitation, the others don't, the disease burden is going to spread to everyone. So it's in everyone's interest to have sanitation across the board. So it became important for public financing, but also bringing private financing. And so the government, state and center together committed almost $20 billion to this program, showing the seriousness with which it is being addressed. The third P is partnerships, as I mentioned. This is not a Sarkari program. It had to be a Jan Andolan. People had to be involved. And finally, people's participation. So I think, most of these lessons apply to the Jal Jeevan mission. They apply to the Ujjwala program. They apply to all programs which provide basic services at scale. If you want to make them sustainable, you need ownership by the users. They've got to be demand-led, and they've got to be done on a competitive, cooperative model in India's federal system. So I think those are some of the lessons we learned, which are now being rolled across in different movements, including in the one I mentioned about lifestyle for the environment. And now increasingly, at least the World Bank is using its knowledge platform to adopt and adapt some of these lessons from India and roll them out in countries which still need transformational change. So I think those are some of the lessons we learned, but I think a phenomenal focus on implementing large-scale programs, verifying the results, and improving the quality of life of the citizens.
Thank you so much for giving us a deep insider insights about that. Now, Amog, so climate conversations often become very technology heavy, like solar, batteries, AI, and so on. But even the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change has repeatedly emphasize that climate goals are impossible without protecting ecosystems, forests, and biodiversity. In fact, they contribute to 37%. Why do you think nature and biodiversity still struggle to command the same urgency as technology or energy transitions? And I do have one more personal reflection, like follow-up reflection, that in one of your other interviews that I still cherish and I hold, you spoke about everyone should have right to nature. I really want you to bring that on this forum as well.
See, I think fundamentally, if you really look at how societies have changed, it's always based on a story. What was the story? When I was in college, it was a story of technology, so I came here, built a startup, and so on. But I think the story we need, and the story that's very, very relevant for the moment, is that of wildlife, biodiversity. And I don't want to say nature because I've heard you can't say nature is there and we are here, we're part of it. To just give you a one-line statistic about India, right? India is home to 75% of the world's wild tigers and the highest population of Asiatic elephants on Earth. So if there was a Olympics for biodiversity of land and life, India would definitely win a gold medal. Applause, please. At least we should claim it. And I think having such a powerful story, we are not speaking enough about it. And I think we've had our own success stories that every time we've done a film, one of my last films was with Sir David, who turned 100 and who's done more to wildlife and climate and nature based on just storytelling, just pure storytelling. I'm here because of him, and that's the reality. And another film I did with late Dr. Puneet Rajkumar went on to become a box office hit, which means 3 to 4 million people went and watched the story live, and now they formed their own non-profits and doing stuff. So we need this to be a citizen movement, and we need to shift the perspective and storytelling from saying, we are on top and we are going to protect. It's not like that. We need the wildlife, water, and all of that to survive. And 70% of rivers in India are fed by tiger forests. So your question about how does biodiversity link to this? There are no tigers, there are no forests, there's no water. I think India is right now positioned itself globally by just doubling the tiger population just in the last 10 years, thanks to the government's effort and everything else. We are poised to become the world leaders in saying how we should do it, because we have a very sacred relationship with the wild. We don't say that we have to protect it. For us, rivers are gods, animals are gods. We are not saying we'll give you human status like New Zealand said. We've given them God status. And I think we just need to bring back that narrative. And I think this is not a story between India and US. We should build this with the world, and we should build this for the world. I don't think any geographical lines apply here.
Thank you so much. Now, Radhika, as we heard from both of them as well, there is no shortage of intent and sustainability anymore. But how do you see the role of AI and other digital innovation and financing innovation in advancing sustainability? Because yes, we also need technology there. And what might be models for collaboration pathways between places like Silicon Valley and India to advance positive change in our world? And what role can Stanford alumni and students play in that?
Sure. I'm a big believer in the transformative power of AI, this new electricity of our times, as Professor Andrew Ng calls it, especially if ethically designed and responsibly used. I'll start with the collaboration question. Just last week, we launched the Stanford Alumni Alliance on Innovation for Global Impact, which is co-anchored in the Stanford King Center. We are looking to mobilize global Stanford alumni students, also some mission-driven academics, to collaborate with each other, as well with organizations like the World Bank and the UN, and collectively advance positive change in our world. We just started a Reimagining AI to accelerate the SDG series there. AI innovations are transforming healthcare, providing healthcare where there are no doctors, transforming education, personalized AI learning where there are no teachers. They're transforming healthcare, and for the elderly particularly, where now falls are detected automatically, the medicine reminders are done automatically, transforming agriculture. There is automated robots that can do the back-breaking work of weeding. There is agriculture information for farmers, rural farmers around crops pricing. So it feels like the sky is the limit if we deploy this electricity right, yeah? And in terms of financing innovation, there are many possibilities, but particularly blended finance is an area where we bring in de-risking capital upfront, concessional capital, so that later private sector can come in with larger money is an area to watch. Green, blue bonds, impact-linked bonds are another area. I wanted to, for a minute, come back to AI, that this AI, this power, this electricity will only be an equalizer and not become a divide if we develop it with the right ethical guardrails. If we have local sovereign AI models, sustainable AI models, AI is the biggest consumer of power, electricity. It'll be critical to design in a manner that we limit in electricity use and the green data centers. And above all, the local culture, the local context is going to be critical when we design AI systems, so we don't really just impose norms and cultures and data and languages from the global north and the global south.
Thank you so much. So I have this closing round of 2 quick questions, like a rapid fire or like one-liners. My first part of that is like, if India were to launch one transformative sustainability mission over the next decade on the scale of like Swachh Bharat or Jal Jeevan mission, what should it be? And following that, I would like to hear a couple sentences about what gives you the most hope right now about sustainability in terms of Indian context. Param sir, I would like to start with you.
No, thanks. I think it's a great question. And if I had to pick one mission which would actually propel us towards a Viksit Bharat, I want to come to one of the missions which we have written about in my recently co-authored book with Arunava Ghosh and Richard Damania. It's the circular water mission. I think this has got phenomenal potential. You know, when you talk of water resource management and the planet, India has only 4% of freshwater reserves of the world, but 18% of the population. And we generate a huge amount of wastewater. I'm talking only of municipal wastewater from the 4,000 urban local bodies in India. And there is a huge potential to treat and reuse, whether it's for agricultural purposes or commercial purposes. It could eventually end up being a $35 billion industry. And so I think the circularity of water is good both for sustainability, but it's also an economic opportunity. And I think that this is a mission which is well worth considering and driving forward. So that's the mission I would recommend. And in terms of, what was your second question, Mira? I missed that.
Yeah. So what gives you the most hope about sustainability in Indian context?
Look, I think what gives me the most hope is the phenomenal success we have had over the last decade or so in actually grounding large-scale transformational programs that will improve quality of life, involving the citizens in Jan Andolan. So that gives me the optimism that we can take this even further towards the vision of a Viksit Bharat.
Thank you so much. Amog, I would like to slightly modify the second part of the question. So what gives you most hope about the survivability in Indian context? And the rapid fire question.
I think the fact that in 2026, with 1.5 billion people, we have such high populations of wildlife. And these are big animals. These are not just snakes and small rodents, right? We have the largest cats, the largest, elephants walking amongst us. I think is a point of hope. We've doubled tiger numbers, which are, gone down significantly and critically endangered. And that really gives me a lot of hope. And the point that so many of you are sitting and taking part in this dialogue. The other question, what should be the next one? So I was having a conversation with a lot of people, and I said, if you put all the conservationists and people who work in this sector from across the world, maybe we will fill one football field. It's a mathematical problem, right? To take on the rest of the world and, to do that. So we said, India, I think, can become the place from where the next big cultural, big export and the revolution for the wild comes from. And I think it has to be, like instead of a football field, if few 100 million people or 1 billion people cared about it, how would the world be? The world would be very, very different. So since I'm a former tech geek, we are told that talk is cheap, show me the code. So I said, I'll talk less and just show like a quick 2-minute preview of what we are building and ask all of you to come and be part of it in any which way. Now, I don't know. I'm not like a great business leader. I didn't study at Stanford. I'm just saying with open arms, we need all hands on deck. So I just want to show a quick 2-minute preview of what we are building and ask all of you to join in.
Can we have the video, please?
India can be proud of its enduring wild legacy.
And the Grammy goes to...
Born in a land of stories, of magic, of wonder, where jungles hold legends, where oceans carry myths, where the wild still lives. Come with me into worlds unseen. This is ours. This is wild.
You want to quickly say a couple of things?
So we said Bharat to Earth, eventually from all our hearts to Earth. And I think this has to be a message of hope, kindness, and love, because we've spoken enough that hard activism and alienating people doesn't work. So this is a mission that I want all of you to be a part in some way. I'll leave the rest to you.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to get your insights on the last two questions quickly. Thank you.
Of course. I'm a big believer in the power of education as very, very foundational. I would love to see more sustainability education, or rather survival education now with my new friend. I was yesterday with the people who are leading the Shikshagra movement in India, people-powered movement, working with government. We will hear more about it today. Khushbu Avasti, are you in the room? Stand up for a second if you are, but brilliant Ashoka fellow who's leading this work along with Santosh. I would love to see more social entrepreneurs like this, changing and transforming India. They're transforming public schools so every child has a quality education. Hopefully they will bring sustainability into it as well. What gives me hope? Social entrepreneurs like Khushbu and Santosh give me hope. Brilliant young students like you guys who are bringing us together. There's power in community, power in collaborations, bridge building gives me hope. Brilliant technology leaders in India. They're not just in Stanford and Silicon Valley, like my mentor, IIT Chennai, Professor Ashok Junjunwala, who's applied technology to transform rural India, give me hope. And above all, what we can do with AI gives me hope. I do believe together we can bend the arc of the global development towards sustainable futures that nurture all people and planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We had such a distinguished guest speakers today and our panelists. So perhaps one key thing that I would like all of us to take back is not just a discussion from here, but that the real change begins when we start distancing ourselves from the earth and see that it needs to be saved, than thinking that we are all a part of it. Not even just thinking, realizing that we are part of it, each one of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. With this, we end the first half of the conference. We will be serving the food outside. Please make sure that you grab the food and come back onto your tables and have your food, because during your lunchtime, we will have ideathon pitches, which we have ideated for the first time. 4 teams will be presenting their ideas, and we have judges who will be grading them, and we will be distributing the prizes. And make sure to come back and grab your food, come back and come to this table again. Okay, thank you. And do carry your ID cards because it need to be shown at the food table. Okay. See you all. Yeah. The badges. Carry the badges with you.
Just signals. Sam is going to talk to you guys. Sam wants to talk to them. Sam, tell him. Okay. ठीक है. Bro, Jatin, we are starting. Okay. Hi everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to the grand final pitch of Innovate for US India Ideathon. So this idea was born from a simple but very important realization that some of the world's most consequential challenges can no longer be solved within the boundaries of a single country or sector. So as the Stanford India Conference evolves into one of the West Coast's largest student-run forums on the US-India partnership, we wanted to create space not just for a conversation, but a platform for action. So this ideathon has brought together students, researchers, founders, policymakers to tackle real problems across AI, healthcare, climate, and education through both policy and product innovation. We hope this becomes a launchpad for long-term collaboration, partnership, and institutional building between the next generation of leaders shaping both countries. So over the past 2 days, teams have been working intensely to transform broad challenges into actionable solutions. In round 1, their ideas were evaluated by 3 judges: Sarvesh Karkanis, founder and general partners at Pupa Ventures; Dr. Rupesh Kyar, founder of IF MedTech and former CEO of Betic at IIT Bombay; and Nilesh Trivedi, early stage and growth investor at J Ventures. After a highly competitive evaluation process, we are excited to welcome our finalist teams today. So for a final pitch, we are very fortunate
to have our outstanding judging panel with us. I'll quickly introduce them. So Charulata Somal, she's an IAS officer with over 13 years of experience, was most recently a deputy secretary at the Department of Personnel and Training, and is a JJWBGSP scholar at Stanford Freeman Spogli Institute. She was also the first IAS officer to join an Antarctic expedition to study climate change. She's had a distinguished career in governance and rural and urban development and sustainability. Our second judge is Nitin Sharma, who's a co-founder and partner at Antler India, one of the world's leading early-stage VC platforms. He's also a member of Antler's Global Investment Steering Committee and a board member of AngelList India. He has built the largest pre-seed fund and deploys capital across deep tech, SaaS, consumer, fintech, and Web3. Also on our judging panel is Dr. Anurag, Mairal, and Dinsha Mistree, who are also our speakers, so I will skip their introductions. Our winning teams will receive a cash prize and mentorship quarterly throughout the year with top VCs, policymakers, and domain experts to build their idea further. So each team has 3 to 5 minutes to pitch and 2 minutes for judges' Q&A. We will be strictly enforcing the time limit to ensure fairness for all teams, and we are incredibly excited to present them. So please give me a round of applause for the first team, Team Pinaka. Andrew, can you put Pinaka's slides? Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aditya Om. I'm an engineer at Meta, and I would like my team to introduce themselves.
I'm Ganesh Bala. I'm a healthcare professional in the AI environment.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vish. I'm an undergrad here at Stanford studying computer science and public policy.
Hello, everybody. My name is Debbie Shree, and I work as a data scientist in US Steel.
Okay. So our name is Pinaka, of course. It refers to Shiva's bow. So basically, you take the Shiva's bow and you aim at a problem, and then you have a solution. And the interoperability layer, think of it in terms of UPI, which connects like all the institutions, that does not exist. So this is a gap that we are focusing on as part of the Pinaka interface, which is basically the interoperability layer between different, disparate, diversified systems that currently exist. So the important insight is that India does not lack digital health infra. We have the ABDM, we have the ABHA, we have the UHI, we have the NHSCX. These systems already exist, but they all share the same weakness, and which is basically they optimize for compliance. None of them solve the participation economics. Private clinics see integration as operational cost with little upside. Pinaka changes that equation. We attach incentives directly to the data flow itself. So participation becomes economically viable instead of administratively painful. So I'll briefly touch on this because we are short on time. But basically at the first point, this looks like a technology problem. It is actually a trust and incentive problem. Clinics fear compliance overhead, tax scrutiny, operational exposure, and fragmented workflows. So even when infrastructure exists, participation stalls. So at Pinaka, what we are planning to do is that we plan to solve this by redesigning the economics of participation, and so that verified TB notifications generate digitally signed receivables. So I'll quickly jump to the solution slide, and basically, so the simplest way to understand Pinaka is this, that the health event becomes transactions. So what UPI did was it standardized intent, authentication, routing, settlement. What Pinaka does is that it standardizes screening, verification, routing, and intervention. So here's the flow. A patient is screened at a private clinic, and AI chest X-ray generates a TB risk score. Pinaka converts that output into a standardized, verifiable health event, and then that event is routed into Nikshay. Nikshay is our own database for tuberculosis. DBT, when I say own, it's India's. So so DBT workflows are triggered, and clinics receive verified receivables that can unlock working capital financing. So at the end of this, what happens is that government owns the primary health source records, and what Pinaka owns is basically the IP, the routing, the trust, the interoperability infra around them. So So the innovation is like not in the AI diagnosis itself. It's basically in making the AI generated health events operationally interoperable. So let's skip to the to the stakeholder benefit. So why would basically patients? So what happens in the system is that patients receive faster DBT support, clinics receive financing and lower reporting friction, government receives real-time epidemiological visibility, and AI and pharma partners receive validated deployment environments for real-world evidence generation and insurance credit. And critically, the architecture is federated and it is not centralized, so that's the trust architecture of it. Model travel through different data sets, data does not centralize. So essentially, at the heart of it is that what UPI did was it connected different institutions in a fragmented landscape. What we have done is that we are planning to take this private sector and public sector and create a unified pipeline similar to what UPI exists except for health, and we take tuberculosis as a problem statement to solve. So the politician class would expect that, okay, we have solved tuberculosis for the entire India in say 10 years. We were planning to do that by 2025. Now that has been shifted. So we make that possible by using Pinaka. So that's a conclusion of what.
So we'll move to judges Q&A for 2 minutes. Thank you, team.
Yeah.
Can you give him the microphone?
Sure. Hi guys, love the vision, great important problem space. Two questions. One, who is the primary beneficiary? Is it, whose pain point is the biggest right now? Is it the patient or the clinic? Who are you solving for?
So what we are doing is that we are building the rails on which
yes, I get that, but who is the primary beneficiary? Who is really itching for this right now?
The primary beneficiary would be the government of India. Yep. We have the world's biggest tuberculosis caseload, but yet the government does not want to step in and do all the nasty work of integrating all of the multifaceted dimensions going on. And that's why we come in and do the hard work for them for the benefit of the people.
Start with the primary first. Okay.
I would like to chime in here. Even the patients are also on the beneficiary side.
Yes,
because
they are. They are
think
all
about the
beneficiaries.
DBT.
Yeah. In any multi-stakeholder thing, that's always one of the tricky things because everybody benefits. But where do you start? UPI, etc. Someone would argue it works very well because it was top-down adoption. You were trying to do something bottom-up. Fair? Have you thought about how you will? What are you trying to achieve with the micropilot?
Yep. So we were like cut short because by 1 minute we had a slide deck. If you can go to the last slide, we had like a rollout model. So what we are basically asking the last slide is basically like introduction to the government team. So we will be working in partnership with government to kind of tap into the existing government network and their Anganwadi workers and all of those ABHA workers and all that infrastructure to kind of build these rails. So it's not exactly like bottoms up. It's like also like from top down, so that this is federated, so that we can identify and scope out the problem correctly, so that we are able to like seamlessly tie in different pieces of the puzzle together.
Thank you. Yeah, that was the last question for Team Pinaka. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Next up, we have Team Proton Bridge.
How to change the slide?
Clicker. Green.
Which one?
Just green button.
So good afternoon, everyone. We are the team Proton Bridge, and our aim is to democratize the proton therapy and make it available to every single Indian by using technology developed by us and validated in Switzerland and in Switzerland at Stanford. Currently, the problem is that almost 800,000 people died in India due to the cancer. And one of the most advanced technology for radiation therapy is the proton therapy, yet only 0.1% people get this. Right now, there are only 2 centers because it's very costly. It takes more than 100 million just to build a proton therapy center, and it costs almost 40K just for the treatment. And even in the US, there are only 40 proton therapy centers. Why? Because of the physics problem. You need to accelerate the proton beam at 1/3 of the speed of light, so that require very big magnets. And 3 to 4 treatment room facility fit in a big football ground, so the cost is extremely high. So that's one of the biggest disadvantages. And we developed the technology to make it available and cheaper for all the Indians. Now we can talk about the solution.
So the proton bridge uses one cyclotron design system where there's only one cyclotron, but there are 12 rooms, and the number of patients we can treat with this method is 5,000 instead of only 300, which is being used right now. And next profit is that the cost is around 40,000 per patient, which can go down to 5,000, which is equivalent to conventional therapy, which are being used right nowadays. And the best thing is that to start it doesn't cost much. It's just that we are starting by signing MOU between Stanford, SLAC, and BARC. Go ahead.
Next slide. So this is not a concept, right? This is a streamlined plan that we have for 18 months. So first 6 months, as she just described, sign the MOU, have the team ready, functional, apply for a grant for $500,000. So that's our seed funding to continue our work. In a year, we, as she again mentioned, have that collaboration with BARC, validate our design, right? And lastly, in 18 months, that's our sort of milestone 3, would be to have a clinical agreement deployed with Tata Memorial. Next slide. And how do we know we're actually successful, right? This is the key metric. Like, what is our KPI? In a year, if we have an active collaboration set in place, we have our design is validated, that would be our key milestone for the first year. Now, in 5 years, what we really do want to achieve is cut the cost of proton therapy to about $5,000 per patient per treatment. Essentially, provide proton therapy to a wide range of population cohort at the same conventional radiation therapy cost.
So what are the risks associated with proton therapy? The first one is the technical risk, in which we will require a phase 1 validation for our proton beamline technology. The second one is the regulatory problems, in which once we go into the Indian diaspora, we will require the CDS-CO device registration. And thirdly, we need also the help of hospital CFOs for a better adaptation of our technology. What we don't know yet is that whether the insurance companies will be onboarded, but we are sure that after the cost parity analysis, they will be helpful. So we ask 3 things. The first one is a formal introduction to the BARC, to the DAE. The second one is a research partnership between Stanford and the BARC. And the third point is one funding conversation. This is for the initial seed funding, which we will require for the phase 1 validation of this proton beam technology. From the robust clinical data that our team has, cancer research can really benefit from proton beam therapy, and we are sure that in the next coming years, this will be inevitable. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. We'll move into 2 minutes of judges' Q&A now.
Sorry, go ahead. Very interesting idea and a lot of promise. I'm not sure you'll be able to get your funding for development in 6 months. What's your plan B?
So we have quite a lot of offers from different governments also right now. So that's not a problem.
It takes a lot of time to get money from the government. What's your plan B?
So I already received more than 500,000 from Swiss government, so it's easy.
Okay, so you've sort of done this well. Okay.
Good answer.
Good answer.
Okay. Any other questions?
Well, I'll I'll ask the second question, the adoption part. I mean, you're right to identify that as a risk. Cycle time for a new technology like this in healthcare system is very, very long, and you'll really need to demonstrate that changing infrastructure is very, very hard. It's very expensive. So you definitely want to work on, what is going to generate enough confidence in the minds of the customers to be able to adopt the technology. That's a challenging pathway. I think your timelines are very short. I don't think it's going to be that fast. Yeah. But it's a meaningful innovation to focus on.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, guys. We'll go to the next team now, which is Team Recursive Thinkers. Green button.
Hello, everyone. I am Nikhilesh. I work for Cisco Systems.
Hi, I'm Pankaj, and I'm a postdoc here in neurosurgery, and we yesterday came up with an idea that we'll be discussing, but before that.
Hi, everyone. I'm Abhishek. I'm a particle physicist and a research fellow at SLAC. I use AI for science.
Hi, I'm Arushi. I work in healthcare software, and yeah, super excited to be pitching our idea here today.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and speaking to you all today. So to begin, how many of you know what you will do if a property dispute arises back home in India, or if a case is filed against you? The process is very fragmented and resource-consuming. And trusting anyone at any step of the process is always questionable, especially if you're on the other side of the globe. Add to this complexity the fact that the system is under stress and overburdened. There are more than 5.5 crore cases which are pending, and it takes about 3 to 13 years on an average to get any sort of closure. So we have identified that the core issues to implement our solution are related to the legal data is being very fragmented and sitting in silos, and interoperability is a challenge. And also reputation is not trustworthy and requires legal grade trustworthiness. So we want to address this gap by using state-of-the-art technology that has already been tested in Indian systems like Aadhaar and UPI.
So we propose an open network protocol for justice, which allows the stakeholders to participate in the legal space without fear of getting locked into a particular platform. This also disincentivizes monopolies. So UPI is a big success story. So we've heard a lot about it in today's speakers also. So it came out of India, where we built the technology stack that solved the payments problem. So made in Bharat, made in India for the world. So we think that UPI for justice would also enable like equitable access to justice and help build trust in the justice system. So we built a reference application, reference implementation for the protocol, and it's live on this link. You can also scan the QR code. So, okay, so can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so basically we already have many legal platforms. So you might think, hey, why are these guys talking something about a protocol? Is it just a change in some English word or something? So it's not the case, because you can think of an example like, let's say a lawyer is part of a legal platform. They have been practicing for many years and built up a reputation, a review rating in that platform. What if they want to switch the platform for whatever reason to something else? So there's a fear for them that, hey, all the reputation I have built over the years is going to be lost because it's a property of that platform. So this also causes another issue, that this gives a lot of power to the platform, allowing them to game the system and also play favorites and charge a high rake amount of 15-30% per transaction, and the lawyers feel stuck for this. Okay, so can we go to the next slide, please? So that's why we are proposing this open network platform, like inspired by UPI. And if we can go to the next slide. Yeah, so why do we want to do this now? So you can see that this is like a big market. There are like 2 million plus advocates. There's like a lot of people who might need the justice system, more than 35 million people. There's a strong push from the government for digitizing the courts. There's a big penetration for smartphones in India, the cheapest data rates in the world. So we think time is now. Yeah.
As you can see, we all welcome you to try the app that we have, that's an MEP that we have. In the first 6 months, the idea is to get the protocol spec approved. There is nothing like this before in the current beacon kind of models that other initiatives around it are kind of using. So then we would also want to work with Bar Council of India and get the API integration done. Currently there is no way for validating that a lawyer who is kind of serving you has the right credentials to serve you. So we need a way to verify and authenticate and get them onto the platform. So that is the core platform problem that we are trying to solve. As part of verifying this in a reliable way across all these stakeholders, what we are trying to build is a reputation layer for the set of all legal use case stakeholders that get onboarded to the platform. And the main problem that we are trying to solve is this reputation layer. We don't own the layer itself. It would be a public ledger. Then even if we go down, the ledger stays, and anyone else can build a view on top of it. So it will be an everlasting history.
And we're done with 5 minutes for this team, so we'll move into judges Q&A now.
Thank you for the presentation. I think as I was going through the presentation, to my mind, it appears that you are replacing a physical ecosystem with a digital ecosystem. So the challenge of discovery for the right advice would still continue to remain, and especially when you do not have the interface of connecting in person and verification. Again, a clarification that would be helpful is that when you're looking at this solution, are you looking at it for the purpose of legal advice, or are you looking at it for the purpose of any form of litigation that may need to be conducted in a civil or criminal context, and whether that solution then is synchronous with the existing rules of engagement and procedures that exist in various courts?
Got it. So ideally, what we are trying to build is today, as an Indian citizen, if I am running a case in India, there is no way for me to go and search an advocate in the first place. So there are websites like JustDial or other where you don't have a verifiable way of tracking the reputation. So what we are trying to build is a way to get the trust layer on top of our platform. The way we would do is by having there are already technologies like zero-knowledge proofs and reclaim kind protocols where you can easily onboard a set of credentials by validating them using their own credentials that they have built right from the beginning. For example, they can validate the educational qualification and also this thing. So this, if we do that in a reliable way across all these stakeholders, then it becomes easy as a consumer to get when I myself is in deep trouble, it becomes easy for me to hire the best to support my case.
And in short, I think the second option that you said is the one that we are aiming for, where we can have end-to-end process, and as a customer, we can look at the progress that the lawyers are doing. We don't need to call them up every time, like what's happening. The system will have everything ready and easy to understand for like a layman person to understand where we are at.
Is there time for one more? Yeah, this is just a quick one. So I'm an NRI, obviously. I don't think my challenge is finding an advocate, because I've always got somebody else that I can call up in India who might tell me this is where I should go. Is that really the problem you're trying to solve, or you're trying to fix the legal system stack, the difficulties that we have with the court cases and things like that?
Well, so what we are proposing is a protocol for connecting the buyers and the sellers. In this case, someone who is looking for searching an advocate and someone who is a provider. So I'm sure you are aware of initiatives like Beacon, where they where the sole idea is the data today. We don't want to be the Amazons of the world for legal services. We want to break that ecosystem into partners who can get into the system in an equitable way and serve the entire market. As one of the first use cases, what we are trying to build is a search endpoint where you can onboard yourself as a advocate provider service, and then that would be helpful for customers to avail that service. So we kind of have personal experience trying to hire someone by word of mouth. Often it is also difficult to get the right people, and the only way to do that would be through trusted credentials that they can get.
I just want to say this is actually one of the more interesting ideas I've heard in a while. I'm a big believer in protocols. I was the first investor in the Mayatri, so good to see that on your slide. But I really think you should question protocol versus an actual marketplace. And you cannot get these protocols to work unless you really define incentives very clearly. So that requires a lot more thinking.
Yeah, I think our kind of ideal approach to take this to the market would be working closely with legal counsels in the design of the protocol, and then also targeting specific pilot states. And naturally, if we work closely with legal counsels in those specific states, we can make them the champions of any software that comes out of those states that use the protocol that we build out with them.
And we're. So I just have one thing regarding the incentives. So we believe that there's incentive on both sides. So for example, if you're a lawyer, like you wouldn't want your entire credentials to be locked down into one platform, because whatever, like let's say that platform goes, they decide today we are like packing up the business, all the reputation and reviews you have built, that has to be transferable. So there's incentive from the lawyer's side to go for an open protocol. From the client side also there's an incentive that if you are logged into a platform-based system, the lawyers can pay money to the platform to be like rated higher. That's not open. So an open protocol will allow like basically transparency also. So there's incentive on both sides. And just one question about the word of mouth. So word of mouth works in some cases, and as he was saying, in some other cases it doesn't. For example, in the future we want to scale this to not just NRIs, but even residents there, because everyone's dealing with the same legal system. So if we talk about like one of the context earlier, urbanization, if someone from a rural village comes to the city and they say, hey, my boss did not pay money, who should I contact? So they would not know. So if you have a system like this, everyone's using smartphones, Amazon and everything, so they can know like, okay, this lawyer has helped these particular kind of cases. So word of mouth, if you already have a network, it works. But if you don't have a network, this will help you build that network.
And we're at time. Thank you, guys. Yeah, we have a final team for today, Semicon Solvers. Change slides using this.
Okay. Introduce first. Oh, yeah. You can.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Iyer. I am a PhD student working on quantum computing using semiconductor as a platform to build the hardware.
Hi all, this is Vidhu. I'm a recently graduated grad student from Georgia Tech, and I'm started working in deep tech here. Yeah.
Hey, hi, I'm Sandeep. I've been in the semiconductor industry for the 20 years. Thank you.
Can you change? So our thing is more of a policy towards product kind of approach, and it's more towards building modular microfabs. So what it really means is, so currently we have a large space for manufacturing like semiconductor chips, which is like called as a clean room. And there is it works on a model where a large big facility tapes out a lot of chips. And this is a real bottleneck for manufacturing ASICs, which is called application specific integrated circuits. That is, if you want chips with designs modulated or modified on the fly, then what's the bottleneck to make it, and like why it's not possible. So there is a heavy market, like it's about 23.8 billion for ASIC chips alone, which is like ranging from different applications such as automotive, energy, defense, etc. And then, but the real bottleneck is for the fabs, it's just currently just 15% of the total chips that's coming in. And for the setup also, it takes like 4 to 7 years to do it. And why this exactly is the problem is because of these big fab plants. Since currently the tool owners are the major stakeholders who decide like how many chips can be produced, because they have to modulate the tool. And like it also takes a lot of time to set up, and it also draws a lot of water, which is like an environmental issue as well. So this has become a real bottleneck. And the solution what you're really proposing is, can you take some of these tools out of the clean room and set them up as modular fabs, like individual distributed units across different places, which makes this as a manufacturing oriented problem basically. And then you can solve by scheduling the different machines at different times, and also like using technologies such as smart scheduling using LLMs and AIs. So, and like this is more of also building an ecosystem which involves like making the different product lines, like the tools working in a way of physics such that they can directly get a digital design of the ASIC chips and start processing them at individual levels, each of them being capable of each other. So that also needs like heavy amount of R&D and investment in deep tech research. And that's what one of the tools that I worked on, like that I developed during my PhD, was on that lines. So our quest is really towards like making a large ecosystem really, like which kind of like integrates all this deep tech research and also modulates all this like stakeholder thing in such a way that your chip designers are the major contributors rather than the tool owners who are currently taking away, I mean, or like demanding bulk of the, like how the chips are made and stuff. And another advantage in terms of climate is also like all of these setups, like making it modular, you consume less and less water, like for the overall processing of the fab, which makes it more energy efficient and as well as solves the climate problem. And I also feel that India is best suited to solve this problem because it already has a large market for chips, as well as like the scalability issues can be only addressed by India. Currently, this deep tech startup is just being explored at different levels in terms of making the chips for defense, which is what each country wants to make its own mark on. But in future, we can also identify a problem where like, such as like automotive in India, where you go more towards EV, and at the same time go towards more like deep end chips here, which need to work on a common kind of design, who will give you the, who can be the major stakeholders and then take it forward. So that's our solution really, yeah. Yeah, and we are like open for Q&A. Yeah, we'll discuss more of that in Q&A section.
Who are your ideal customers?
So yeah, so the current ideal customers, or like in the current fab setups, are the tool owners, which is like KLA, SML and stuff. We want to shift it towards the chip makers itself, like the people who design the chips.
Like Broadcom?
Yeah. Or even like smaller players who want to make their own chips, like such as Apple also, who want to experiment like with more modular and different designs for their ICs. Yeah.
So why doesn't this already exist? What's the exact innovation that you're bringing to such a mature and massive industry?
Yeah.
Are you trying to be the orchestration layer only, the software part, or are you trying to...
Okay, there are like work happening on two different levels. One is like designing the hardware itself in such a way that your chips can be modularly manufactured, because it involves tuning the physics at different levels, which is what like labs like us are doing. And second also is a manufacturing problem, which is about the scheduling. Yeah, large scale scheduling.
Will you move back to India to do this?
I am ready.
All right, let's talk.
You have a question?
Let me just make a plug for the US as well. Why isn't this happening in the US? Why wouldn't you do it here?
Can I be frank with you? It is happening for the defense sectors, and I'm actively trying for the job in US, and I'm not actively getting a job because all of the companies who are currently startups, deep tech startups, want to go ITAR in the next 6 months because they are going to make it for defense companies.
Since we have 1 minute left, is there any question that the audience wants to ask?
Oh, yeah.
If the ITAR ecosystem is of concern to you, would you consider getting a green card in the US and doing this in the US? If the ITAR ecosystem is a concern to you, would you consider getting a green card in the US and doing it here?
Not really, because the problem, I am like, okay, I can do it in the short run to be here, but like the problem which is which this kind of thing solves is more about making the scale. And I think India is more suited to solve this problem. So this is not really like today's problem, this is like tomorrow's problem. And whichever country solves it first, they are going to be the big makers next. So I want India to also be at the forefront. It's not just make in India, but make by India.
And with that, we are done with the final pitches of the Ideathon. Thank you so much to the judging panel. Thank you so much for being a great audience, and thank you to our participants for a wonderful pitch. I'm going to pass it over to Sam. We'll be evaluating the final pitches, and we'll be announcing the results later. Thank you.
Namaste everyone. Welcome back to the latter half of today's program. We still have a lot of very interesting segments lined up for you. So thank you all for being here. I'd like to call upon the next panel being moderated by none other than Jatin Agarwal. And this will be a panel on strategic convergence in an era of fragmented geopolitics. And I'm happy to welcome to the stage Ms. Asha Jadeja Motwani, the founder of the Motwani Jadeja Foundation. Dr. Shumit Ganguly, who is a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution, and the director of its Huntington program on Indian Affairs. And then I would also, of course, like to welcome Dr. Tharoor once again.
Thank you.
Sam, we have one mic. Thank you for being here. I guess everyone had the food and have the energy to go again for this second half of the session. So today we are talking about strategic convergence in fragmenting world, India-US geopolitics. And we have three thought leaders in this space. Dr. Shashi Tharoor, we all know about. He is a member of parliament. We have Asha Jadeja, who is a founder of Motwani Jadeja Foundation and who has been deeply involved with India-US work. And we have Dr. Shumit Ganguly from the Hoover Institute, and he has been working and dedicating his life on India-US relations. So to set the narrative, we have two important phrases in this title, which is strategic convergence and fragmenting world. We have been seeing about the fragmenting world in this, where we saw a lot of wars in the war in Europe, Middle East happening, which has reshaped a lot of things, whether it's trade, which is politically looked at, energy, security, and stuff. But the other aspect which we want to talk about today is more about strategic convergence and autonomy. And I would like to ask the panelists one by one, where I want to ask first Dr. Shashi Tharoor, what you have been working around with the strategic multi-alignment and autonomy. Can you explain us more about what does it look like in a current world in the context of India, and how do you envision it going forward?
Well, when I first came up with the term multi-alignment about 20 years ago at a speech in Berkeley, in fact, I must say I was comparing international relations in the latter part of the first decade of the century with the World Wide Web. I said, basically, now we are a networked world. The Cold War binaries are over. We're no longer divided into two mutually hostile blocs. There was the unipolar moment of the US dominance, and there was also, of course, emerging powers rising around the globe. And I said multi-alignment basically means that we're connected to each other according to our interests. So I may be connected to her for some particular purpose. She may be connected to him, but he may not be connected to me. It depends entirely on the circumstances. And the examples I gave were from the Indian context, were how in those days our foreign minister would have an annual meeting with his Russian and Chinese counterparts in something called RIC. Then he would add the Brazilians and the South Africans, and he'd get BRICS. Then he'd kick out the Russians, but keep the Chinese, and he'd get BASIC for environmental negotiations. And then kick out the Chinese too, and he'd get IPSA for South-South cooperation. And each of these served a particular purpose. And the Indian side essentially had something useful to contribute to each of these formulations and something useful to gain out of it. And not merely because our name happened to begin with that most convenient element in any acronym, a vowel, but because actually they all needed us and we needed them. So that was the logic that I was talking about. And of course, that kind of multi-alignment, when I became Minister of State for External Affairs and advanced it in the MEA, it sank like a lead balloon. Everybody was horrified that I was coming up with a term that was so completely heretical, that I was abandoning all the sacred shibboleths of non-alignment. And so for a while, the idea sank without trace until my friend Jayashankar revived it just a few years ago and has been using it quite often. So I take a little credit for having come up with a term that is now once again in use. In fact, it wasn't much in use at all when I used it. So that's broadly the idea. Now, strategic autonomy, of course, is very much an Indian concept going right back to independence. So that is that goes right back to our anti-colonial struggle. It goes back to the feeling that for 200 years, a foreign country was determining what our stand was on the great international issues of the day, determining our place in the world. In fact, when India was made a member of the League of Nations, the head of the Indian delegation was the former English cricket captain, C.B. Fry. And that was the kind of way in which India was represented on the world stage. And for us, the most important thing, I think, from Nehruji's ascent as head of the interim government in 1946 was the sense that no one will tell us anymore what we believe in and what we stand for. And the strategic autonomy became such an obsession that when, soon after World War II finished, the world began dividing into superpower blocs, our instinct, our anti-colonial instinct, was to join neither bloc because we didn't want to mortgage our right to anybody else on what stand we would take in world affairs. So that meant that we were free to judge. In fact, there's a wonderful, probably sadly apocryphal story told about Eisenhower's Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, who allegedly said to Nehru in the late 50s, he's a man, by the way, who had said that non-alignment between good and evil is itself evil. So he said, allegedly, "Are you with us or against us?" You heard that phrase since then. And Nehru apparently replied, "Yes." In other words, we're with you when we agree with you, we're against you when we disagree with you. And that was the core of India's strategic autonomy. And to this day, that remains a cardinal principle. I think no government, and we've had governments of every conceivable political persuasion and power in Delhi, has ever departed from that cardinal tenet. They've all said, no, strategic autonomy is ours. We will not let others dictate to us. So even when we were warming up to the US, for example, in this century, we were simultaneously resistant to the idea of serving as a counterweight to China. Even though we had our own problems with China, we said we will deal with China on our terms and not because something is in Washington's interest. That kind of thing is what strategic autonomy is all about. So that's the definitional side of things. I think how that works out, we can continue in the conversation.
So I want to take to you, Dr. Sumit, about how does the Washington thinks about this strategic autonomy of, let's say, a country like India? in the context of their interest?
It's exceedingly difficult to say what Washington thinks these days. So I'm, until recently, one had a sense of how Washington viewed India. Today, and I'm not being jocular, I'm being perfectly sincere about this, that one honestly does not know what's going to happen in the next hour. And that's perhaps putting it charitably, because policymaking has become completely concentrated in the White House. Yes, the State Department does exist, the National Security Council does exist, but it's become totally located. Key decisions about war and peace are being made solely in the White House without, as far as I can tell, with very little consultation of other key departments, including the Department of Defense and the Department of State. So next week, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's long maintained an interest in India and had introduced an important bill in Congress, which unfortunately would not followed through because he left Congress to assume the position of the Secretary of State, and in addition to that, becoming the National Archivist, and in addition to that, being the National Security Advisor. He was unable to push the bill through Congress. But he has had a long-standing interest in India. And much will depend on what he says in New Delhi next week. He is going to New Delhi as part of the Quad Foreign Ministers Conference, but beyond that, he is going to talk about trade, energy, and defense cooperation. What he says will give us important clues about any kind of thinking that is going on in Washington about India and the continued significance of India to American foreign policy.
Thank you. I would bring question to Mrs. Jadeja. You have been very heavily involved in the think tanks, academic institutions regarding different programming, where you have taken a very deep interest in building this US and India relationship. What make you invest in those relationships from your point of view?
So coming from the venture capital world, for me, the biggest interest in actually across the planet is really on innovation hubs. And I find great interest in 3 innovation hubs where there is profound entrepreneurial activity: Silicon Valley, Bangalore, and Tel Aviv. These are 3 pockets where if you fly in and you throw a stone, you're likely to hit a founder and a startup, and most likely an excellent founder and an excellent startup. So for me, this interest has been abiding, which is what drives certain pockets to succeed so staggeringly well as an entrepreneurial hub, when governments have spent billions, right, in trying to recreate a Silicon Valley in Boston, Virginia, other places, Berlin. These have all failed. But why is it that Silicon Valley, Tel Aviv, and Bangalore are thriving so well? So this is something that I've not really fully cracked yet, but it's of great interest to me. And so I feel that if these 3 hubs were connected in a profoundly well thought out manner over the next few years, the unintended consequences of that would be that we would be strengthening institutions of democratic rule.
Christopher Applegate, JD.
Sorry. So we would be then we would be empowering institutions of entrepreneurship, democracy, the free world. And this I find at this time when there is serious competition building up between US and China, between China and India, that the strengthening this bloc of free countries, of democracies, rule of law, market preponderance, these are very important investments to make. So what I'm doing right now is just seeding as almost like a pilot into things like, Hoover or something at UC San Diego that we are doing. We're doing things at Hudson. We are doing things at Center for New American Security. We're just creating this network of nodes between here and India and some in Tel Aviv to make sure that they all speak to each other. And they understand that what they're doing at the end of the day is defending a set of values of freedom, rule of law, and democracy. So that's one thing. Second thing, to build on what Shashi and Shumit just said, is that, yes, it's all very well, we had these years, historical perspective we got about, multi-alignment and strategic autonomy and so on. But what's happened in that, if you see the actually empirical data of what's happening on the ground, is that all these labels are slowly becoming slightly, irrelevant. And the reason for that actually is that the superpower, which is America right now, is self-consciously moving away from international institutions. It's also eschewing certain norms, international norms, and it is resorting back to the time when we were in the Cold War, of resorting to power as the mechanism of change. And if that happens, and happens seriously, as we are seeing even in Iran right now, if this happens seriously in a sustained manner for a long time, then a lot of institutions, international institutions, are going to crumble. And if they do, we don't want India to be sitting there on the sidelines, scrambling, trying to figure out where it wants to be. It must take a stand, and that stand has to be with the free world.
Actually, this leads to a very interesting point to Dr. Tharoor to ask. What do you think where this alignment, what core ideas or locations where India should look for as an alignment and where it should look for autonomy, knowing that what is happening with US in their own internal politics, or any general country which has their own politics and all situation? How do we navigate those, understand those?
Let me bring that back to Asha's last point, because frankly the concern with what she said is that really if you end up in a situation where the US does move away from international rules and norms, as it's clearly doing right now, what are you left with? You're left with the law of the jungle. Might is right. America will get its way as long as it's able to get its way. But then there'll be others in their own spheres of influence who will also start playing might is right. China has considerable capacity to also exercise its might, though right now it's playing the mature statesman-like, we are the upholders of world order kind of line. Russia has already demonstrated this in its corner of Europe. And we are... I'm afraid India still remains logically a country which feels more secure in a world of rules, because the might is right works for the old joke about the 298 pound gorilla on the beach, and everybody else is the 98-pound weakling on the beach, and the first one can kick the sand on the faces of the other. But if you've got two or three kicking sand in the faces of each other, all the 98-pound wallas get buried, because ultimately this is what world wars both were about. So my concern would be that we have to ensure that there is some predictability, some order, and even where obviously the more powerful countries get disproportionate influence, that they feel an obligation to at least pay lip service to rules of the road that are commonly agreed for everyone. That's really the premise on which the last 80 years of world peace were maintained. Of course, the world was not always peaceful, and some conflicts were simply pushed to the peripheries, and countries in Africa and Asia and Latin America suffered, conflict and destruction and killings and so on. But at least we never had a world war, we never had massive destruction on a global scale, and everyone had a certain degree of protection behind these, the so-called liberal international order, which is essentially being dealt with a pickaxe right now by Washington. And so my answer to your question would really lie in sort of what's the alternative? If we don't have a predictable system, then yes, everybody will start picking and choosing whose side to take in what situation and which side, to what extent they can avoid taking any side at all. It was very instructive to see how many countries were completely silent about both what Israel did and what the US did to Iran, what Israel did to Gaza and the US did to Iran, which were clearly blatantly violations of international law, because America made it clear they didn't care what international law said and they didn't respect it. Now, many countries said it's in our interest not to antagonize the Americans, so we will not condemn them, we'll stay quiet. But the result has been that now suddenly you have essentially accepted a precedent that tomorrow the Chinese or the Russians or any other big power in their own backyard can use against other small countries. I mean, Iran is not a small country, but I mean other smaller countries of any size. These are questions we really have to confront. And that's why I would say that India's interest would definitely be in somehow reconstructing some semblance of world order in which pretty much everyone, I maybe say pretty much because the US may choose to exempt itself, that pretty much everyone else would agree to common rules of the road.
Thank you. Based on those perspectives, what do you think is the idea of like you as an academician looking at the US-Indian relationships? How do those things look from within US?
My view is somewhat of an outlier. I am convinced that the US-India relationship will endure long after this administration has remitted office. That unlike during the Cold War, when the US-India relationship was virtually non-existent because there was no significant diaspora in this country. It was trivial. The diaspora that existed was of little or no significance. Secondly, there was no trade relationship with the name. There was no investment relationship with the name. And above all, India did not matter in American strategy, except at particular moments when the US was unhappy with the Indian nuclear test of 1974. So it was derivative of American global interests when the US took any interest in India. All that has changed. India today is the US's 10th largest trading partner, and that's with the tariffs notwithstanding. India, the US is India's #1 trading partner. There is substantial American investment, as we heard earlier today, in critical sectors of the Indian economy. The Indian diaspora, do I need to even comment on that and its significance to Indo-US relations? For example, it played the most extraordinary role in 1998, post the Indian nuclear tests of May 1998, in terms of restoring amity with the United States, and also played a vital role in 2008 in terms of the passage of the US-India nuclear accord. The diaspora's role was absolutely vital. Today, there are 500,000 Americans, many of them of Indian origin, working in India. Consequently, there is real substance to the relationship, unlike during the Cold War, when Hans Morgenthau, a great scholar of international relations, said, it's like foreign policy by making faces at each other. That era is gone. And regardless of who assumes office in 2028, I have every faith that the US-India relationship will remain on course and will remain of significance to each other.
Can I push back a bit on that? Because I was a bit concerned myself at the silence of the Indian diaspora when Mr. Trump suddenly went on to his 50% tariffs and made a lot of rude comments about India. And the diaspora was fairly sad. I received, as chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, an American congressional delegation. And one of the congresswomen, a white woman from Texas, said quite bluntly that she had 19,000 Indian Americans in her district, and she received not one single call on any of these issues, whereas normally a congressperson has Americans calling all the time, urging them to take a stand on an issue they care about. So any issue affecting Israel, she'll get hundreds of calls in a week. This issue of affecting India, no, and I'm wondering whether this is partially because Indians in America are now feeling a bit nervous about their own welcome in this country, whether the racism and the mounting, I'm deliberately trying to provoke Asha into chipping in, whether the mounting sense of insecurity coming from the current dominance of the MAGA movement and the anti-immigration movement and so on, whether that makes Indians all the more anxious not to be taking a stand on issues affecting India. In which case, where is your diaspora a factor in Indo-US relations?
Excellent question and an excellent point. And let me just, reply.
I'll respond too.
And then Shumit okay. All right. So Shashi, that's a very good point that you're raising. I think it's an embarrassment that the diaspora basically stayed quiet, except for me. I'm the only Bakra who was in Washington, D.C., sitting with the president actually and voicing my concerns about certain things. But that said, my guess right now is that the reason the diaspora is staying quiet, Shashi, is that the diaspora is filthy rich, and it doesn't know how to deal with, it doesn't want to stick its neck out. Suddenly, it's the richest community in the country, and by far. So if blacks and Hispanics and Chinese and Jewish,
even Japanese Americans.
This is where the Indians are obscenely wealthy. So what's happening is the Indians are beginning to get a little bit worried that what if we become the Jewish diaspora, right? And we become sort of the target of attention, maybe even some amount of resentment and hate. So I have a feeling they didn't know how to deal with it. Some people did talk about it on social media, but did not really go talk to their representatives. I know that certain group went and spoke to Ro Khanna. And so Ro spoke about it. Ro Khanna spoke about this. Some people
Ro was the first one to speak, and it was after my meeting with that congressional delegation.
Probably because of you, Shashi. But I think
they claim credit, but
you should take credit for it. But I think right now the Indian diaspora, even after this whole H-1B drama that's going on, everybody's lying low because the truth be told, 70 to 80% of H-1Bs are Indian, right? We are benefiting massively from a system that values merit and does not go by the color of the skin and so on, but that's directly in the face of other initiatives in this country. So there is an issue right now, but I think slowly the people are going to get organized and speak more.
Since Shashi was responding to me, I want to have a quick word on the matter, and that is, yes, at one level you're absolutely right. For the most part, there has been this deafening silence from a significant segment of the Indian diaspora for reasons that Asha has mostly outlined. That said, there have been voices of dissent, perhaps not the flood of phone calls that one might have anticipated, but individuals, and if I may be so self-referential myself, have stuck my neck out and have spoken out, both in American publications and Indian publications, about the shortcomings of this administration's policy towards India and the short-sightedness thereof. So while I partially agree with you, I would not argue that the Indian community is no longer a monolith. We don't all march in lockstep. There are many in this room who probably feel some sympathy towards Trump. It is not a monolithic community which in the past felt so beleaguered that they all sang from the same songbook. That's no longer the case. It's become a much more diverse community, and consequently, you do not get the kind of coalescence that one used to get in the past. Nevertheless, I will not dismiss the point you've made, because I would have liked to have seen a more forthright response from a more significant segment of the community, and that has not happened. I'll concede that point.
Yeah. Actually, I was gonna go to the diaspora itself, because it's a point which is kind of very in the notion at this moment, where what was happening with H-1Bs and other stuff. But just to get a little more idea, like what is your opinion that how diaspora should contribute, like in an ideal scenario, how should it contribute, or it should have contributed from the back enough so that we didn't reach the situation in here where we are? And how do you seek in India contributions from like a diaspora, how they should have contributed so that the relations would have been not turbulent as it now?
May I take this first, Shamit? Okay, so this is my, I would say somewhat black and white view. Sitting here, I look at how influence is exercised in Washington, right, to influence policy. And I look at different pockets, different interest groups and how they work. I find that the best organized, given how disorganized we are as the Indian diaspora, the best organized groups are the Jewish diaspora, and how beautifully they work together, they organize, they have convenings, they have specific mechanisms by which they go speak to members of the Congress, and then on a regular basis this happens. So I've been trying to copy that, actually. And I would say the best way to be influential in Washington, D.C. is to really somewhat look at the model of the Jewish diaspora and say, let's start, organizing both at the grassroots level, at a county level here, but also at a state level and at a national level, so that we have representation in Washington, D.C. when issues arise, and we are not scrambling then at the last minute. So and for that, to some extent, I must say that you do have to write a check. At a local level, you support local candidates, you support local, members of the Congress or whatever, but you start getting visible. These are not large checks. You can get visible by simply becoming part of the, the electoral machinery.
Yeah, part of the problem is that we are no longer a tiny minority in this country. There's about 4 million of us in this country now. And there's a problem of collective action. How do you mobilize 4 million people to march in lockstep, especially when you have 3 Indians and there are 6 political opinions amongst them? And then to get them all to agree. And here are people who are everything from CEOs to taxi drivers in New York City. So the notion that all of them face similar challenges and find a unified voice is an impossibility today. And yes, there is a powerful Israeli lobby in this country. Friends of mine have written about it and have been vilified for having written the book. But the point is, there are 2 issues. First, that group existed in the United States since about the early 1940s, when they fled Nazi Germany and the Holocaust. That's number one. They've been here a lot longer than us. It was only after the end of the Alien Exclusion Act that was ended in 1965 that we started to come to this country in any meaningful numbers. Second, that is a community that has felt beleaguered since 1945. They have perceived an existential threat to their lives. We don't face a similar threat. Commonplace racism, yes. I've experienced it myself, having gone to school in the buckle of the Bible Belt, Kentucky. So I know of what I speak. But that's everyday racism based upon ignorance and xenophobia and the like. It was never an existential threat. And consequently, our ability to come together in this unified fashion is much more difficult.
Let me just add slightly to that. I take everything Shumit is saying, but the diversity within the Indian diaspora is also true of the Jewish diaspora, and so including political diversity. Not every Jew votes for one the same party. Sure. But when anything involving Israel comes up, there is an extraordinary level of unity rallying around Israeli positions and ensuring that Congress, the Senate, etc., supports or pressures the administration to support Israel. We don't have an equivalent on India. In fact, I think we did, as you said, in '98. There was a fairly extensive rallying around behind Indian interests. But what we've seen, for example, even in last year's crisis, was on the 50% tariffs, which was surely an issue that could not have divided anybody. Nonetheless, there was a lot of silence, overwhelming silence. On the H-1B visas, there was clearly a divide. There were, if you like, a generational gap between those second-generation Indian Americans who identified with the American side rather than with the Indians who might be coming in to hone their jobs. And I had one person saying to me, look, my son is an American citizen applying for the same job as some Indian on an H-1B might take away. Why would I support H-1B? Fair enough. So there's that division. That's something that the Israelis don't have to deal with. Third, when you look at other issues, for example, strategic issues vis-a-vis India's stand on matters that affect America, there's no reason for a division. If you want India to be well, you'll speak up for India's interests. Many people don't. Now, I'm not sitting here saying that that somehow Indians are more selfish than Jews, but to some degree, maybe that's true. Maybe Indians feel their primary duty is to themselves, to ensuring they don't stick out like a sore thumb before white Americans and so on in this present environment of MAGA and other kinds of hostility. Perhaps they're also worrying about the fact that given the mounting incidence of anti-immigrant racism, which is certainly greater than it ever used to be, that they would, by taking and adopting a pro-Indian stand, they would identify themselves as being more Indian than American, and that's not in their interest. So you've got a whole series of new calculations that are coming into the Indian diaspora that I'm sorry to say vitiates the Indian diaspora's effectiveness as a battering ram for India in Washington or across the country. Let's be blunt about it. It's true.
And it's also because we've not really faced great adversity yet, like the Jews, right? So the Jewish diaspora has, for them, as Shumit was saying, they've had so much adversity. What adversity, right? We've done very well, and so as a result, we're just not organized enough yet. But I think we are slowly getting organized. I think give it 5 years,
Okay, so with this, we would like to, I just want your 15-second view on how this Stanford community should contribute to this relation, how to contribute to this idea.
It already is. Why are we even having this meeting here at Stanford for what, the third year in a row? Look at the level of interest in this room. Look at the sea of faces and the significance of the individuals in this room. Not to mention Asha, who has unstintingly supported every initiative that has taken place at Stanford that I'm aware of. And I'll be quite honest, I'm a direct beneficiary thereof. So the university has yet to wake up directly to the significance of India. But my employer, the Hoover Institution within Stanford, created my position to strengthen US-India relations. So it's already well underway and will continue.
Thank you.
Yes, for those of you who are here, especially from the student and the faculty community, the more we have these conversations regularly, the more we have trips going back and forth between India and the US, more exchange programs, more scholarly exchange programs, more fellowships between the two countries, I think the better it would be. We actually, I must say, I'm really happy that almost all of the Silicon Valley companies now have a huge presence in India. So many of you who want a summer job, don't do it here. Do your summer job in India.
I'll just endorse what they both said. I mean, I said in the morning in response to the same question, stay engaged, stay aware, discuss, be conscious. And as both Shumita and Asha have pointed out, these are the ways in which you can be. So I won't take up time adding to that.
Yeah. So we will take one question maybe. We have time.
This is not a question. This is a comment building on the point that you all made. And this is a call to action to all of you. Can I see a show of hands? How many of you are willing to contribute to this dialogue and action? Okay, keep your hands up. How many of you are willing to help Stanford students find roles in India a month, 2 months, 3 months? Okay, most of the hands are still up. How many of you are willing to host Indian students here? Okay, good.
So we have questions. Can we pass on the mic? One, two. We can take few questions directly and then I get an answer straight away. Where's the mic? Okay. Can you just speak up?
Take a few questions
and we'll clump them.
Yeah.
We'll clump.
One by one, we will take a question and we will get the answers in order. So we can start with her. Yeah.
I can speak loudly.
Yeah.
It was linked directly to the diaspora discussion we were having, and my question is for Mr. Tharoor. So I agree that the diaspora should speak out more, and one who does speak out. But the problem I personally face is the Indian foreign policy is not united. So when I try to speak up to defend India, I'm immediately tagged as right-wing Hindutva Modi agent. That makes it very hard to speak up. And many times I battle people from your party who come to US universities and speak up, and they actually they seek to divide the diaspora. It has been an effort that I have been personally part of for 3 years now, and a dear friend of mine passed away in Silicon Valley fighting it. So how can we be united as a diaspora when the Indian establishment is not united in its foreign policy approach?
Yeah, okay, sure.
Can you? Here, I have the mic here. Hi.
Go ahead, the lady with the mic.
Yeah. Dr. Tharoor, I have a question for you on India-US geopolitics. What is your opinion on Indian diplomacy, particularly with mediating wars that are happening in areas that are politically and economically important for India's economy?
Okay. One last question from that person. One last question from the person, and then we get answer.
Yeah, my question is for Dr. Tharoor. The question is this: that in a world where everybody is trying to exert their leverage, there was another time in history, 100 years ago, when somebody tried to exert their leverage, and we had a world war. Now, with Arctic melting up, and India does not really have an energy leverage, what should be our top goal in kind of like realigning with our own core value of democracy rather than subscribing to the external world model of democracy, because that puts us more in cages rather than frees us up?
Okay, well, I think they all tie into each other. First, on your question, I mean, I don't know who you're referring to, but I will say that disagreements tend to be on domestic politics rather than on foreign policy. I chair the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Indian Parliament. In fact, India, unlike the US, gives the chairmanship of 8 of its 24 committees in Parliament to the opposition. And with one exception, that's also always been true of the Foreign Affairs Committee. So the American line that our differences end at the water's edge also applies to India. I think once we cross the borders, we're Indians first, and politics becomes a separate matter. I don't think you'll find me in any way sort of speaking as anything other than an Indian on foreign policy issues, and that's true, I think, of most. If there have been exceptions, I'm not aware of them. There will be different points of view on domestic politics, particularly on issues of communal bigotry, which divides a lot of people both in India and in the diaspora. There you can have different views. But when it comes to India's place in the world, or things affecting all Indians, such as H-1B visas or 50% tariffs or whatever, there can be no two views. It's India's interest that applies. On the larger question of India's place in the world, how India fits in. I'm trying to remember the exact phrasing of your question, so forgive me if I'm slightly missing the exact thrust of what you intended. I would say that India has a genuine challenge in today's world in figuring out its place. I mean, we had a sort of slightly predictable position for many years during the non-aligned movement, the Cold War, the binary. When the Cold War ended and the unipolar moment came up, you suddenly found India very deliberately and consciously tilting towards the West and the US, to the extent that we actually had a national security advisor coming to Washington calling America a natural ally, whereas by definition India never uses the word ally, because an ally implies an alliance, and we have strategic autonomy as our basic shibboleth. But that was the extent to which we were bending over to the US. And I will say that in the course of the last quarter of a century, right until last year, that was very, very much the trend. Now, last year has tossed a lot of turbulence into the relationship and into India's place in the world. I mean, we have had, for example, a real question about what to do with China. In 2020, the Chinese, in an unprovoked assault, killed 20 of our soldiers on the border, the disputed border with China. Ever since then, our relationship with China has been anything but normal. But at the same time, at least you had the sense that when it comes to troubles with China, the US had your back, because the US had an existential rivalry with China. Now it's no longer clear the US does have your back, and in fact, when Trump goes to Beijing in the next few days, we may well find that it's even worse than we might have feared. Where do we reorient our thinking? That's a question we'll have to ask ourselves. There's also an issue very much when it comes to our position on the subcontinent, given the newfound fondness of the US president for his favorite field marshal across the border. A number of questions like this which make it difficult to give you a simple, smooth answer. This is a period of reorientation, of re-examination, of great turbulence, both in the Indo-US relationship and through it on the global foreign policy orientation of India. So I can't give you a simple answer, except to say that we have to think about all this, bear all of this in mind, and proceed in a way in which indeed our collective interests, which I believe transcend political divisions within the country, will have to prevail. I don't know if I've fully addressed what was in your minds, but you're welcome to reinforce your question if you wish to. Sorry.
So sorry, we are running out of time, but you are welcome to have the questions, talk to our panelists after this. Yeah. Thank you very much for.
Thank you, Jatin. Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We'll be moving on to our next fireside chat. This is going to be Narratives, Nations, and the Future of India-US Public Discourse with Ms. Smita Prakash. And I will call upon Parul Verma, the moderator for the session, a GSB student, to lead this discussion.
Hi. Everyone, I would request you to be seated so that we can proceed with the fireside chat. Awesome. Okay. So today we have discussed technology, AI, geopolitics, sustainability, and India's evolving role in the world. But underlying all of these conversations is another force that increasingly shapes how nations understand each other: narratives. Who gets to tell a country's story? How is India's perception formed globally? So to explore these questions, we are honored to welcome Smita Prakash, editor of Asian News International, India's leading multimedia news agency, and one of the country's most renowned journalists covering politics, business, and foreign affairs. Smita has reported on India's transformation from the liberalization era of the 1990s to today's age of AI and geopolitics. Through her reporting, her ANI podcast with Smita Prakash, and Quick Take, she has shaped conversations while engaging audiences across Africa, Asia, and the US. Please join me in welcoming Smita Prakash.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here, Smita ma'am. I want to begin with a broad question. So after spending decades reporting India to the world, do you think today India is better understood globally or simply talked about more loudly?
Certainly. Is this on? Am I audible? Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for having me here. I think India is certainly better represented than it was, at least when I began my career. You heard the panelists before me, and very articulately they laid out bare about how it was in the 70s and the 80s, when nobody really knew much about India. Nobody really cared whether we had an opinion on world matters. And I think whatever happened in India was of no concern to the world. Things have changed. India does matter, and that's because I think we have learned to tell our story better than what we used to. We are less reticent when it comes to having an opinion and expressing it. We are 1.4 billion of us, and we are a noisy lot. We don't have one voice, we have several. We don't necessarily agree on any matter, which is fine. In a democracy, you're not supposed to have one view, whether it is regarding foreign policy, politics, international affairs, or anything. So if you ask me whether the media has one narrative out of India, no, it doesn't. Do politicians have one narrative about India's foreign policy? No, they don't. Do we have one political party in existence? No, we don't. We have several, and we enjoy our diversity.
Nice. So what has changed most in how the world views India? Like, is the world more receptive of India's rise now than it was in 1990?
Well, I began my career in the 90s, and that was when liberalization was just happening in India. The Indian media scene was opening up. But I was working for foreign news networks, and most of the news and I was working for East Asian channels as well as South African, American news networks. And the only news that they wanted to know was riots, tornadoes, famine, drought, any kind of natural disaster, or else governments toppling and riots ensuing after that. So this was the kind of narrative that they were used to listening about India. So I remember when Rajiv Gandhi was assassinated, we had several crews which came in from America. NBC came in, BBC of course was already in India, and people came in from all over the world. And they were using our facilities, and every crew that came in, every reporter, foreign reporter that came in, wanted to know whether there would be riots, one. Two, how many hundreds of thousands of people would come into the streets, and would that result in mass chest beating? Would it result in a government falling? Would it result in a coup? These were the questions which were asked continuously because they had the experience of Mrs. Gandhi's assassination. When none of that happened, they were actually disappointed because they had spent a lot of money in coming, and there was, if I put in quotes, no story. So, since then, we've come to a situation now when elections happen, governments go, and it happens through the ballot and not the bullet in India, and it's a normal procedure. So I think what has happened is that people have realized that the big story to come out of India is tech, the big story to come out of India is AI, the big story is innovation, and to see whether India can match up, compete with China, rest of the world, where are we? So some of the questions that come out from the Western world or from rest of the world, why even global South, is to know whether we will match up to the expectations that the world has of us.
Interesting. So talking of big stories coming out, one of the major platforms through which these stories come out is social media. And there's a lot of social media noise as well, which can end up rewriting perceptions of relationships between countries. We've seen that with US and India, with President Trump's first term and the second term. So can you elaborate a bit on that? How much of that is actual change and how much of it is just like amplified noise?
So the panel before me had Mr. Tharoor, and he was one of the earliest users of social media in politics in India. And he almost lost his job once or twice because of using social media. In fact, at that time, there used to be very odd comments made about him, the way he used to tweet. And he stayed on in social media and said that this is the platform to use. Subsequently, I think it took about a year when Mr. Modi used it, and he came to power using social media as his primary communicating tool, because he did not believe that the traditional media or the old media was fair to him when he was Chief Minister of Gujarat. The Congress party was late in getting onto social media. I'm talking purely in politics right now. As far as adopting social media as a medium of communication is concerned, there is no second thought about it when it comes to politicians, bureaucrats, and we saw that during COVID, how it was used very creatively by pharma companies, by the government, by media, as dissemination of news, which was quick and on real time. So I think social media is being adopted very well in India. Of course, it's noisy, and sure, there was somebody who said that, you know, when she defends India or Indian position, she gets trolled. That's part of the ball game. If you are there, if you're near the kitchen, you're going to get the heat. So just take it, because that's how it is. Trolling is part of social media. It's not as if Mr. Modi doesn't get trolled or Donald Trump doesn't troll people. He gets trolled and he trolls. So it's part of the social media scene. But it will happen, and you can fight it or adopt it.
Okay. So just switching gears a bit, like today, globally, one of the biggest debates in media is like, where does journalism end and activism begins? And I'm coming back to the journalists now. So would love to hear your thoughts on that. Like, do you think journalism can ever be truly objective, or like are all news channels shaped by ideological priors?
Are you asking me about just India, or if you're asking me about American media? Of course it's biased. It's always been biased against India. Not at any point of time in my career of 37 years in journalism have I ever seen American media unbiased in reporting about India. Is Indian media biased? Yes, it is. All media everywhere in the world is biased. So ideological leanings are there. Nobody wants India to rise in this world. Let me be honest with you. They want to know, they're curious, sure. But a rising power is looked at with suspicion, especially by people who are already in positions of power. So I don't expect American media to not toe the government of America's line at this point of time. American media would like us to be a foil to China. We will not be. We will certainly not be. Strategic autonomy is something that India has practiced, will continue to practice. China is in our neighborhood. We have fought one war and had a couple of conflicts with them. But we need to live in that neighborhood. We will not be used by any power against China. When it suits our purpose, we might. That's the strategic autonomy we will practice. But we live in a hostile neighborhood where we have an adversary to our left and to our right, which is to our west and to our east. We need to live there. So we will not be used by any superpower against either of those two countries. Right now, there's a favorite field marshal of your president here. He's somebody who launches terror strikes upon my country. So at no point of time do I feel even a little bit charitable towards your government right now. At some point of time, when I see a lot of investment coming in from your diaspora, from your investment bankers, I appreciate that, but they're making money by investing there. It's not a question of charity. It's something that benefits both countries, so they're doing it. But when it comes to arming our adversaries against us, because we know it's going to be used as terrorism against India, I'm certainly not charitable towards the media in America. And I don't expect the American media to be charitable towards India as well. There's been mutual suspicion for most of our existence between India and America. It changed a lot when we signed the nuclear deal with America. We turned a chapter. It seemed like that suspicion was over, and we were not going to be allies, but we were going to be partners. We are a little suspicious, and we hesitate in using the word ally, as Mr. Tharoor pointed out, but we thought we were partners. And we saw that happening, whether it was George Bush's tenure, whether it was Obama's tenure, whether it was, it continued actually even during Clinton's tenure, it continued during Trump first tenure, but things have changed now, and we are watching carefully, just like America is watching us carefully.
Interesting. So something that I think a lot about is like, everybody's perspective is nuanced. Like, you can't just like tell that they're right-wing and that's what they all believe in. And I think it's very difficult for that perspective to come out when you're communicating in mass to a lot of people. So as a journalist, how do you walk that line, that very fine line, and how do you handle the consequences of that come to you?
Gingerly. So sitting on the fence just gives you an unpleasant feeling because your butt hurts. But it's something that one walks carefully, and we are a very noisy democracy, and social media amplifies that noise. And when it comes to a question of being labeled something, it really doesn't bother me. We're taught as journalists to have very thick skin, which we do because we get abused day in and day out. It doesn't really bother me at all. Later in the day, I might think that, oh, this person was horrible, so when I need to vent, I might just give it back to him or her on social media. Invariably, it's a him dressed up as a her. So I might just retort once or twice just to get it out of my system, but it really doesn't bother me. I have a job to do, which is reporting. I have a news agency to run, and we'll be trolled by people on the social media sitting in a dark room, bored. Maybe the gulab jamun was not hot enough, so he just tweets against me or against my organization. It could be a political party threatening me that if you cover the opposition more than the ruling party, or in whether it's the state or the center, we'll see you when we come back to power. I was like, okay. Journalists are like cockroaches. We'll survive a Holocaust.
Well, I want that thick skin as well. So talking about noisy democracy, at Stanford and like in the wider Bay Area as well, like for all Indians studying and working abroad, we encounter sharply conflicting narratives about India. On one hand, there's a lot of excitement about growth and India's global potential, but on the other hand, there are concerns around polarization, institutions, and democracy. So my question to you is like, where does the truth lie?
Somewhere in the middle. I don't deny that there's polarization. There's polarization in our families. There's polarization in society. That's the way it is in almost every country. It gets reported more about India because there's religious polarization, there's caste polarization, there's a generational shift which is happening. You had Annamalai out here. You're talking about him fighting an election this time and in 2024, where post-Dravidian politics was happening. Most people in India wouldn't even know that. If they don't know much about Tamil Nadu, they won't even know about a post-Dravidian politics. So there's polarization happening there. There's a generational shift happening out there. There is talk about urbanization, which never used to happen. We never used to talk about basic things. In 2014, Dr. Arvind mentioned this, when 2014, when Prime Minister Modi spoke about Swachh Bharat, he didn't talk about Swachh Bharat first. He spoke about toilets. He spoke about that from the Red Fort. And, till then, all Red Fort speeches were very esoteric in nature. But he spoke about we need more toilets. And I was sitting and writing down points, and I just looked up and said, what's he doing? He's talking about toilets from the Red Fort? Why? And then I realized, oh my God, I've been waiting for somebody to pick this up. Because, let me tell you something which is it's a very small thing. Most journalists, especially women journalists, we all have gut-related issues. Do you know why? Indian women journalists all have gut-related issues. Because we would go out into the field to report. There were no toilets anywhere. So we would leave the hotel where we were working, where we were staying, at 7 a.m. and return at 9 p.m., especially television journalists, because we are guided by light. We have to shoot only in the light. So for between 7 a.m. and 8 p.m., we wouldn't eat or drink anything. And almost all elections, general elections, are held in the summer. And we would be out there not drinking water, not eating anything for 12 hours, while male colleagues could do it because they could just go behind a bush. We couldn't do that. So we wouldn't eat or drink anything. So all journalists my age, we all have gut-related issues. Even today, I haven't had a single sip of water, even though I know there's a loo out here. But I still don't, because it's muscle memory. So when the Prime Minister spoke about that, it just yes. So you can call me right-wing at this stage if I say that what he did was the right thing. Another incident which I'm just bringing up some anecdotes, and I remember going out, to Amethi. I go every election to Amethi. I go to Varanasi. I go to some of these places because there are stories to be told. So when I went to Amethi and I said that, it's going to be Rahul Gandhi who will win. Smriti Irani is not going to win. It's not going to be possible. It's not 2024, but the earlier election. No chance she won't win. So I went around talking and things like that, and of course people fib to you. But then one or two people spoke to me and said that we don't know who Smriti is, but we will vote because it's the BJP and there's gas connection in my house. So, I come from urban India. I think we took it for granted about gas connection. So I said, "Acha, theek hai, gas connection aa gaya. So, all right, so maybe your mother will vote." Then I dug deeper into the story. It wasn't just that the gas connection had come so his mother was in a happier place, that boy's mother. The entire family of 15 people was going to vote for the BJP. And why were they voting for the BJP? It's not just one gas connection. The grandmother had died of cancer because they were using firewood. They didn't have land which they could sell so that they could provide for the health of the grandmother. So the grandmother died of that. There were women who would go out into the forest to get firewood. If they crossed an upper caste village to get to the forest, women were raped. The sisters and the sisters-in-law would go to the forest because there was no bathroom in the house, there was no toilets in the village. So they would go to the forest at 4 a.m. So they would answer the call of nature at 4 a.m. and not use a toilet till 4 a.m. next day. So there's a reason why, as you said, sir, in the morning, there's a reason why some governments come back to power. If I report this, I'm considered right-wing. It's not as if somebody is right-wing or left-wing or polarized. It's what you can provide. To just come back to this recent election, we were talking in an earlier session about freebies and welfare measures. Welfare politics gets labeled so much, but when there's such abject poverty and you start talking in these air-conditioned rooms about welfare being detrimental to economics. I'm not an economist. I'm just a journalist. There was, when that 10,000 rupees went to a Bihar villager, a village woman, do you know what she did with that? When TV crews asked her, Amma, aapko 10,000 rupees, I am presuming some of you understand Hindi, or most of you do. Amma, aapko 10,000 rupees mile, aapne kya kiya uska? So she said, with 5,000 rupees, she bought a male goat. With 5,000 rupees, her daughter-in-law bought a female goat. You have generational wealth which was being created with that 10,000 rupees. Another woman said, with 10,000 rupees, we bought ramen noodles, Maggi. So it's like 10,000 rupees you got. You living in a little hut. Why did you buy Maggi noodles? Do you know what she did? She said, आपको पता है दीदी मैंने क्या किया? मैंने अपनी साड़ी की पेटीकोट से नाड़ा निकाला. I get choked when I'm reporting this also. मैंने साड़ी की पेटीकोट से नाड़ा निकाला, उसमें से मैगी के पैकेट टांगे, 10 रुपए का मैगी मैंने 15 रुपए में बेचा और मैं अपने बेटे के लिए फैंटा और थम्स अप खरीदा. So then we wonder that why did Nitish Kumar win or why did Modi win? Abstract politics is a different matter. These are real life stories and anecdotes which I have reported myself and seen for myself. So I'm not going to get bothered by trolls who might label me or people who might say polarization is happening in the country. Maybe an Ayodhya temple gets built, maybe a Babri Masjid comes up in West Bengal. I don't care. Build as many temples and mosques as you want. As long as there's generational wealth of that kind which is happening in this country, I'm very happy.
That's very, very, very thought-provoking. Thank you for giving us a lens into something that most of us will never really have a real world chance to understand the implications of. And with that, I would like to ask you the final question. So for the Stanford community, for everybody who's joining us from outside as well, future founders, future VCs, policymakers, builders, what responsibility does our generation have, or this generation have, I think I'm getting old, in shaping a healthier public discourse?
First and foremost, become wealthy.
Okay.
Make money. I'm not asking you to invest in India. Of course, the others, your gurus will tell you that. Just become wealthy. Once you become wealthy, you get a voice. When you have that voice, use it for the betterment of your family, your community, your country of origin, and the country you are adopting. So I always feel rest of it follows. Believe me, when air conditioning came in, it solved half the world's problems. Ask Singapore, they'll tell you. Ask Malaysia, they'll tell you. Travel as much as you can. And you're in this wonderful place where you have so much. I wish I had that when I was your age. I didn't, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity to come here and speak with all of you and learn from all of you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We will take one audience question. Yes. Okay, maybe two.
Thank you, Smita. Thank you for talking to us today. A very insightful talk. My quick question is, how do we raise the level of journalism in general? Journalism is supposed to be independent, supposed to be objective. So how do we raise that level of journalism?
Let me ask you, when you say we, who do you mean?
Society and people who watch the news, that is included in we, but also the journalist community themselves, the news organizations.
Look, when I got into journalism, there was no private television channel. So when anybody says to me, how do we improve journalism, my antenna go up and I'm like, oh, don't ask whether you want to improve us. I think market forces will improve. If we have a plethora of television news channels. Our print journalism is so vibrant. We have so many newspapers. Even now, if you're going traveling by road and get off the highway, take the village roads, take the town roads, you'll still find people sitting in Gali Nukkad, which is in little nooks and crannies of your towns and villages reading newspapers. And even if there's no literacy in that place, there are people around and somebody reading to them. There's still the culture of reading periodicals. There's still magazines in our country. So there's a plethora of news channels and there's social media. The culture of reading is still there. So I just feel I have more hope from Indian media than I do from the developed world.
Thank you. We will have one final question.
Namaskara, Smita ma'am.
Namaskara.
You have such a powerful job. Your words are so powerful. You can swing people's opinions so easily, so quickly. So in a position like that, when you see other countries where there are, left wing, right wing, which in different countries they're defined in various ways, and they report about India, as an Indian media person, how do you voice your opinion strong enough to actually state the facts and basically inform the rest of the world that this is the right thing that happened? And it could be any field. It could be politics. It could be, as you said, with some natural calamity or something that people don't understand very well. Because I'm sitting here, I might be reading New York Times and it says one thing, Fox News says something else. How do I know what's the real thing that's happening in India, and how do you help with it?
Thank you. Well, with power comes responsibility, as they say. But you're of a generation which is so much luckier than your parents' generation, in the sense that they probably did not have access to information like you do. So you don't need to just necessarily read only the New York Times. Of course, read the New York Times. I'm not saying don't do it, but I used to write for USA Today for a short period of time. I also did a couple of broadcasts for NPR for a couple of years. And I learned brevity by doing that. I didn't know American English. I didn't study in America, so I didn't know that. I learned that. Similarly, you have access today, click of a button, subscribe. Subscribe to news channels around the world, newspapers around the world. And yes, it does annoy at times when you see colored reportage that comes in. And you also know that as an Indian, I know that my adversary, whether it is China or Pakistan, and I'm naming them, whether it's China or Pakistan, has an entire ecosystem working for it. India has not invested in that. The Indian establishment, if I may say, they've not picked out student voices, diaspora voices, placed them in positions of power in media to amplify their country's voice. Both those countries are not noisy democracies. We are a democracy, so somewhere we pay the price for it, that we don't function in that manner. We are not propagandist in that nature. We haven't placed journalists in American media companies or in British media companies, European companies. We haven't done that. India hasn't done that. Maybe we should have, but it's something that our country doesn't believe in. We don't do propaganda well. Maybe we are not talented enough. We haven't found the need for it. Operation Sindoor, which happened last year, I was supposed to come here last year, but Pahalgam and Operation Sindoor, between that, this conference happened. And that was the time we saw that, Indian information was not being put out in the world in a proper manner, whereas Pakistan did it so well. It's a small country, but they do propaganda so well. India doesn't do it. And it's now that the Indian military is sitting together to say that it's not enough to just win a war on the battlefield. Winning a narrative is also important. So yes, narratives, to come back to the main topic that we were talking about, India doesn't do narrative wars very well. We don't tell our story very well. We have done a better job in doing that, but that's random voices among us who'll speak up. Like Mr. Tharoor said, right, that when we are out of India, we don't take party positions. We will speak for India. But his own boss doesn't do that. Doesn't do that. So, but he does. And for him to go against his party line or his party's boss is something which is bravery personified. Right? So it's something to be appreciated and admired. But you think back in India, it will be? No. He's an object of ridicule within his party and in the Indian media. Unfortunately, that's how narratives are woven.
Thank you.
We have come to a close for this fireside chat. I wanted to thank you so much, ma'am, for a wonderful conversation. Everyone, please.
Thank you all. We'll be moving on now. We are running a little bit behind schedule, so we thank you all for your patience. Our next segment will be a keynote by Mr. S.T. Shibulal, the co-founder and former CEO of Infosys. And the keynote will be on reimagining education and schooling, future readiness in an AI-native world, a very pertinent topic to the era we find ourselves in. So with that, I welcome Mr. Shibulal to the stage.
Good afternoon. It's a great privilege for me to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me. So, when we ask this question, how do we prepare children for the future, especially in a world shaped by artificial intelligence, I believe we must pause and examine the assumptions embedded in that question. Because it's not simply a question of skills, curriculum, or technology. It is more fundamentally a question of responsibility, of who we believe is responsible for preparing the children for the uncertain future and what we collectively believe they deserve. In India, where much of our work is anchored, there are over 120 million children studying in government schools. And for most of them, the school system is the only doorway to prosperity, to opportunity. And yet, a significant number of them complete schooling without strong foundations, without confidence, and without readiness required to navigate their life and work in a rapidly changing world. Now, we often describe this as a crisis of access and crisis of affordability. But increasingly, I see this as a crisis of norms and how we think about education and who is responsible, whose responsibility it is in the society to provide that education. Over the last many decades, across my journey in industry, in public service, and in philanthropy, one insight has remained consistent. Institutions matter. Of course they matter, but people transform them. So any change is driven by people. If we accept this assumption, then the question of future readiness cannot be solved only by redesigning systems from the top. It must also be addressed by reimagining the role of people within these systems. So for many decades, the education system across the world has been designed for a relatively stable and predictable environment. A world in which knowledge is scarce, information is controlled, and careers follow a linear trajectory. In that world, the role of education was to transmit knowledge, standardize learning, and prepare individuals for a defined roles. But today, we are entering a fundamentally different reality. Knowledge is no longer scarce. AI can retrieve and generate and even synthesize information at a scale and speed that was unimaginable even a decade ago. Careers are no longer linear, and future is not something we can fully predict or prescribe. So in such a world, the purpose of education must evolve, not away from knowledge, but beyond it. Because while machines can process information, they cannot replace what makes us human. They cannot replace the confidence to act in uncertain situations, the ability to think critically and creatively and solve unfamiliar problems, and the ethical judgment required to navigate complex decisions. These are not peripheral capabilities. They are central to what it means to be future ready. And yet, these capabilities are not built through curriculum alone. They are shaped through relationships, environments, and everyday practices within schools and communities. So this is where the conversation should shift from viewing education as a delivery system to understanding it as an ecosystem. For a long time, we have tried to solve education problems in isolation. A new program, a new technology, a new policy. Now, each of this may work in isolation, but at scale, they often remain fragmented. What we are increasingly realizing through our work in India is that systems change requires alignment across actors, not optimization within silos. In our world, government brings legitimacy and scale, markets bring innovation and pathways, civil society brings proximity to communities and contextual understanding, philanthropy brings patience and ability to take risk. But sustainable impact emerges only when these forces move not in parallel, but in shared stewardship. So this is where the idea of collective action becomes central. In our work through Shikshagriha, we have been exploring what it means to enable a system where teachers are not seen as implementers, but as leaders of learning. Communities not an external stakeholders, but co-owners of education. When the shift begins to happen, something deeper changes. The system moves from compliance to commitment. In spaces where teachers, parents, and local leaders come together, not to complain, but to co-own learning. I know these are small shifts, but they represent profound change in norms. Now, if we bring AI back into this conversation, the implications become even more important. AI will undoubtedly reshape how education is delivered, but its deeper impact will depend on how we choose to embed it within our systems. If we approach AI primarily as a tool of efficiency, we risk reinforcing the existing inequalities and reduce education to a transactional outcome. Not to do this will require intentionality. It requires us to remain anchored to the question, what kind of human beings are we trying to nurture? This requires us to move beyond preparing children to known outcomes, to enable them to navigate unknown futures, and in turn requires us to invest in what I call invisible infrastructure: trust, shared purpose, collective responsibility, and the ability of systems to learn and adapt continuously. Let me end with a reflection. Public education will not change through policy alone, through technology alone, or through programs. It will change when leadership begins to emerge at every level, when communities begin to care deeply and participate meaningfully, and when systems learn to listen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. We'll be moving into our next panel. This is on bridging Silicon Valley and India, the future of cross-border venture capital. So for this panel, we'll be having Mr. Jishnu Bhattacharjee from Nexus Venture Partners, Pawan Deshpande from Curata Ventures, and Nandini Tandon, the founding managing partner of Arna Venture Partners. And moderating this session will be Akul Jindal, a student, an MBA student at the Graduate School of Business.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll just give a brief introduction of the panelists, and then we'll move into the questions. We have Jishnu Bhattacharjee from Nexus, who's an MD there, and he has backed software companies like Postman, Dhruva, and Observe AI there. Personally, very grateful to Nexus. They backed Zepto, and so I get Diet Coke at $1 at 2 a.m. in the night. So that's just, thank you so much, Jishnu. So that's there. We also have with us Pawan. Pawan is the founder and CEO of Curata Ventures. They're an early stage fund investing in AI and enterprise software. And Pawan comes with prior operating experience across leading US technology companies. Thank you so much, Pawan, for being here. And Dr. Nandini, who's the founding managing partner of Arna Venture Partners, a healthcare-focused venture firm investing at the intersection of US and India. Thank you so much, Nandini, for joining us. All right. So I think the plan is to break this session into 3 segments before we open it up for Q&A. The idea is to understand the evolution of the India-US venture corridor, followed by how do we think about building cross-border companies, and the last section is the most exciting one for our investors who were here, which is liquidity and how do we think about exits. So to begin with, Jishnu, I want to come to you, which is when we think about the evolution of the relationship between Silicon Valley and India, I mean, Nexus was early to back some of these cross-border SaaS companies like Dhruva and Postman. And from your vantage point, has the India-Silicon Valley relationship actually changed? Have we become from just another talent base to being someone who's providing or innovating actually, or creating categories, so to speak, which are being consumed in the United States?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me here. It's always great to be back in campus every time. It's a history that you have gone through, right? Like, you know, if I look at, I've been investing actually for a long time, for 18 years, and the technology investing goes in, you know, in fads and trends and waves. If I just look at my tenure of investing, you know, when I started investing, then AWS just set up and the entire cloud evolution started happening. It just got followed. Very soon mobile came in. So cloud and mobile started shaping a lot of the experiences as we know, and also a lot of the infrastructure that the world has built. And there has been associated waves of innovation. There are tons of microservices being created, tons of APIs, tons of kind of like, you know, the entire IT stack as we know it got changed. And then the world started experiencing AI, which is now known as predictive AI, back in 2012 when we first started investing in AI, and then starting 2022 November when ChatGPT came in, when the world experienced AI. People who don't know AI experienced what AI is, what intelligence is. The entire thing is history, and probably last 3 years of wave, or whatever you would call it, has surpassed everybody's imagination, and we will need to see, you know, where it goes. To now coming back to your question, I think, you know, even one can argue that technology moves so fast that even SaaS, the word SaaS, what it means is now questionable. What SaaS really is. So the way to look at it, India's evolution, if you look at when we started investing almost like, you know, 18, 20 years ago, there the software, of course, software wave has been going on, let's say, late 1980s. First, Silicon wave started happening in Silicon Valley. Then software started happening in the 90s. And then within 20 years of software getting deployed and getting used ubiquitously, India picked up software, right? India picked up first software in terms of IT services. Then MNCs got set up. Product knowledge started happening, and circa, I would say, 2007, 2008, 2010, when some of the companies you mentioned started happening, which are global software companies out of India for the world. Now, that always there has been, in this wave, always there is an expertise lag and an ecosystem lag between what happens in Silicon Valley and what happens in India. That gap was getting bridged in software. But I have to say that, you know, over the last 3-4 years, as AI has latched on, unfortunately, that gap has widened, because of, you know, the lack of research that we had in the country, because of also lack of experience of the companies doing cutting-edge research, having offices in India. They didn't, right? Now, we, as I'm seeing the trend, I would say things are again getting back, and we'll see over time the gap will get bridged. So it's always a sort of like, you know, to answer your question, it's kind of perpetual. Something will happen and will bridge. I'm really looking forward to where India will set the trend, not just kind of like, you know, come up and bridge the gap between what is happening elsewhere. A lot of exciting stuff's happening. So
got it. So essentially what you're saying is that by the time we get into that place, we buckle up and we're ready to catch up, there's a new wave and snap back, we're back to the starting point of the yeah, makes sense. And so now I want to also, I think Pawan, you've talked a bit about it, which is for the Indian talent base that is building out of India, for India, and then for the US. So that's something that you've talked about. The point where I want to bring you in is to also think about what is it, given your cross-border experience that you've seen, US investors have thought about India that no longer holds to be true, and on the other side, what do they know to be true, which really is, but painfully so, continues to be true about the Indian market?
Yeah, good question. So this is more than 20 years ago. You know, most engineers of Indian origin, they're born in India and they move to the US for software jobs. I was born in the Western Hemisphere, in Canada technically, but grew up in the US. And I went to India for a software job. So I worked at Google more than 20 years ago, both in the Mountain View office here and then also in Bangalore, India. It was only 12 people in the office back then. And I worked on machine transliteration for all the Indian languages. And so back then, what was, if you looked at the average Indian engineer, getting a job in a multinational company was their aspiration. That was the place to be. You could get 1 lakh a month salary. That was a good salary back then, 20 years ago. And that was the ambition. I think what's changed now is if you go and ask an engineer in Bangalore, their aspiration isn't to go work for a multinational company. It's to go have a startup and to IPO. And that ambition has really changed. I think that's the biggest thing that's changed. And that's what matters. And there's trailblazers who have made that possible. The uncomfortable truth that's still the case more on the venture side is that all dollars are not equal. So if you are a founder, you would probably want to take a dollar from a US fund over an Indian fund, all things being equal. Because the US investors have that premium brand value. When I think of investing, there's workhorses and show horses. So a workhorse investor is someone you put on your cap table because they will do work for you. So after investing, they'll make introductions. They may help you hire. They may help you with operating your actual business. And then the show horses. They could be angel investors. They could be funds where you just want their logo on your slide deck. We're in Stanford, so it's kind of like getting a Harvard MBA. It doesn't mean much except you put on your resume and give you some brand value, right? So the U.S. firms, they are the show horses. I don't think the Indian funds operating in the U.S. have really graduated to that show horse level. So that's, I think, the uncomfortable truth. Hopefully, with more track record, the Indian funds can get there as well.
Got it. I love this classification sort of between show horses and work horses. And I think, Dr. Nandini, where I would want to bring you in is, I think when we look at healthcare, where sort of software, sorry, is that okay? Yeah. So when we have been thinking about software, which is the early idea of sort of engineering talent and there being cost arbitrage, I think when we look at healthcare specifically, India has had a plethora of like CRO type of organizations. We've been known for generics, now biosimilars. Sun Pharma recently acquired some R&D company, and I mean, I was pleased to note that. What do you think is the next stage for the US-India partnership when we think of healthcare? What is it that India can provide to this corridor?
So, thank you. Great question. But allow me a second to first of all acknowledge what an amazing gathering this is. Your entrepreneurial spirit of the students and the innovation that you all have brewing out here. I would love for all of us to give a round of applause to Professor Mairal and Samyukta and Yatin and Devansh for taking this torch forward, and just very honored and grateful to be here. So excellent question. So I, too, have been a venture capitalist for 2 decades, and I started my journey from Canada. I opened Royal Bank of Canada's venture capital arm in San Francisco, and the cross-border, the arbitrage, the looking at what are the differences and strengths, and now I'm taking that learnings to India. And to your question, what can we anticipate in the US-India coming together? I'll just give you, starting out with just one example. Clinical GMP manufacturing facility. So expensive to put together, right? So if you do the fundamental science and research here, but then you need to have large-scale clinical GMP facility. And India, as you already said, has had a head start on the generics and the other areas where it's not necessarily focusing on the innovation, though that train has also left the station in a huge way. But this is a simple example. The second thing is that now the talent is not flowing in one direction only. I know of many Indians that I meet who studied in Armenia and have gone back to India. They studied in medical school. It's a global phenomena. In India, the talent is coming from all over. They left India and came back. So there is multiple areas where the US-India synergy can be harnessed where there's talent, where they're looking at whose strength is more prominent given the area that we are focusing on and how we can best leverage that. So they are manufacturing, talent, innovation, technology, also the speed of clinical trials. So in America, given the fact that we have 1/4 the population of India, when we are doing clinical trials and we are gathering the patient, it takes much longer and it's much costlier. But in India, we could profoundly catalyze the speed with which we do that, and every day saved in a clinical trial and the money saved in clinical trial goes ahead in a long way for any company. So multiple ways to skin the cat. Very exciting time.
Got it. No, I think there was something fascinating that happened in terms of the Indian ecosystem opening up to clinical trials,
yes,
which we had not seen happen before. And please correct me here, but what I remember learning was that about 80% of patient recruitment that happens ends up being within the US for a certain type of population. So we never really actually test out the drugs on Indians, which we may end up prescribing to Indians.
Yes, not only that, if you recall, a few decades ago, the entire FDA clinical trial was based on 40-ish Caucasian male. So we've come very far from that. I don't look Caucasian, I'm not a male. So anything that is pertinent to that doesn't apply to me. And more we learn about personalized medicine, we realize that the diversity has to be taken into account in America. And then when you look at the diversity in India, it's huge. So very good point. It really opens up the spigot.
Thank you so much. Jishnu, I'll bring it back to you now. We're moving to the second section, which is thinking about building cross-border companies. So I think you've talked a bit about product-first thinking, especially in the context of SaaS. Now, as we've talked about, the gap is widening again. We're looking at AI with the new wave. How would you think about building a relevant cross-border company in this era? Is it going to be, again, the same playbook of, oh, I need to be in the US first, and then I could have my development team sit out of India? Does it evolve more into a structure of, I need most of my team here, and then I may think of scaling back home? What does the new model look in the context of AI?
Yeah, very, very important question, which we ponder over all the time. You know, what is the truth today? Obviously, the best thing would be if one can start a company where when they are coming up with the product, as they're thinking through, they can get customers and together they can iterate. And that's what actually made Silicon Valley, right? Unfortunately, even today, even though things are changing, because the indigenous companies, digital India companies, you mentioned Zepto, there are many others, Rapido, like Misho, so many others, which have graduated to be bigger companies. Of course, it started with Flipkart. They are trying out different products, but still far from where it needs to be, from a vibrant ecosystem where if you are building a product in India, you can actually try it out in a way that it becomes globally competitive. So the hard truth here is that if you are building an AI company, let's call it, like, instead of SaaS in today's world, and you want to be globally, okay, forget about global, like you want to cross 100 million ARR company, it's not clear to me how you can build that by just targeting and selling to Indian customers. So which means the uncomfortable truth is you have to target outside of India, which happens to be primarily US. You can say that, some opportunities are there in Asia-Pac, more in the Southeast Asia or Australia, and some in Middle East, maybe a little bit in Europe, but primarily in US. So what we are seeing actually increasingly, even though, yes, in India, the information is flowing faster and you can probably start getting started, we are finding that the best teams are actually moving here even faster. In fact, there are companies who are taking O1 visas. Obviously, given where the administration's policies are, visas are not becoming easier. But even then, if I have to count the number of O1 visas on which Indian entrepreneurs are coming in here, definitely it has increased. And in many cases, even they are being able to do it even before they raise their first institutional round, right? So I think to that point, if I see it, at least as of now, probably it's a great construct to have if there is one market-facing founder who is in US or moving to US as soon as possible, and one technology-oriented, AI-forward co-founder in India to be able to take the best of both worlds. So that, remains the case, I would say.
I see. So what we are seeing is that the cycle time for moving to the US has become much shorter, which is that now I don't wait for my seed round to be over.
Or in other words, I would say you can't afford to. And I would say, we like it or not, the truth of the world is, if I keep for the second time being China aside, SF, San Francisco, and I'm not talking about even the Bay Area, just the San Francisco city is undoubtedly the hub, the capital of AI by miles across any other cities. I would say go to that extent, right? So what do? Right? Here things are happening ad hoc in corridor conversations, in coffee cafes and all that, right? We have been here from day one for last 20 years. We had an office in Sand Hill. 2 months ago, we also opened an office in San Francisco because we are finding that a San Francisco founder don't want to drive that 40 minutes to meet us. They want Zoom, and then I ask question, what is the difference between Bangalore and Menlo Park in that case? So those are the things happening. So I think, an Indian, a forward-looking, the companies who want to be global leaders have that kind of ambition. They have to embrace US sooner than later.
Got it. Thank you. I think there is this quickness that we're expecting in everything now, with even the founders saying that I won't travel 40 minutes. I need you here now. Very interesting. Pawan, bringing you in here, I think what we've learned is that, number one, founders are moving here sooner, they're building sooner, and with AI, product development has gotten faster. So now with that mindset, what do you see as the delta now that can be created for founders who are successful in the US versus the ones who are finding it slightly harder to scale?
Yeah, can you clarify, what do you mean by delta?
What is it that they're doing differently? What is it that they're doing better?
Yeah, so I mean, it all comes down to customer context, I think, understanding your customer. And in the US, that's the fastest, highest bandwidth way of doing that if they're based here. And I think this is a particular challenge for founders in India. Most of them tend to be technical, and I'm an engineer myself. And the easiest thing for an engineer to do is to build. And so their natural comfort zone is to build. And so they fall into this two traps. One is they can think that if they build it, they will come. If you build this product, then magically you turn the lights on and you'll get a lot of customers. And so they can burn half their round trying to build a product, release it, and crickets. No one shows up. The second trap for a founder in India is to think that they can get a hired gun. They can get a salesperson in the US who's American, who can speak with American accent and sell everything for them. And the problem with that is they're also not getting the customer context, because that salesperson is understanding what the customer needs, but they're not the builder, so they can't actually bring back those learnings back into the product and iterate. So the only way to do it is to have founder-led sales, and the only way to do founder-led sales is to be in front of the customers. And so that only works if you're in the US, if you're selling to enterprise customers, unless you're in India and you're doing a second mover product, like a Zoho or Freshworks, where the customer context is already understood.
Got it. Yeah, I think my last question to Dr. Nandini before I'll offer a final question. I think we're running slightly short on time. But Dr. Nandini, when we look at SaaS and AI, I think we've had this wave of build in India, build in the US, and then kind of have that dual partnership play out. For healthcare and medtech, how should we think about this? Is it build out in India, prove out in India, come to the US? Is it start building in the US? What is the right sequencing there from your perspective?
Yeah, once again, very good question, but it's very contextual. I'll give a very simple example. If you're working in malaria, tuberculosis, it's a given. Start in India, right? But then you also run into things like cardiovascular diabetes that are pervasive. Then you have to figure out where do you have the right kind of money, the right kind of the technology that's going to give you a jump start. But no matter where you start, the critical aspect is in our industry that you have to keep FDA in your mind. And the good thing is that Indian companies more and more have become FDA savvy. Also patent savvy. I remember when they would then have a presentation in some small place and then they were expecting to have a global patent. You can't. If you've done a presentation, no more global patent. So things like that. But I'll give you a very small example, very important. Indian women have dense tissue, and X-rays does not do justice in early detection of breast cancer for dense tissue. My doctorate is in magnetic resonance imaging, so I invested in a company using ultrasound imaging to look at dense tissue early detection, right? And we worked right here in Silicon Valley, but the adoption was huge in that part of the world. But it was very good to be out here because we knew then how to compete with the radiologists and how to compete with the X-ray mammography of the world with the FDA support, and then take it into India and other places. So I think it's very contextual. It depends what is your patient, your client, as you were mentioning, what technology, where are you in your journey, and where will you also get the money at the end of the day, which area will also allow you to have money. Because these days you can have offices in both US and India. You can have labs, to your point. I totally agree. I think instead of waiting first India, first America, many people are beginning to start in both the places, which makes a lot of sense. Thanks.
Got it. Understood. Okay, so my last question before we open it up to the audience, this one is for all of our panelists. If we revisit this conversation 5 years from now, what would need to change for the US-India venture corridor to be considered truly mature?
Proof points. We need an open AI to come out of India. I mean, at the end of the day, look, that has been the inspiration for even the SaaS world as well. That can we build whatever. 10, 20, 50, $100 billion companies. I think that has to happen. Honestly, that's what made Israel, the ecosystem has gone in, it's I don't know, 9, 10 million people country probably, maybe, if that, right? And 135 plus companies are getting traded in US stock exchanges, right? So we need that. And we have done it in IT services, obviously, Infosys has been the torchbearer, but we have seen that. But we need that, right? Same in AI. And really, I'm hoping for, and to some extent, we try to, we are doing whatever we can as a venture fund. We can only do this much, but the research infrastructure of the country has to improve. There is no other way, and it is very heartening that most of the promising graduates are not just turning to US for many reasons, and they are in the country, but the infrastructure has to be there. They are not continuing in research, they are not probably getting the right infrastructure. Industry academia collaboration is still not happening. So, these are the things we would need to have.
Got it.
So yeah, I think the US-India venture startup relationship, it's in a very good place at its foundation because it's built on trust. There are no major IP theft issues between US and India. There are no national security issues, for the most part, about technology leaking and hurting US interests or vice versa. This is not the case with China. I have a close friend who used to cross-border investing between US and China, and he's completely stopped because he said, I can't do it anymore because of these issues and the mistrust. So we have a lot going for us. And there's friction, regulatory friction and all of that. So that needs to change. But the model that I think works here is US-Israel. It's also very aligned on trust, on defense, national security, no IP theft. So very similar in that regard. What I worry about, though, we could mature things 5 years from now, remove the regulatory friction, is that if you look at the conference here today, I think other than Dinsha, I'm the only person here who's a second-generation Indian American. And this is actually, I think, a bigger issue because the Indian diaspora that we've talked about is largely the first-generation Indian diaspora. And we've spent hundreds of millions of dollars in building institutions in this country for the first-generation diaspora. So we have temples, we have organizations like TIE. But if you go into any of those organizations, they're all first-generation folks. The only people who are second-generation are under the age of 15, because after 15, their parents can't force them to go anymore. And so when you talk about the unfair advantage of the diaspora and venture investing through the diaspora, those networks dissipate as soon as people mature. And I think that's a more systemic issue that we need to address that goes far beyond any of these other things.
Thank you. So first of all, I agree with everything both of you have said. Adding to the mix, 5 years from now, as a VC for whom resolving global unmet challenges and returning money to our LP are two critically important goals, having an ecosystem where we can be very comfortable that the exits can take place in India and they don't have to be routed through America is very important. That's one thing. Having sold a company to Pfizer in cancer, to GE for breast cancer imaging, to Amgen for pain management. Dealing with these companies, for them, they need to have confidence that the technology or the solution that they're going to acquire not only meets the FDA, but also meets a certain benchmark, and so they can work with it. So I think over the next 5 years, because we are heavily invested into this corridor, for us it would be very important. Exits take place, the acclimatization of the Indian companies with these major acquirers takes place, and also the ease of doing business takes place, and also the FDA adoption that is taking place in India becomes even more robust. Thanks. Yeah.
You know, I think on that point, one point I have to say, where India scores very high points on the liquidity part. In India, the IPO ecosystem has come along. Like that was an issue, but for last 5 to 7 years, it has gotten unlocked. Like, you know, I mean, just talking about one firm, we have taken like how many? 4 companies public in last 2 years, another 4 are in the process of filing as I'm speaking in India. And these are, yes, granted, these are like digital India, like what we spoke about in this panel is mostly about cross-border, but a lot of innovation is happening in using technology for solving India's needs. Zepto is one example that you said, right? But there are a lot of others. The point I'm saying is that I think that IPO market has been proven for digital consumer tech.
Exactly.
This has been proven for IT services.
Right.
It needs to be proven for technology.
Precisely. That's
another thing, unlock in next 5 years I'm looking forward.
Totally agree with you. That's the direction it needs to go. And then the other direction it needs to go is that where the AI, semiconductor, the renaissance of hardware and health tech comes together. For example, Parkinson's disease or any of these diseases, we can collect billions of movements or billions of data points, and then we can take it to a resolution. India, US can not only take care of their own backyard, but can literally be the corridor that serves the global north and the global south in an outstandingly thoughtful manner with very cost-effective and high quality.
Can we have a round of applause for our panelists, please?
Thanks.
Thank you so much for the lovely answers. Okay, so I've been told we can take one question. And, okay, yeah, Dr. Arvind.
So this very last question, I want to reverse. The way it was asked was next 5 years. My question is, you know, we can take past 5 or past 10 or so. How do you really explain that there was a time when Infosys, Wipro, Satyam, etc., we were well ahead of almost any other country, meaning, you know, not counting the US, but I'm thinking China. Mm-hmm. I mean, we were far ahead. These 3 companies were far ahead of where China was. IT was seen as the India thing. And yet, at the end of the day, if you look today, whereas the public sector in India in this space has done very well, the public infrastructure, I mean, you know, I'm a markets person and I'm very skeptical of the public, but in this sector, the Indian public sector has done wonders. But the private sector really has been disappointing, frankly. Right? I mean, now, sometimes people give this explanation that, oh, you know, China banned Google or China banned Facebook or what have you, and that's how China had to do its own innovation, and whereas in India, Google came in. But there was plenty of time for the Indian entrepreneurs. You know, the multiple languages part in the browser came much later. These innovators had the time. But the most recent, I think, very concrete example is that India banned TikTok. The alternative TikTok really didn't come from India. It was ultimately the Facebook shorts which filled the space of TikTok in India. Why is it? What is it in the ecosystem, you know, that somehow has not produced in the past 5 to 10 years the kind of success? You know, you look at China, the Baidu, Tencent, you know, Alibaba, this, that. So much happened.
हम लखनऊ से हैं तो पहले आप.
Yeah, see, it's a very nuanced question, and that, like, you know, I still remember in the first fundraise deck that we had, we said that, India is, 5 years behind China, and that window just kept on, it's kind of like a shifting window. To your point, you make a lot of good points. It's very nuanced. So if you look at what has happened, obviously, India has been established at IT services play. What you're saying IT, I'm dividing it up between IT services and IT IP. So IT services, India has taken that leadership and a lot of goodness that has come around. Obviously, that sector is also going through transformation in the wake of AI, and we will see, how we kind of perform. But that has wonderfully worked for India. For the last 10, 15 years, we have been innovating on different fronts. In India, what we say that, one way to say is that we are in this country, and to some extent even in China, the IT is being applied for wants. In India, we are applying technology for needs. If you look at where private sector has really yielded, now you can say, okay, did you have 100 billion company? No. Did you have 25 to 30 billion company? Yes, Zomato, right? So basically, roti kapra makan, as people say, we have actually come in and built digital first, very large corporations. Like you have a company called Delivery, which is logistics company, you can say FedEx for India. Employing like what? Like, maybe near about 1 million people on ecosystem basis. So we are making progress, not in every field. On the area that you say TikTok and all that, I would say digital innovation in consumer, where digital economy flies, that is yet to be seen. It has also come a long way, by the way, because of UPI, where people are actually now paying for content. And we'll see. I remain more hopeful about next 5 years versus what has happened. But if you just start from blank slate and just look at the slope of the line on where India was in 2008 and where India is in 2025, huge change. So, a lot to be solved, but a lot we have done.
Right. So, Dr. Panagariya, I really appreciate you asking this question, because as an optimist, I see 5 years from now doing very well. But as a realist, if you don't do dipsticking as to where we went wrong in the last 5, 10 years, our next 5 years are not secured. So, I am a big believer in ecosystem. I think the ecosystem has to be matured, and that is why my opening line was, give me a few seconds to thank everybody out here, because when we have the ecosystem, we have mentors, we have monies that come into that death valley. Also, if you look at Israel, I think you mentioned Israel, I've worked with Israel, I've worked with Canada, I've worked with Europe. In some way, shape, or form, the government helps tremendously the entrepreneurs. China is completely on the other side of the spectrum, so I won't even go there. We know how much China helps. But I think it's very important, and I think the Indian government has started doing that. But that piece was missing in the equation. The entrepreneur should not just be left to fend for themselves. The entrepreneur is an exceptionally valuable asset of any country, especially the country like India. And I think, to your question, the ecosystem around it needs to be built very thoughtfully. Secondly, there should be reverse engineering. Speaking for healthcare industry, the government should say that we will be the first buyer of the product if your product serves our backyard and you have created in this country, and you're giving it to me at a cost which is more amenable to this country, then instead of importing every tiny thing from outside, they should be the first acquirers in the sense of customer base. I'm not saying acquirer from an exit perspective. So they are a very good question. There are multiple thoughts that need to go into this to make sure that the next 5 years opportunity cost is not lost. Thanks.
So as an investor, I often think of things in terms of unfair advantages. Like this startup, why do they have an unfair advantage over everyone else? And through that lens, I mentioned I worked in Google 20 years ago building their machine transliteration. So this is when you type in Roman characters, it'll show up in Devanagari or some other script. So I was working on Google as the evil American company getting into the Indian market locally, but there was an IIT Madras startup called Quillpad working on the exact same thing. Ultimately, the Google, the AI model that I built won out. And that was because we had the unfair advantage of data. We had every single Indian word, on the web crawled and in our index, and we just had a much richer data and training set. If you look at, if we're talking about protectionism and keeping TikTok out, that's not enough. You need to keep Instagram and all the other guys because they have an unfair advantage over any local Indian company. That's why Amazon, they have much better unfair advantage of knowing how to run a vertically integrated supply chain over Flipkart. So unless you want to do like a pure protectionist approach against both US and China and whoever else it may be, the other multinational companies, they already have that unfair advantage. And unless it's a very, very locally constrained problem that you can't have knowledge transfer come into the picture, it's not going to apply. So I take the approach that I think it's a losing battle for Indian companies to train their own LLMs unless they're focused on very, very specific domains, because the other folks have a data advantage, they have a data center advantage, they have a lot more unfair advantages.
I think there's somebody over there who wants to ask a question.
Do we have? I'm really sorry, sir. We'll not be able to take your question at this time, but thank you so much to our panelists. Can we please have a huge round of applause for them? Yep.
And thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you all. We're just going to give everyone a couple of minutes. We do have chai and samosas outside.
Yay.
Oh, so sorry. Oh, I'm really sorry. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Great.
Yeah, so please get your chai and samosas and please come back. We have 2 more panels and they promise to be very interesting ones. So hope to see you back in a couple minutes.
Anand, do you want to take one for this? Anand will take one. Did you take it on the board?
Thank you so much.
program, but thank you for staying with us. Our next panel will be about imagining healthcare systems for the next billion. This is a special panel because our very own faculty advisor, Dr. Anurag Mairal, is a part of it. So our three panelists for today actually are Dr. Mairal himself. We actually have Dr. Pranav Shrestha, who stepped in for Dr. Manu Prakash, who unfortunately is the founder of Saloni Heart Foundation. So with that, and the panel will be moderated by Bhav Jain, who's a student in Stanford School of Medicine. With that, I welcome the panelists and the moderator to the stage. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Thank you, everyone. As mentioned, I'm Bhav, and I'm a third-year medical student over here, and I'm just so excited to be here with all of you. We have some wonderful speakers here. We have, of course, Anurag Ji, who leads the global outreach at the Stanford Muslim Center, and he also recently authored the book Reimagining Health, which focuses on how we redesign health systems and build the ecosystems which allow innovation to scale. We have also here with us have Pranav Shrestha, who had co-led and built the Octopi platform at Cephala Inc., working in AI and automated microscopy to make disease detection more accurate in low resource areas. And then lastly, we have Emily Seth, who is the CEO of the Saloni Heart Foundation, which focuses on building long-term pediatric cardiac health systems. And so with all of that, we will now go ahead and start. I would like to first ask you, Anurag, what is the overall core thesis in your recent book, Reimagining Health, and how do you think we will actually enact the structural changes needed in order to improve overall healthcare systems?
Thank you. Really great to have you as a moderator. It was great to visit India with you and rest of the Night Hennessy scholars. And as you saw there, the unmet needs are pretty substantial in India, but that's true across Global South. So there are three key points in the book that I wrote, Reimagining Health. Point number one is that the healthcare system we have today is not a healthcare system. It's a sick care system. We only deal with that system when we are sick. How many of you go to healthcare institutions when you are healthy? You only go there when you are sick. So it's a sick care system, and when you are healthy, the system doesn't care about us. So that's number one. Number two is that the care has moved away from homes and communities into these institutions, so it has become more and more centralized, and outcomes have actually not gotten better. For some of the acute conditions, they've gotten better. For a large majority of the conditions, actually, they've gotten worse. The quality of care and the satisfaction with the care and so on has gone down. And lastly, we still have a substantial gap between Global North and Global South. In Global North, we have reasonable access to care. We spend 18% of GDP on healthcare. In Europe, we spend about 10%. India spends 2.5%, 3%. Africa less. And that gap will continue to widen because there's no way Global South can spend at the levels that Global North can. And as Global North starts to age, that burden will worsen and that spend will also not be enough. So what I talk about in the book is really that we are heading towards a crisis. We already are in a crisis in a way. And unless we reimagine our health, not sick care system, not a healthcare system, but health, which includes health and well-being of people, mental health, other kinds of well-being at home, near home in the communities. We're not gonna really address the problems of the world, the 8 billion people that exist in the world.
And on that note, actually, that is a good segue into asking you, Millie, how, what was the underlying motivation for launching and building the Saloni Health Foundation, and what are the learning lessons that we have out of that example that may be used in other such efforts to actually expand access to health in these extremely low resource areas?
Thank you, Bhav. It's an honor to be on this dais with Dr. Mairal, who also is my guru. Thank you so much for putting this entire and encouraging all these students. They're doing a phenomenal job. At this point, once again, we already wished each other Happy Mother's Day to all.
Happy Mother's Day.
Sincere respect, gratitude, and admiration to all the mothers. Saloni Heart Foundation was born to a mother who's grieving, to my grief. So to put context, Saloni Heart Foundation was born after we lost our younger daughter, Saloni. She was born with congenital heart disease in India, and little did we know at that time, even after losing her, that 1 out of 100 children are born with heart disease, congenital heart disease. And it's lesser known even in the Western world, which actually translates in terms of disability-adjusted years, 18.7 million dailies, which is significant. And when we started Saloni Heart Foundation, our original goal was to provide pro bono second opinion. And like Dr. Mairal said, that while sitting here, we think we can do a lot. We tried giving these second opinions. We have these advisors from Stanford Children's Hospitals, UCSF, Boston. But over and over again, we realized that, yes, the child can be saved, but where? So, and then the other thing we realized was the most important thing, that the awareness lacks. Even in the educated world, if people don't know that 1% of the world population is born with heart disease, think about the lower income areas, the global south, where this knowledge is just not there.
And on that note, I'd also just love to hear a bit more about the hospital that you have now launched over in Lucknow. How has that all been, and what have been some of the learning lessons with actually trying to operate that?
So like I said, we were giving second opinion. We touched almost 6,000 families, and that's when we were getting more and more knowledge that children can be saved. Where do we send the children? To tie it to Dr. Mairal's statement, in the global north, let's say for US, 90% of the world's resources are for the 10% of the population. In US, we have 115 centers to treat 40,000 children, whereas in India, the largest population of children, logically because of the large population, 240,000 children are born with heart disease, and we have only 10 major centers. So that means for 10%, for 90% of the population, we're struggling with 10% of the resources. So that was the trigger to think about what to do. So the solution we've thought and we found was to create capacity, empower the human power, the faculty build capital, human capital, and that was one of the learnings. The other one was that India is changing very fast. The governments are in a nation building mode. When the kind of audacious goals we had to serve the world, to serve the global south, at this point we have a mandate to set up 20 hospitals. We started the first one in Lucknow, and we reached out to first initially the central government, and then they guided us to connect with the state government because health is a state subject. And we were very surprised that the state was very receptive and they were ready to put in their money. We did not have to convince them that there is a need. They knew about it. All they needed was the conviction that the partner has the sincere will and the capacity to train their institution. So fast forward, we've partnered with an institute called SGPGI, Sanjay Gandhi Postgraduate Institute, in Lucknow, which is funded by government of UP, and commendable speed of execution. I mean, when we are drawing out plans, it looks very audacious, but when it actually is on ground, Dr. Mairal has visited, and we welcome you all to visit. Commendable speed of execution.
Excellent. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I add to that? Because I've seen the center, and this is mind-blowing. I mean, Stanford started partnering with Uttar Pradesh after the same visit that the Uttar Pradesh delegation had. And they also met with Saloni Heart Foundation. This is three years back. And within those 3 years, this foundation, this little foundation, has not only created Saloni Heart Center, but they have gotten large numbers of positions created. They have a whole floor dedicated. They have inaugurated the center, and children are being treated there. I have never seen a government institution and a government, state government, move as quickly as they have. So kudos to the state government and that institution, amazing leadership, but kudos to Miliji and Himanshuji and rest of the Saloni Heart Foundation team, small team, that has accomplished that. I mean, really very, very impressive. Those of you who are from North India should absolutely go and visit, because in entire North India, very little capacity of this kind exists. So, and I come from North Central India, so I personally feel very grateful that you have done that. Thank you.
Wow, that is all just so excellent. Let's now shift over to you, Pranav. So you have obviously built this AI-enabled microscope. What is it being used for? Where all is it being used? And what do you see as the next step with all of that?
Awesome. Yeah, firstly, thank you, Dr. Mairal, and everyone for organizing this. So this is related to Octopi, which is the AI-powered platform that you're talking about. This is mostly focused on diagnostics, and our aim is to decentralize diagnostics and take diagnostics to the most rural places, the primary healthcare centers where maybe the only diagnostic equipment is a microscope and there's one person serving it. So that's our goal. But to add another layer to that, this is done by AI-powered detection. So it's to also empower any clinician to actually make and build these AI models. So we have been focusing our energies on like malaria, sickle cell disease, and there is only a few things that we as a core team can tackle. But we've built this platform, this automated platform, microscopy platform that does the automation. So there's automation on the slide scanning, but also automation on the disease detection. So you can empower even community healthcare workers to do advanced diagnostics where you would normally need a very, very highly trained microscopist to do. So this has an enormous potential for task shifting, because there is currently almost a shortage of around 1 million diagnostic staff right now. And a tool like this can empower a lot of clinicians, but also anyone that wants to research and develop these. So we're trying to, so over the past almost a decade when Manu started this project, and now it's spin off as a company in Cephala. Over this decade, we've been primarily focusing on a few key diseases, and we've been co-developing this with partners in Africa, in Asia, because the expertise and the disease burden actually is there. So we can't be building them by ourselves. So we have followed this co-development model from the get-go, but we want to take this a step further where this co-development can be done by anyone. We're thinking of this like an app store for diagnostics. Think of it like we have this platform similar to like an iPhone or any other phone, but then anyone can be a developer of the app. And this is very important for scaling technologies like these because, again, with our core team would have very limited bandwidth on which diseases we want to focus on, but then we want to be able to empower basically anyone to make AI models for their diseases that concerns their communities. And we're basically flipping the script because conventionally how AI diagnostics works is there is a top-down approach. So let's say the Gates Foundation has these priority diseases. That's where most of the funding goes. That's where most of the AI research goes, and that's where the data goes. But then the data is coming from LMICs, right? This is an extractive model where people are going to LMICs for clinical studies, extracting the data, making AI models, and then giving them back. What we want to do is try to flip that script and make people in the Global South co-creators of this technology. Yeah.
And what are examples that you, Anurag ji, are seeing in, either here or in India that use AI to, much on that exact same note, make it easier to automate the overall management or the diagnosis of different medical diseases? How much investment are you seeing institutions like Stanford and others are actually having to ensure that these AI-enabled tools are able to reach the lowest resource areas?
Yeah, great question, Bhav. And I just want to give kudos to Manu Prakash. How many of you know Manu Prakash? He is my colleague here at Stanford, and he has been working on frugal innovation, frugal science for a pretty long time and phenomenally well. And Pranav and he have done this diagnostic tool. And it really talks about the reimagining health script that we are talking about, how bringing more care closer to home. And one of the starting point for care is diagnostics. If you don't know what the disease is, you can't treat it. So you fix what the problems that exist and that you find. So that's actually really important. And the top-down versus bottom-up is a very important point as well. If the priorities are set by the local communities, and local communities are partners in that, in developing those tools, using those tools, adoption of those tools will also be higher. So that's a really important model and sort of aligns with what you're doing, what Stanford by Design is doing in India and Africa elsewhere. In terms of AI, I personally feel that AI enabling healthcare access for LMICs, for 5 billion people in the world who don't have meaningful access to healthcare, is going to be a game-changing sort of approach. And we are already seeing Stanford by Design's Founders Forum, which advises innovators coming out of India. We're already seeing a very large proportion of those technologies that are being developed in India for India's needs, Indian data, but they're finding their way to other rest of the world, including in the US. There are many of them actually coming back to the US, coming to the US to address the needs here. So it's a really remarkable time and place, and I think Dr. Nandini Tandon talked about it in her comments as well.
Great. I'll just ask the last question to Millie, and then if we have any additional time, we'll also open it up. Where do you see sort of, you are obviously working very specifically in the heart surgery space. Do you think a similar model will work in, many of the other multi-specialty, highly expensive areas of healthcare in India? What are maybe some unique advantages that you had going into specifically solving the issue in heart surgery that may actually have useful insights for other specialties as well?
Absolutely. So ours is a very classic model of US-India partnership, academia, industry partnership, and public-private partnership. What we learned is that even while we really appreciate all the innovations and AI and technology, everything is happening, but what deters treatment in any specialty is not the technology, but the front door. Getting to that front door is the most important thing. So our learning is that first step is awareness. And as between India and US corridor, yes, any area of specialty can succeed as partnership. We as US institutions have to understand that a partnership has to be equal. We can't be experts and they can't be needy. So we also have a lot of learning when we visit there, when we are interacting. It's a two-way partnership. And Government of India, again, I always say kudos to them. We are in a golden era. The government was ready and very receptive. Recently at one of the other forums, I heard that even VCs are getting funded by Government of India. So this is an opportune time, and there's a lot of transparency, speed of execution. So anybody who's willing in any specialty, there's a lot of support on both sides.
Great. If we have any questions, we can try and take them now.
Hi. Actually, I just want to call upon Amit Bhatnagarji, who is working on the ground in India, developing an amazing technology platform. While you ask the question, can you talk a little bit about the work you do, maybe 30 seconds, a minute?
Sure. So I'm Amit Bhatnagar. So we have invented a rural healthcare model clinic on a bike, which has a capacity of doing 200 parameter of diagnostic test, which is liver, kidney function test, glucose, hemoglobin, even cervical cancer screening. And, in rural areas, ladies, they get urine infection, but they don't know what kind of infection it is. So 200 parameter of diagnostic right at the doorstep. Our innovation is used by Indian Army, more than 100 foundations, but combined with our skilling program, which is we are able to design after 8 years of research, we decrease the skilling program from 4 years to 4 months. So now we can create a rural youth with a skill in hand where he can deliver KFT, LFT with a good accuracy. So Medanta, we done a project with Medanta Hospital, and they got so impressed that they have invested with us, the top clinician of Medanta Hospital. So John Hopkins with PwC, they validated our technology, and then I was invited as a speaker in Washington DC office because our initiative had triggered 3 impacts. One is last mile care, second is the youth empowerment, and third one is the carbon net zero. So the question I was about to ask you is...
Can I make just one correction? First of all, round of applause for him. And there's one other gentleman here from India who's developing amazing technologies and incubating them. Mr. Gyar, Dr. Gyar, can you please stand up? And congratulations for that. So amazing folks that are changing innovation game on the ground. I'll just make one correction. Can we all agree to not use the word last mile? Can we use first mile?
Okay.
I'll tell you why. Because last mile means that institution is the center and community is the last in the care.
Yeah.
I think community should be the first in care.
Absolutely.
So,
thank you.
Yeah, please. So, I didn't mean to interrupt your question.
No, that's fine. So my question is, we do talk about medtech innovations, but what I clearly felt after spending 15 years understanding the rural healthcare challenge is till the moment we have sustainability in place, somewhere we are losing the whole concept of delivering of sustainable care. You know, right now, when this first mile there, the model they are running is the big MMUs, which are big vehicle, 50 lakh capex plus 5-year OPEX is like 2.5 crore rupees. The problem with the charitable model is it's salary-based employees. So, I mean, they do only glucose hemoglobin. Even having all the medical innovation with them, they are not delivering the whole care. So you have to do the model innovation also, so that there is a motivation among the people in the rural area so that they are delivering extended care which is needed on the ground. But then we also need to understand that we do not have to rush for automation, because somewhere catching up with the Western world, we are only trying to catch up with the automation thing. But you know, with the developing countries, the biggest resource they had is their manpower. So if we engage them and enable them with that care, so this become a viable, sustainable model which is going to create employment and create first mile care
to
the people on ground.
Yeah, so if we would, what is the exact question?
Yeah, so
I understand.
So question is, so how do you see that we need to club in with the medtech innovation is the skilling innovation and the model innovation of the delivery model?
Great, thank you.
I think that comment stands by itself. You're absolutely right. I think, especially in LMIC settings, technology innovation is not enough. So I'm an engineer by training. I do technology innovation for a living, and I've come to the realization after spending time in global health that unless you have innovation in care delivery, innovation in training, innovation in business model, innovation in incentives, you're not going to create the impact. So you're spot on. So that comment actually stands by itself. Thanks. I think you agree.
Great, thank you.
I totally agree. I think we're still at an early stage. You've done much more than what we have, I think. But all of our co-development has been, like I said, like in partnership with people in LMICs. And then these are people that have very deep roots, like clinical roots. And I think in our deployment model would be engaging with these partners. Like that's the only way that it can be sustainable. Yeah.
Great. If there's one more question, we're happy to. Okay, actually, with that, we will now have to end it. But let's give a huge round of applause here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that incredibly informative panel. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. M.R. Rangaswamy, who's the founder of Indiaspora and the co-founder of the Sandhill Group. He's one of Silicon Valley's foundational figures, and he's equal parts software executive, investor, community builder, and philanthropist. Without further ado, Mr. M.R. Rangaswamy.
Thank you, everyone. Great to see all of you here. I know we are standing between you and, is there cocktails? Chai. Sorry. No cocktails. So anyway, I just wanted to spend a few minutes talking about the diaspora side. I think you heard a lot today about India, about US-India, but want to really bring the focus of the next few minutes to who is the diaspora, who are we, what do we do, and what can we do for India as we move forward. So that's kind of what I would like to focus on. So again, I started in diaspora 14 years ago to be an inclusive community of everybody who is here. So doctors, lawyers, academics, CEOs, VCs, artists, and the like. And to really be a force for good. Because the diaspora overall is a community that has done extremely well. And it's our responsibility to give, and to give back to the country we live in, which is in this case the US, and also to our homeland, which is India. Right? So that was the basis of Indiaspora, and we've done lots of different things at Indiaspora. We were behind getting the US postage Diwali stamp that a lot of people still use. During COVID, Indiaspora and its partners were able to raise $15 million for relief in India and $1 million for relief in the US. So these are all the different things we do. The best way to keep in touch with us is, I think we have the best newsletter in the business, and we don't spam you. Okay? All you get is a newsletter Saturday morning. We don't sell your data to marketing agencies, and nor does AI use it in any way or shape or form. So just go to our website, indiaspora.org, subscribe to our newsletter. If you want to stay in touch with me, just go to LinkedIn. I'm told I'm a prolific poster on LinkedIn. But in any case, so what is the diaspora all about? So there are 35 million of us who live outside of India. We just did a report recently at our global forum, released this report in Bangalore in March. There are 35 million diaspora members. The annual income of this diaspora is $730 billion. You heard it right. $730 billion. This is a very rich diaspora across the world. It's not just the US, but it's Canada, UK, Singapore, UAE, Australia. You go to many of these countries, you'll find very successful Indians. So that diaspora does many things with the countries they live in. Obviously, we do a lot for the US. Similarly, people living in the UK do a lot for the UK. But we also connected to India. So we do a lot for India. And that's why Prime Minister Modi, when he took office in 2014, started coming out to the diaspora in every country and saying, we love you, we want you to come back, we want you to work with us, and so forth. And that has resulted in the previous year, in 2025, $135 billion of remittances to India. Huge amount. And for those of you who are in India now and using rupees, if this money didn't come in, it would be 300 to $1, not 95. Okay? Every year, the foreign exchange is replenished by Indians abroad sending money. And within that 130 billion, about a quarter of that comes from the US. This is very different than money coming from the Gulf. The Gulf money typically goes to support family and pay for education of their children and so on and so forth. The US money, the color of that is different. It goes to buy real estate, goes to invest in startups, it goes to buy stock in the Indian stock markets, and so on and so forth. So it's almost like foreign direct investment made by the diaspora into India. Okay? So that's on the money side. So if you look at the US diaspora in particular, we did this report 2 years ago on the impact that the Indian diaspora makes on the United States. Okay? So we're about a little over 1% of the population. We pay 6% of the taxes in this country. So if anybody tells us to go home, we say we'll take our taxes with us. And the US will have even a bigger deficit. Okay, that's a good way to put it back to anyone who says you guys go home, right? So I think this is a report, again, on our website. It's the impact of the US diaspora on the US, or the Indian diaspora on the US. Besides that, there are 75,000 doctors. So we have positioned this report to really talk about the impact of the diaspora, not the success, right? Most people focus on the success, and there's a lot of jealousy and resentment. But let's focus on the impact. The 75,000 doctors, they serve 30 million American patients. Pretty much any non-Indian in the US has had an Indian doctor of some kind, right? And they serve 30 million patients. Again, we're at Stanford. There are 22,000 academics in the US of Indian origin. 22,000, like Dr. Panagariya, who's sitting here. 22,000 like that, right? And they teach 3 to 5 million college kids. Okay? So this is the impact we make. 10% of the patents in this country are filed by people of Indian origin. So you can see what impact the diaspora makes on the US. But it also makes an impact on India, like I said, the remittances, opening of new global capability centers, investing and mentoring startups. So I think we play this dual role. And so we got to really think of us as Americans first, but also with our roots back in India, right? And that's kind of what the diaspora's role is. That's what Indiaspora is doing. We have a lot of online social media. We have a lot of programming online. We do a healthcare series hosted by Dr. Vivek Murthy, the former Surgeon General. We've done one on diabetes. We've done one on cardio health. We'll be doing one soon on breast cancer. And so on and so forth. Do a lot of programming on health. We do a lot of programming on climate. We have a climate summit. And again, all these are topics that are very important to all of us to give back in some form or fashion. We've done a couple of reports in conjunction with our partners on how the diaspora gives back. And what we found is very interesting. In the last report, we found that the diaspora gives back about $3 billion a year in the US alone. And we get this data from basically tax returns with the IRS when you take a tax deduction. $3 billion is a lot of money to give back in the US. But guess what? Non-Indians and even diaspora Indians don't know this number. So take these numbers and tell people how much we give back in terms of money. But also when we did our research survey, we found that the Indian Americans give back twice as much of their time volunteering in the community than an average American. So it's not just money. Money is the easier part, but giving time to your school or library or senior care center is even more important. And that's something that Indians do quite a bit as well. We also, this is, again, we're at Stanford. And Stanford has a center here, the Shriram Engineering Center, right? That was a $60 million endowment by Ram Shriram, who's an Indiaspora member and a good friend. But Indian Americans have given over $3 billion to universities in the US, over $3 billion, including Stanford and many other schools. So we put our money where our mouth is, right? We all want to get educated. And Indian is considered a failure if you don't have at least a master's. Maybe a PhD is even better, right? So we give back to universities because we believe in education. So these are the kinds of things that the diaspora does. Our website has these reports. Just go look for the impact report. There's a whole page of infographics, makes it very easy and digestible for you. So take a look and start promoting it to people across the US, especially to non-Indians. Okay, especially to non-Indians. So please, I want your commitment of people in the room to say, at least I'll get the reports and send it to 10 people in my network and say, hey, take a look at what our diaspora is doing. Yes, Nitin, you will do that? Please do that. Okay, and with that, I'm going to shut up and stop and get Kishjit back to start our panel. Thank you.
Please take a seat. Thank you so much for that. We will now be moving on to our final panel of the day. Let's take a seat.
Can you call out?
Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the final panel of the day. And in my opinion, this is one of the most important conversations that's happening at the intersection of the US and India, arguably two of the world's most consequential economies. And I think this corridor is unique because it's not just a trade relationship or a tech relationship. It's sort of a human relationship. As MR mentioned, there are so many people here in the US from Indian origin, and they are, as he said, the highest earning ethnic group in the country. And as a result, even despite this, we see India, a country of 1.4 billion people, it's rising as the fourth largest economy, but it's still home to a substantial share of the world's extreme poor. And this paradox I see as opportunity. We want to unpack this today. We want to see how we can scale social impact. And I'm honored to be joined by MR, who I previously introduced, as well as Ms. Manushi Yadav, who's Director of Strategy and Partnerships at Pratham USA. She brings a rare dual perspective, as she spent nearly a decade at Pratham in India before moving to Pratham in the US. So she's seen both sides of the corridor up close. And finally, we have Ms. Mamta Bhandari, who's a founding supporter of the Nudge Institute. She brings the crucial perspective of an early philanthropic champion who recognized the need for systems-level change, and she's been instrumental in bridging the gap between US-based diaspora capital and highly scalable grassroots impact in India. Our three panelists on this issue represent the perfect trifecta of impact: ecosystem building, established scale, and catalytic philanthropy. Let's get into it. My first question for all three of you is, what do you think is the single most important shift you've seen in the US-India social impact corridor in the last 5 years?
I'll let the two people here start.
Of course.
Sure. I'm always happy to talk. I think I was looking at this question. I was thinking of two things. One is quite recent, and I'm glad you actually teed up that data. I think COVID made quite a big of a difference between the US-India corridor, especially on the social impact side. I think the diaspora on the US side sort of moved with an urgency that I'd never seen it move. They knew that given the challenge in front of them, this wasn't something where you can give to your community, you can give to your village. I think the fact that this needs to be a population level intervention, that changed some of the ways the diaspora interacts in terms of giving with India. I've seen conversations since COVID now shift towards more on what's the public infrastructure, what is the systems level thinking, what is the sustainability, and I think COVID kind of influenced that quite a bit. And the second thing not connected to COVID is, and I think someone on the previous health panel mentioned this, that it's not just that India is where the need and challenges are, and you are giving money to solve for that. I think there is a growing understanding that there are solutions there, even on the social impact side, which are relevant for the global south, and in certain cases, even in a place like the US. So it's become more of a two-way corridor than it used to be, which was just money flowing in one direction. So I would say those are the two changes.
Yeah, I could go next. Totally agree, Manushi. I think the shift has been palpable. I remember even up to 5 years ago, the question really used to be, I want to contribute, give back. What's a project? What's a clinic? What's a school I want to fund? And so almost like the mindset was, I'm a donor, versus now someone looking at this as an investor, saying, I have capital, how do I leverage this capital? And I think what's shifted is twofold. I think MR talked about this as well, is that the amount being given is really large now. And that kudos to Indiaspora, India Philanthropy Alliance. In the last 5 years, that number has doubled. But I think what's also shifted is that the institutions like Pratham, like the Nudge, that we'll hear more about, are now ready to accept that kind of money and put it to use. So I think that's a huge shift. So you have big, ambitious, and the ask is really not 500 households. It's how can I help 50 million households? And so it's ambitious money going to ambitious institutions that are solving those problems.
Yeah, one of the things we looked at Indiaspora was to help scale, you need to kind of bring people together. So we started something that Mamta mentioned called the India Philanthropy Alliance, where we brought together all the NGOs, the leading NGOs that work with India, and who have 501c3 organizations here. And we created a new NGO here called India Philanthropy Alliance to both tackle best practices, to also work with the US-India corridor. But it also ended up catalyzing giving in the US. And as all of you know, we now have through IPA, the India Giving Day. Once a year, it's 1 day of online giving. And this past year, we did this just 2 months ago. It was over $5 million in a single day of people just going to a website, picking an organization and a cause, a dollar amount, and your credit card, and the money directly flows. So that itself, I think, in another 5 years, that could be $50 to $100 million of giving just on a single day. Because that happens here in the US with Giving Tuesday, where $3 to $4 billion get given in a single day. So the money is there, we just have to create the right environment. So we created the India Philanthropy Alliance and brought all these organizations together to jointly increase the giving to India.
You mentioned you created, as you mentioned, the India Philanthropy Alliance, and I have a follow-up question to that. You mentioned huge potential in the future of donations. What do you think is the current bottleneck that's restraining capital, and how do we sort of get to that potential 50 years from now?
So initially there was a lot of trust deficit. You know, when we talked to donors here, they said, is the money going to be used? Is someone going to steal it? Is it actually going to impact anything, right? So we had to overcome a lot of that in general across as a industry, not just as a particular institution, as a community, right? So that took doing, and that's why, you know, what everyone likes to give is to an organization where someone has given before and can say, you know, so-and-so has checked it out and they've given money. So it's trust deficit has been one major issue. And the other thing is being able to, like you mentioned, COVID was a big catalyst, because now you can actually go to every village. You can actually do a Zoom call. In fact, I'm working with an organization where you actually sign up to mentor a child in India, and you have mentoring sessions online. That was not conceivable years ago. So you can directly see the benefit of the giving, and I think that also is helpful.
I think on the capital constraint side, I think there's a, I think we need to all of us need to understand, the philanthropy funds available in India. As everybody or most people know, is that there's a lot of philanthropy funding available in India through the corporate social responsibility. India is one of the unique countries where 2% of profits are donated through the CSR. That's a huge pool, but there's restrictions in there. So I want to double click on that. I think what's happening is when you're working with an organization like Pratham or the Nudge, they're trying to do systemic work. And systemic work, needs 3 layers of capital. One is your innovation capital. Capital that is actually going to help you experiment, research, find out what is really working to solve the problem, and work closely with the government. If you want that problem to be solved at scale, you have to work on the policy side as well as on the distribution side. And so that's your innovation capital. Now that's the layer that CSR or the government cannot fund in India. And the reason for that is, it is the government, the CSR needs to prove output or results the same year. And then government funding is tax funding, and they're responsible to the taxpayers. So that's one area that's underfunded. The second layer is your programmatic funding, which is once you know this works, you need programmatic money to implement on that. And what that does is that's where your CSR can really come in and help, and that's a layer that's pretty well funded. And then the last layer is your resilience layer. Education, poverty, healthcare cannot be solved by one institution in one generation. So how do you create resilient organizations like you have endowments in the US, and that's your resilient capital. So the diaspora, so that's where the gap is. Layer 1, innovation capital, layer 3, which is a resilience capital, and the diaspora can really come in because they can make this long-term bet. And they can really come in to help in those 2 layers, because when they are not funded, what happens is programmatically we can move forward very quickly, but then the solutions are very mediocre.
Yeah. It's so funny because I have similar 3 different terminologies for capital that I'm thinking through.
We have abbreviations for everything.
We have the abbreviations, 3-letter abbreviations, 3 bullet points, all of us. I actually, I worked 10 years on program operations in India. I led our education operations. I dealt with, and that's the only term I can use, with corporate CSR funders in India that have been supporting Pratham. And I actually hate the term innovation capital or program capital. Why are they different? I feel like this disconnect between how you invest or how you look to give money on the for-profit side versus non-profit side, it's so unfair in terms of just the power of balance, because you're not going to go to SpaceX and say, I will fund this rocket. True. No, you're going to fund SpaceX. But you're going to come to Pratham or the Nudge and be like, I want to mentor this person, or I want to fund this village or fund this program. No one's investing in the organization. So that kind of bottleneck, I feel like, and that's what you're calling is the innovative capital, is the resilient capital. I was thinking through terms, there is one thing which is the patient capital, and they can all be the same, right? Patient capital, stop looking for short-term wins, stop asking for within 1 year, what are we going to do? Because when you're trying to make population level impact in a country like India, you're going to have to look at, going to have a longitudinal lens in terms of the investment you're making. The second thing is flexible or fungible money. You need to be able to let organizations invest in their R&D, invest in their leadership. Leadership drain in nonprofits, for example, is a big challenge because you're not able to sustain these things. This is going to build resilience. And the third thing that I was thinking of, which is basically what in diaspora is doing in a way, is coordinated capital. Because just like one nonprofit is not going to solve everything because of the scale of problem, one donor is also not going to solve it. So philanthropists need to come together, look at how bigger, collaborative funds have done this kind of work. And I love in diaspora for this particular reason, that you're able to educate a bunch of philanthropists together, and then they can take some kind of coordinated action. You look at global development. If we move beyond India for a second, you have something like co-impact. You have so many philanthropists coming together, pooling their money for co-impact, and then as an organization, they are, choosing places to make impact, and they come in to make impact in, 8 to 10 figure gifts, but also 10-year duration. And then they are looking at that kind of patient longitudinal results. So I feel like those are some of the things that we have to work towards, and that requires nonprofits to organize as well, which is where IPA sort of comes in. So yeah.
This is incredibly insightful. My next question, just because we're in Silicon Valley, I have to ask this. How are you guys leveraging the power of AI to advance the work you're doing at your respective organizations?
You mean other than finding answers to your questions?
Yes.
We didn't do that.
I'm joking.
Okay, we can jump into the AI question, but I think I'm seeing those numbers go up. Guys, we went last, so you have to give us 1-0 at the end there. Okay, we can't leave the stage without introducing our organizations that we represent. So before we go to AI, let me tell you a little bit about Nudge, and I can tell you how Nudge will use AI. The Nudge is an action institute. Nudge is taken upon themselves to alleviate poverty in India in our lifetime. They do this through 2 programs. One is a direct intervention, where they have a 3-year graduation program where they lift families out of poverty. They've lifted 230,000 households, 1.2 million people across 10 states, and this work continues. They've also partnered with a lot of the governments, because I think I heard Millie say that as well, like distribution for these problems can only come through the government. The other thing they do is they're working on ecosystems, again, what Millie said, because they have an incubator, they have an accelerator that has 200 entrepreneurs that work or reach 100 million more people. I'm going to quickly answer the AI question because I want both of them to get a chance. AI, Nudge uses it in two ways. I think inside the organization, like any other organization, where is the inefficiencies? What are the things that AI can help their employees do? But the interesting ones are the ones that they do in the market. So they have to improve entrepreneurship. They have families that support goat rearing, for example. One of the AI tools that they have is when these Didis go to sell their goats, they have no idea what price they should be getting. The middlemen just exploit them. They have a model where you take a picture of this goat, very cute, like Punch the Monkey, and you put that through AI, depending on the region, within a 5% error, they get a price, they're better negotiators. So it's like daily stories like this that come about. Manushi, MR, please answer.
I can talk briefly about Pratham. Pratham is primarily an education nonprofit, about 30 years old. We started in India. Some of our flagship work around education helps on building foundational literacy and numeracy skills for children. And we reach about 8 to 10 million children in India annually, mostly in partnership with the government. And this is a solution that, because of 30 years of impact data, third-party measurements, evaluations, randomized controlled trials, has actually scaled to 25 plus countries around the globe. It started with sub-Saharan Africa, but then as the program proved to be successful in different contexts, we started receiving demands from Latin and Central America, Southeast Asia. But beyond this education vertical, Pratham also works on skilling. We run our own skilling centers in partnership with the government, train about 50,000 youth. And then we have programs both focusing on education and skilling, but specifically for girls and women who've had to drop out of the school system and are looking for solutions next to home. So local level livelihoods, at-home training modules and such. Now, as far as AI is concerned, I think for us, one is, of course, how we're using it internally, which means upskilling everyone from, last person on the ground to the founders, who often prove to be more difficult to train. Let's not quote me on that. But for us on the solution side, I think we're very nervous about this whole AI as an educator challenge. So we're very mindful that we're not looking to replace teachers, especially with the kind of work we're doing, but we can improve the work, the achievement levels, but the efficacy of day-to-day delivery operations. So we reviewed our program from that lens, and we've developed something called Padhai, so that's AI at the end. It's an offline tool, one of the only offline tools that's available in local Indian languages, and we are consistently, recording more data, getting more data to train more models from native children who are speaking these languages. So for each language, these solutions exist. We've also scaled this outside of India. And then for the youth program, very similar to your GOAT example, is called Next Tayari, where the idea is having a portal that is providing you the opportunity to map your skills, hold almost like a digital skill passport, and map it against the jobs that are available out in the market. But there is like a whole thread of work around AI in partnership with governments in Senegal and Colombia and all that we are doing, which is to make sure that this solution does not widen the gap between those who have access and those who don't have access. And that's something, whoever's interested, I would love to talk more about. Yes.
Let me wrap up the AI thing. A nonprofit can do three things in AI. One is use AI to improve their efficiencies, like Mamta said. Or two, like Manushi said, how do you improve your community, right? But the third thing I focused on was at the Indian AI Summit that happened in February. I had a couple of nonprofits talk about new business models for nonprofits using AI. And let me just share two examples. One is where you can use your phone as a villager and you can participate in AI jobs. Okay, this is called Karya.ai, where an average person can just use their phone and talk a language or tag things and so forth. Is very successful model. Another one is Adalat.ai. What they do is obviously impact the court system of India by using AI, first of all, digitizing the court system and then using AI to help the whole process. So I think there's a whole new series of new nonprofits coming up, because existing nonprofits have existing models. It's just like an incumbent and new startup. So there's a whole new crop of AI startups who are NGOs.
I'm going to thank MR. Karya and Adalat.ai really came out of the nudge ecosystem that I was talking about. So thank you.
That's amazing. I have one final question given the time constraints, but I feel this is more looking towards the future. Imagine we're sitting on this exact stage 5 or 10 years from today. I want you guys to complete this sentence. The biggest breakthrough in the US-India impact corridor will have been underscore. What do you think that would? What do you think would be the biggest breakthrough?
As we think about it, I think in 5 years, we could be sitting at a point where the Indian development story would be very closely watched. And outside of the GDP growth, I think what we will see is it's going to be a development story that's inclusive, by design and not as an afterthought. And as I think of the nudge as an institute, which is very, founder mentality as well as, really working at scale with the government, the role that the nudge will play or would like to play is to be that organization that cracks the code of bringing markets, civil society, as well as governments together to solve this problem. And it's Mother's Day, so I should end with like a motherly example. When you grew up in India and you came home with a 98 out of 100 or a 99 out of 100, what your mom asked you is, where did that one mark or that 2 marks go? And I think Nudge is going to be like that organization, or Pratham will be that organization, which will not stop at 98. They will solve this problem to 100%, and it's going to happen in our lifetime.
Thank you so much. Also, PTSD of that question, been there. But I think for me, and Pratham looks at things from a slightly different angle. I think it's coming from the ground up in terms of the children-led solutions that we want to have, and then of course being able to embed this within the public system. And there is again, the 3 words that I really like to use is program, people, and pesa, which is money, finances in English. And I think the coordination between these 3, especially when we are talking about the US-India corridor, what are the right programs? I think we're almost there. We have proven solution, good innovations for a lot of things, and of course we'll continue innovating. I think having the right kind of people, having the philanthropists, having the government actors, everyone from DMs to nonprofit leaders working together on the same kind of problem with the same lens, and then being able to mobilize the right amount of pesa that you need to create like a population level impact. I think that's an important piece for me. Some of the things, for example, and I know we're talking repeatedly on Mother's Day, I think we have a program where one of the biggest shifts that I've seen of the work that is happening in India is the change in mothers of the children that we're working with. About 10, 12 years ago, when I started working with Pratham, when you met these mothers, they had, almost all of them had not been to school. So for them, their child is going to school, they thought the child is learning, and it used to be a revelation for them when they found out that the child's falling behind. And so there is a whole amount of education and mobilization you had to do on the family side. The mothers that we see today have been to the school system. It didn't work out for them. They realized that just going to the school wasn't enough. But the bigger thing is they are empowered. They have smartphones. They are asking the right question. They're turning around and saying, here are my constraints. How are you going to solve this for me? And I feel like what the US-India corridor will have to do is look at some of these empowered voices and the questions that are now coming from the first mile, as we learned from the previous panel, and be able to mobilize the people program PESA in response to that, rather than some imaginary thing that we cook up sitting in the first world and think of that as the solution.
Yeah, 3 short things. One, I think in 5 years, I think doubling of the giving from US to India.
Amen to that.
And a lot of it coming from non-Indians. I think right now all the money, or most 99% of the money most nonprofits get is from Indians giving to India. I'd rather see non-Indian Americans give to India, that's one. Second, I'd like to see the Indian share of giving. Because a lot of people go, why are nonprofits coming to the US to raise money? You have enough rich people in India, why don't they give more? Right? So maybe that's the other thing I'd love to see is Indian giving to India itself increase dramatically. And then the final thing is, how can India become the gateway to the global south? Can we take all these models that were discussed, like a nudge or a pratham or karya, adalat? How can we take that to 100 other countries? And that can be India's gift to the world, is to really uplift all of the global south.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Kshitij. Thank you for this opportunity, guys. And we have questions. I don't know if we have time.
Do we
We've
have
already
questions? We have one question.
Very long question.
I'll take that mic.
It was fantastic. So people say that once AGI comes, there won't be any poverty very soon. And people will be just animals of leisure. So do you think it's going to happen, or it's just...
I mean, I don't think anything like that. Maybe for some people it'll be abundance, but part of the hypothetical situation, if you have abundance, and if the GDP of the country increases that dramatically, will that increase in GDP be used for universal basic income and things like that, so that it can impact the bottom of society? I think that abundance might come with the upper part of the society and not the bottom of the society. So I think a lot of other challenges, and other things have to happen. So some people predict the GDP can grow 2 or 3%, and you can use that GDP to solve a whole bunch of problems. But governments may use that to buy new weaponry, to do all kinds of other stuff, nothing to do with improving the lot of people.
We've taken extra time, so I think that's a great answer.
A huge round of applause for you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, but come find the nudge team and the pratham team, guys, if you have any more questions.
As we approach the closing of the conference, we are very excited to announce our winners for the Innovate for US-India Ideathon. All the teams were really, really good, and all of us were inspired by their original thinking and depth of strategy and execution. Without any further ado, I'm happy to announce our winners. So the winners of the Innovate for US-India Ideathon is Semicon Solvers for showcasing impressive innovation and large-scale impact. We are delighted to offer you guys a cash prize and quarterly sessions of mentorship with experts in your field. May I please call upon Professor Mairal to award the winners. Thank you, Professor Mairal. In the second place, we have Team Proton Bridge who will get 2 mentorship sessions throughout the year. Our other 2 teams, Team Pinaka and Team Recursive Thinkers, you will also get mentorship session, like 1 mentorship session in the next year. Once again, thank you to all teams for showing up and giving us your best. We truly felt inspired. Thank you also to our judges and mentors. As a token of our appreciation, our team will be reaching out with a certificate of appreciation for your time and generosity. Thank you everyone for being such a wonderful audience. During the Ideathon and also during the conference, we look forward to staying in touch and seeing you all again soon.
I wanted to call all of the volunteers here, and I wanted to, okay, that's what I was going to do. Because I think people are going to leave, so I just want to make sure that.
Okay, let's get everyone here. So can all the volunteers come in? Okay.
In person. Yes. Okay, I will connect with you later.
So we wanted to acknowledge a few folks, including the volunteers. So
yeah, just invite all the volunteers here.
Yes, we're.
So first, we will leave otherwise. That's it. Okay. Do we have volunteers here? Please come at the front. They're being shy.
Okay, so volunteers, we had a lot. We had Pradyumna Karpuram, who built our amazing website, and along with Tanya Sharma, who I don't think is here at the moment, but both of them did an amazing job and have always been supporters of SIPEC. Please come on stage. We had Sumet Patkar, who was instrumental throughout the conference, was there from the very first hour to the very end. We really appreciate it. Sumet, please come on stage, wherever he is. We're working. Siddharth Ramasubramaniam, please come up. Thank you so much. We had Sparsh Gautam. Sparsh, come on stage, please. I'd like to thank my mother, Usha Gopalan, please come on stage. And my sister, Sankhya Srivatsa, please come on stage. Both of them came from India and San Diego, and we have been just giving them tasks ever since.
I thought she was a graduate student. She is thinking of PhD.
Sure. Yeah, so we are so grateful for all of your support. Could not have done the conference without you. And in addition to that, we have a lot of other folks. We also, and we also the SIPEC team. So Meera, Parul, Akul, if he's still here. Devansh. Okay, so I think this is
the whole.
Kshitij and Bhav also, please. Yeah.
Thanks.
If there's anybody I've missed, it's not. I didn't mean it as a personal offense. Please do come up. It's just been a long day. Thank you. Well, if there's anybody I missed, thank you all. We could not have done this conference without you.
Thank you. Hold on, guys. Oh, he's left. And one more photo. Okay, thank you all. With this, we will like also to thank a lot of our partners who have helped us along the way in this journey. We would like to thank Motwani Jadeja Foundation, Indus USA to Global Foundation, Westbridge Capital, Arna Venture Capital, Consulate of India San Francisco, 314 Capital, Hoover Institution, Indiaspora, and the Nudge Foundation. They have been the consistent support for us, whether it's through the programming and others both. We would like to thank our external advisors, M.R. Rangaswamy, Asha Jadeja Motwani, Dr. Nandini Tendon, Radhika Shah, Pranav Pai, and many more who have helped us along the way. We would like to thank our internal advisory board, Dr. Anurag Mairal, Dr. Dinsha Mistree, Dr. Ashwin Rao, Dr. Shiti Jan, or Shiti Raj, and Dr. Sumit Gongli. And we would like to thank our SIPEC team as well, and who has been helping, Mr. Devansh Sharma, who has been helping us along the way, calling all the way at night, pulling all-nighters for us to make this conference happen.
We also would like to thank Stanford Event Services for all the support with Hoover and the location, and also Chaat Bhavan for the food we enjoyed. A lot of you complained we didn't have Indian food last time, so this time we got on it. We got Chaat Bhavan in, and we're happy to say that the food, I think a lot of people enjoyed it. And just to conclude, thought we'd conclude with a Shanti mantra, just because, at the end of the day, this is what our conference is about. It's may all beings be at peace, may no one suffer from any illness, may all see what is auspicious, may no one suffer. Sarve bhavantu sukhinaha, sarve santu niramayaha, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschit dukkha bhavet. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Thank you all so much. Jai Hind.
We can do a large group
Yeah, if everyone wants to come to the front, we'll do one picture.
Can everybody come to the front, please? Speakers and faculty advising and external.
Yeah, everyone who's here, please just come to the front. And go stay with us to the very end.
Hello, can we have everyone towards the front side of the hall? We will be having a photograph. A group photograph.
This is the end of conference. Very well done.
Everyone please come here. Everybody in this room, please come to the
I mean, to his credit, dangerous. To his credit, this guy has submitted papers listed. Yes, thank you.
Some folks can on stage. I think it's going to be difficult to fit everyone.
There's more space on the center. The center looks empty. Please come to the
So these are kids standing. I'm right here.
Are we all signature corner? More or less. Good enough. Some of us are engineers. Alrighty. Is he in the center? See me here and there.
Nancy, you can also come.
Oh,
yeah. Nancy, come. He's going to get there. Everybody.
Okay. Ready? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Yeah. So yeah, so the migrant workers in
Thank you.
Excuse me?
Jatin.
We will share it with you.
Jatin.